has on you.
All right, I think we are coming through. Let's see, microphone is picking up. That's awesome. Into some rock mix. No medicine yet. Man, we might play some Mechbreaker today since the Battlefield 6 is open beta is done until next or this coming weekend, right? The 14th? Thursday. When is it? 14th through 17th. All right, this is the longer one, so Thursday through Sunday. I had fun playing the beta. It was buggy. I kept losing my weapons and stuff, like they'd disappear off the screen, but it was good. Drinking some coffee. I need to wake up. All right. Let's see what's going on in the world. Make sure we unmute it this time. A lot of UK stuff going on. Oh, Trump's taking over DC. Let's see what's going on with these guys.
All right, good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to another Short War video. And today we have some very big news from around the world, and let's jump right into it. And starting off with our biggest news of the day, we've learned new details about the upcoming meeting with Vladimir Putin in Alaska that has many concern, including Ukraine themselves. We've also seen a massive Ukrainian attack on one of Russia's largest cruise missile facilities in Nizhny Novgorod, and some truly wild footage from the ground.
Okay.
Meanwhile, secret Russian
They're attacking stuff,
showing a massive secret GPS jamming station in Kaliningrad, and probably one of the biggest leaks of the decade. We've also gotten news out of China as they've collided and destroyed one of their own vessels in the South China Sea after trying to illegally chase vessels out of the region. And we also have news out of Iran about a major water crisis causing the Iranian president to beg for help on national television. So we've gotten some wild news from around the world, and let's jump right into our first article, which goes to Polymarket Intel. And this right here is some of our biggest news of the day.
I clicked a button I didn't like.
Let's go right up.
Everything is back to normal. What? Oh, okay. All right, that's back. Now the issue is going to be Rumble, I think, because it kicked me off of Rumble. That's such a pain in the butt. Oh, because I hit a record button. Really? It says Bravo's connected. Let's see if it is. No. Such a pain in the butt. Because I hit the button to record. We're dumb. And then live stream. Try this again. OBS being a pain in the butt since his new update. Right now, next. Yep. Submit. View live stream. Mute it. We're not going to record then, which is fine. Here, we're there, we're everywhere. We're live there. Should be live here coming up. Yep, there we go. We're back. Do this again. Ridiculous. Chat again. Copy the chat name. Okay, we're back. Save preview. All right, it should be good. Not touching anything else. No, I'm not touching anything else. Why? Because it crashes my OBS stupidly. All right, back to the video.
Fighting very heavily for over the last 3 years. So that does not sound like a reasonable start to negotiations, and pretty much that was what we were expecting at this point. We were not expecting Putin to go into this with an open mind, and of
Nope.
course, it sounds like he is still with this.
He's not negotiating in good faith.
To begin with. So Not very high hopes right now for the Alaska meeting, but this is apparently the start of it from Vladimir Putin's side, so not good to hear. But moving into our next article here, this one goes to us on Twitter at It's the Enforcer. We've also heard today in a very lengthy press conference from the United States President that he's made some statements regarding this upcoming meeting in Alaska, and the U.S. President says he's going to try to get some territory back for Ukraine at the upcoming Alaska meeting, but he's not really sure if that's going to be able to be accomplished. So let's take a listen to our first clip here.
I don't think much is going to be accomplished out of this meeting other than, them meeting face to face.
They've occupied some very prime territory. We're going to try and get some of that territory back for Ukraine.
So there you can hear the U.S. President saying that he's going to try to get some of the territory back that Russia's taken and give it back to Ukraine. But the problem here is he's also expecting Ukraine to give up land to Russia as well to come to a peace deal. And remember, this is just for a ceasefire. This is not to actually end the war entirely. This is just for a maybe a 30-day ceasefire. We're not really sure exactly what the term is going to be for the ceasefire right now. But we are hearing the president is trying to at least get some land back for Ukraine. But I really doubt this is going to go anywhere because Zelensky's already stated he does not have the constitutional power to hand over land to Russia, even if he wanted to do so, and also the Ukrainians really don't want to hand over land whatsoever. So it's already a non-starter on the Ukrainian end, and also on the Russian end, they're making wild requests. So it sounds like it's going nowhere, but right now that's what we're hearing from the U.S. president on that issue. But also, we have another post here, and the president made a separate statement indicating that if he believes Vladimir Putin is not negotiating in good faith, that he may decide to simply say, I'm going to walk from the meeting, tell Vladimir Putin good luck, and say that the war can't be settled. So that's also what he's saying. So that is a bit of a reasonable statement there. At least he's willing to walk away if it's not going to go anywhere. But, that will have to be seen when this meeting actually takes place. But let's hear or listen to this clip as well and hear what the president had to say this time.
Go and see the parameters. Now, I may leave and say good luck, and that'll be the end. I may say this is not going to be settled. I mean, there are those that believe that Putin wanted all of Ukraine. I happen to be one of them, by the way. I think if it weren't for me, he would not be even talking to anybody else right now. But I'm going to meet with him. We're going to see what the parameters are. I'm then going to
You can charge it in the couch now.
President Zelensky and the European.
Gabe has his over there.
The U.S. president is basically saying in a nutshell that he's willing to walk away, like I mentioned. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. But it does sound to be at least a reasonable statement on his face. But whether it pans out to be that way, we'll have to see in practice. But that is the statement. But
yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this whole meeting thing. It just doesn't seem right.
On here from this post and on to our next one. This one goes to Max25, and Europe is still not convinced about this entire Alaska meeting right now. And right now, the U.S. is vowing to consult with Europe ahead of the Putin meeting in Alaska, according to the Polish Prime Minister Tusk. And he also said the importance of preserving Ukraine's integrity is not only a matter of solidarity with our neighbor, but also of our own security as well. So Poland, being one of the major regional powerhouses militarily in the region, is also very concerned that maybe the U.S. is going to pressure Ukraine to give away land to Putin that they probably should not give away in the first place. So that is currently the story coming out of Poland and Europe as a whole about this entire situation. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Visegrad24, and we're also learning that apparently the meeting between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump in Alaska may take place in the city of Girdwood in Alaska, and according to the local publication Alaska Landmine, the Alaska resort
What are you doing there, bud?
considered for the meeting, and at the moment it's impossible to book accommodation at the hotel on August 14th and 15th, which matches the expected dates of the meeting.
You're my buddy.
Girdwood is a resort town in the southern part of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska. So it sounds like Anchorage might be the location for the meeting, and there is a picture right there showing that resort, and obviously it's a very beautiful place, by the way, and it looks like it might be a very diplomatic spot to have a meeting. So this might turn out to be the location, but we're going to have to wait and see for the moment. But that is the preliminary information we're hearing about the location. But
Oh yeah, could you get the steamer?
Technical. And moving away from our news about the U.S. negotiations with Russia about Ukraine, we've gotten some news coming out of Russia right now that they are getting absolutely slammed by the Ukrainian drone attacks. And this morning we've heard the Ukrainian attack drone successfully hit Russia's Artemis instrument building plant this morning, which is a key electronics manufacturer.
Those have to go back
for the
downstairs.
aerospace industry, and the plant is currently under heavy international sanctions for its role in Russian cruise missile.
Yeah, that's a dirty
so
glove.
you can see right here in our first image, there is some massive damage to the side of that building right there. It looks like it's
Sheesh.
completely demolished right here on this column of windows, and you can see some significant damage right there. But we've gotten some videos of this attack, which are wild to see. So let's jump right into our next post, which goes to Anton Jeroshenko, where we see our very first video. So let's take a look. And right here you can see A massive hit to
Holy
the China
cow.
Universal building right there, and wake up and smell the bankruptcy, because I think the bankruptcy is going to be setting in here. There was a humongous hit right there, and apparently that is the location which we just saw the damage in our still picture a moment ago, and that was how large the hit was. So this was one angle of the attack, but we have another angle here in our second post, which goes to
Okay.
Military and Conflict News, and apparently a local
Very
man
close.
happened to be jogging down the road, caught this moment on camera, and I want to emphasize this was a very deep strike into Russia. This was over 700 kilometers from the border with Ukraine.
Sheesh,
So
that's
let's take a look at this
deep.
video. This guy on the street happened to capture it in its entirety, so let's take a look. So you see, there's Ivan screaming and yelling. He hears the drone coming in, and you're about to see it in just a second. And there it is. And you can't see it from this angle, but you could actually see there was the exact final descent moment right there before it hit the building. And Ivan appears to have calmed down a little bit now that he sees it's actually made impact. So that was a wild piece of footage right there. This guy jogging down the street and seeing it right there. And that was literally the
Freaked me
initial
out.
moments of final descent of the drone before it hit this building, which is associated with cruise missile production inside of Russia. But with that, we're now moving on to our next piece of news here, and this one goes to OSINT Technical, and we've also gotten another piece of footage showing the aftermath of this attack and showing multiple points of impact. So let's take a look at our third video. So there you can see it.
What do you
There's a
help with?
version of that still image we saw earlier, and also over here on the right, you're about to see there's a.
Then why'd you need
point which
yell?
went straight through the concrete on the roof of the building and made a huge hole in the top of the roof. So it looks like I said, multiple points of impact, and that this building has had some
one too.
significant damage, which may set back the cruise missile production quite a bit for this
That's a
manufacturing
point.
facility. So once again, a very big hit.
And there's that one.
Moving on to our next article here, and this one goes
Two
to
drones?
Military News Ukraine, and also wake up and smell the bankruptcy for Russia yet again. We've gotten some more bad news about the Russian economy, and today we're learning that approximately 20% of Russian developers are at risk of bankruptcy, according to the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. And if the high key rate remains for another 6 months and there is no inflow of investment, this share may exceed 30%. So
Oh.
this is crazy. A huge swath of Russian
That-
developers are at risk of complete bankruptcy, and it could rise to 30% of them declaring bankruptcy in just a couple more months. So this is a terrible sign. We're already hearing of more Russian companies cutting down their work weeks because they can't afford to keep the workers on full time, and it sounds like the Russian economy is on its knees right now. So it's a really, really precarious situation for Russia as a whole, and it's getting only worse as the days go by. So nobody's really sure how much longer the Russian economy has left on it, but one thing's for certain, it looks like their time is growing near for a reckoning with their economy as a whole, according to all this information. But jumping into our next article here, this one goes to Geo Insider, and we
She
have
pooped.
a bombshell report about a massive secret documents leak coming out of Russia involving Kaliningrad. And we have learned today that a news outlet has managed to obtain classified documents revealing Russia's Tabal electronic warfare system in Kaliningrad, which is responsible for GPS jamming across the Baltic region, and the files leaked by sources inside Russia to dissident Vladimir Oreshkin's Galagu.net detail Tabal's capabilities, which surpass other mobile jamming units like the Polo 21 and the Zytel. So this is a massive leak right here. So apparently, if these documents are indeed true, this does prove that Kaliningrad is the home to a major GPS jamming facility, which is the cause for apparently all the anomalies that we're seeing in the region. And we've known for a long time that Russia is conducting these jamming operations, but we didn't know exactly what building they were emanating from, nor how it was being conducted and which piece of equipment was responsible for it. But now we are learning that apparently this is the one right here, and it's right at Kaliningrad, and we've learned that thanks to all these secret documents leaking out today. So this is a bombshell revelation, and we're waiting to see some more details about these
Eli.
documents and some more details from the journalists that found them in the first place. So this is a huge
It's
revelation.
crazy.
But moving on to our next article here, this one goes to Max25. We've also gotten some more news today that Finland has become the first NATO country to bring charges against the captain and crew of a Russian Shadow Fleet vessel that had severed underwater cables in the Baltic Sea. And apparently, this one right here is a major move. The Finnish Coast Guard in December 2024 boarded and seized.
I remember the cables getting cut. It was last year about. Yeah. We removed the Finnish Coast Guard in December 2024, boarded and seized the Eagle S oil tanker after the vehicle dragged its anchor through the Baltic Sea for almost 100 kilometers, cutting 5 electricity and telecommunications cables.
Oil tanker after the vessel dragged its anchor through the Baltic Sea for almost 100 kilometers, cutting 5 electricity and telecommunications cables, and the captain and first and second officers, who were first arrested and then set free, provided they did not leave Finland, have now been charged with aggravated vandalism and aggravated interference with telecommunications, and the trial could start in the next few weeks. So this is a very big deal, like I
Just
mentioned,
federally.
because Finland will be the first country to actually prosecute these individuals for allegedly sabotaging these undersea
I mean, it was
cables.
hopeful.
So if this turns out to be a real deal and
Like,
they actually
could be
prosecute these
like a-
individuals and also convict
Mhm.
them, that could be something which causes another rift between Russia
Yeah.
and the NATO countries.
Every
So we're
room
hearing
upstairs
that
is
right
full.
now. So I'll be
I
very
know.
interested to see how this turns out and how
I
it
know.
turns out for Finland as a whole.
You
But
look
jumping into
here
our
with
next post here, this
your
one goes to
vision
Military
and-
News Ukraine. We're also
Yeah.
getting some more news today that apparently
Oh my
Russia is
God.
now threatening Moldova yet again with war and loss of sovereignty over their desire to join NATO. And the Secretary of the Security Council of Russia,
But all without
Shoigu, stated that the
breaking-
allegedly negative example of Ukraine
Yeah.
does not stop the reapproachment of the Chisinau regime with NATO, and that these actions lead to the loss of Moldova's sovereignty. So right now we're hearing Shoigu, which is, I thought he had gone away for a while, but apparently he's back. He's now threatening Moldova that they will apparently get their sovereignty taken away and basically invaded by Russia if they try to join NATO. So it sounds like a repeat of the Ukraine situation, and Russia's going full-fledged into it yet again, this time with Moldova. But I'll be honest, at this point, this was pretty much run-of-the-mill for the Russian officials, so nothing too crazy, but once again, Moldova is being threatened. But jumping into our next post here, this one goes to Guy Elster, and we've gotten some big news coming out of the South China Sea about a big screw-up that the Chinese Coast Guard has conducted on their own vessels. But first
Oh,
off,
yeah, I
before
saw
we get
this
to the
earlier.
let's
It was
get to the
crazy.
backstory. Right now we're
They're gonna show it.
hearing that
It's
China's Coast Guard
nuts.
said it took necessary measures to expel Philippine vessels from waters around
It's
Scarborough
open
Shoal
water.
in the South China Sea, and the Coast Guard said in a statement that it monitored and intercepted the Philippine vessels after they ignored warnings and forced them away from the waters in an operation that was
No.
professional, standardized, legitimate, and legal. But I have a plot twist for you. This was not professional, it was not standardized, and it was also completely illegal. As well. And
Yeah.
also, China messed up so bad that they've actually destroyed one of their own vessels in the process of trying to run
Come on,
away
show the
with
video.
vessels from the South China Sea. And this is a blunder of magnificent proportions, and honestly,
Yes,
sounds
it
like
was
instant karma and
crazy.
instant justice. But jumping into our next post here, this one goes to Ocean Defender, and we've gotten our first piece of footage here showing something really bad happening between the Chinese vessels. And we can see here in the post that while attempting to chase and
Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Not my content. I'm just stringing to myself. It's unlisted because I like using YouTube to download videos instead of string to the history. I saw it this morning. Oh, I want to watch that one too. That was interesting. Here. Chinese Coast Guard. This is it right here. The sun. So this is the Chinese Coast Guard vessel that was chasing away this Filipino fishing vessel. And there's a big destroyer, it looks like. Using a water cannon. And then, wait for it, boom, they run into their own destroyer. Talk about the Chinese being great at everything. And Philippines was nice enough to offer them assistance in rescuing people, men overboard, whatnot.
corner a patrol boat with the Philippine Coast Guard. Apparently, a ship with the China Coast Guard collided with a Type 52 destroyer
Crazy.
of the Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy, and the incident reportedly caused substantial damage to the CCG vessel, rendering it unseaworthy, with offers of assistance by the Philippine Coast Guard being ignored by the Chinese. So after the Chinese Coast Guard rammed their own vessels, the Philippine Coast Guard, which was the ones being harassed by the Chinese vessels that just got damaged severely, they turned around and tried to help the Chinese vessels, and then they got ignored completely. So So this was a embarrassing blunder all the way around. So let's take a look at the footage here and see the Coast Guard vessels of China ramming into each other and destroying one of their ships. And there you can see it. Holy crap. There was a destroyer. That vessel you just saw coming into frame right there was a Chinese People's Army Navy destroyer that was literally crossing over the bow of the Chinese Coast Guard vessel, and the guy filming here is on the Philippine vessel. So as you can see, this was bad right here. It looks like that destroyer rammed and just cut straight through the front of that Chinese Coast Guard vessel, and this right here is a big blunder. While they were trying to harass the Philippine vessels,
I mean, that
literally destroyed
ship
their
got
own.
crushed.
So, once again, it is embarrassing to see for the Chinese right there, and that is quite remarkable to see, and also instant karma as well for those Chinese vessels.
Monster.
Moving into our next post here, we got some more footage here showing this incident, so let's take a look. So as you can see, that clearly says China Coast
Oh
Guard
yeah, the
on
after.
that vessel, and this was the one involved in that collision.
Look,
And
it's
that
so
bow
smashed.
Does not look right. That looks like it's been crumpled in like a tin can.
Mm.
And you can see they're on the deck trying to survey the damage. Look at that. I mean, that is some bad damage right there. That vessel has been basically destroyed. The front of the bow has been completely crumpled in.
They're not fixing
And
that.
destroyer is built like a tank because
They
the
are not
vessel
fixing
got
that.
jacked up, but the destroyer apparently just took off into the wild blue sea out here. So this right here is no good. It's surprising it didn't sink. It looks like it's still afloat. Maybe it might sink, but it's hard to tell. But that is some severe damage right there being filmed here from this Philippine vessel right after these Chinese vessels got done harassing them. So quite crazy to see. And also in our next post here, we've gotten some up-close pictures of this incident. There is the Chinese Coast Guard vessel.
Oh,
The front of it
geez.
just, like completely caved in. It looks like Play-Doh or something. This is crazy. I've never seen anything like that with a ship being cracked like that. But as you can see right here, there's another angle of the destroyer going past it. And I mean, this is just like there's really no
It
words.
sideswiped.
This is
It was a
embarrassing to
T-bone
see.
in water
Stop
T-bone.
harassing vessels, and maybe this won't happen. Maybe that'll fix
Yeah,
the
they weren't
issue.
paying
Maybe
attention.
Stop harassing people in the South China Sea. But anyways, that is all the news on that whole situation right there. And moving on to our next article here, this one goes to Polymarket Intel, and we've also gotten some embarrassing news out of Iran as well, because right now the Iranian president is on TV begging for help as there's a major water crisis breaking out across Iran. And we can see here the Iranian president says, "We are facing a severe, unimaginable water crisis, and if anyone has a solution, they should come forward. And sadly, we have no option but to shut off the water." So Iran is having a very bad crisis right now. Apparently, they are out of water across their country, especially in Tehran, and this is going to cause a humanitarian crisis as well. So the Iranian president is freaking out. He's not sure how to handle this, and that is the situation. But we also have more news here in our next post, which goes to Clash Report, that the Iranian president went even further and started begging on national television. He said, "We don't have water, and we don't have water under our feet, and we don't have water behind the dam, and tell me what to do," he says. He said, "Someone come and tell me what I should do." So you'll rarely ever hear a president ever saying that they don't know what to do. So clearly this guy's in a fit right here while he has the
Oh, nobody's helping him.
head right here on the wall, and the Ayatollah is missing. The Ayatollah is not weighing into the situation at all because he can't have his hands dirtied by this whole situation with the water crisis. So he's got the president out here begging.
He's probably
to
dead.
everybody, basically begging to enemies, begging to friends.
The Ayatollah, the religious leader of Iran, the crazy guy. Nah, he's been hiding in his bunker ever since the Israel-Iran conflict. He came out once, then went right back in, getting high. Yeah, he just smokes a sheesh all day because he's old and falling apart.
The water reservoir near Tehran.
That's what they
There's no
got.
water left in that reservoir. Like, this is actually a serious problem, and it looks like these citizens of Iran are going to be out of water until the Iranians find a way to get more water into their area. So I'm not sure really what has led to this, to be honest with you, but it looks like they're creating a huge crisis that someone's going to have to help them out with. Maybe if Iran would stop fighting with everybody, maybe they could get some help from somebody. But right now, they are on their own. But moving into our next post here, this one goes to Conflict Radar. And also, we've gotten another crisis, this time out of Iraq, because while Iran's having their water problem, we're also hearing that Iraq's electricity ministry says it's operating in full emergency mode to restore power within hours, and the electricity ministry urges cutting unnecessary electricity use amid high temperatures. So we are seeing here apparently a full-scale power outage across Iraq, and we're being told it's due to high temperatures, but we're really not sure why this is the case. But Iraq is
This
taking
was
the power usage as they can because they are completely running out of power due to some issues with the grid. So not good for Iraq and not good for Iran either. But moving moving into our next
Eesh.
post here, this one goes to Insider Paper. And we have some news coming out about India. Right now we're hearing that Air India is to suspend Washington flights from September the 1st. And I'll be honest, I'm not really sure what's causing this either. I can only assume it's because of the tensions between the U.S. officials and the Indian government that maybe they're doing this, but we're really not sure. But right now we're hearing that Air India is apparently, at least allegedly, going to suspend their flights from September the 1st to Washington. So
I'm waiting for the Indian-Pakistan war. It's gonna happen again soon.
About why this is the case.
It's gonna
But with
fully
that, folks,
blow.
that's actually our last piece of news of the video. So before you go, smack the like button if you found the video informative, and also subscribe to the
Hey,
channel as well.
the
to get more
enforcer.
updates just like this one in real time. And also, by the way, thank you all for watching this point in the video. If you've watched to this point, go down to the comments below and put LSA, the 3 letters LSA, to let us know that you watched the video to this point. And also, by the way, if you want to support the channel financially, you can do so on our Patreon page, and the link is in the description below for our Patreon, where you can sign up for a monthly subscription, and it can be as little as $5 a month. Any amount helps the channel tremendously, and we appreciate that support very, very much. And we will see you all tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern on our next Nightly War News stream. And with that, bye-bye for now.
Crazy. Okay, with this one, the North Koreans.
Yachting in a criminal charge.
One American woman funneled 17 million to North Korea.
Arizona resident Christina Chapman takes what may be one of the longest walks of her life, trailed by a documentary crew. She's going to court for sentencing after pleading guilty to criminal charges including wire fraud and identity theft.
Ms. Chapman, I'm Evan Watson with CNN. Did you know that you were working with North Koreans?
U.S. law enforcement says Chapman ran laptop farms for North Korea.
She was involved with an extremely dangerous and serious and sophisticated criminal scheme in which individuals were directed by the government of North Korea to apply for information technology jobs to make it appear that they were either US-based workers or workers in third-party countries that were not sanctioned.
Hi everybody, TikTok fam.
Chapman documented her life extensively on TikTok, from poverty in 2021
I'm classified as homeless in Minnesota.
to 2 years later when she had a new job in what she described as the computer business. It allowed her to rent this house in Arizona.
I start at 5:30, go straight to my office, which is the next door away from my bedroom.
And in September 2023, Chapman took a trip to Japan.
I am currently in Japan, which is crazy.
But the next month, the FBI raided Chapman's house, seizing more than 90 laptops and accusing her of helping North Koreans use stolen and purchased U.S. identities to get remote IT worker jobs at more than 300 U.S. companies, earning North Korea more than $17 million, including at least $75,000 that the shoe giant Nike paid unwittingly to a North Korean employee. Authorities say
Oh, Nike's gotta check it out.
an investigation following the incident.
Why is this case?
I wonder.
It's funneling money back to North Korea, which is sanctioned for
I
its
wonder if
nuclear
Nike
weapons
found
program.
anything.
So in other words, we are resourcing one of the most hostile nations in the world, funding their weapons program.
Yeah.
How much of a risk are these North Korean fake IT worker schemes to American companies?
Extraordinary. We've had examples where intellectual property rights are stolen, confidential company information is stolen. We've even had cases where some of these North Korean IT workers extort the company whose data they're stealing.
If you post remote software engineering jobs and those positions are listed on a site like Indeed, I can guarantee you are fielding resumes from North Korea.
Brian
Probably.
Jack knows firsthand. Last year, his company unwittingly hired a North Korean and only discovered something was wrong when the individual tried to install malware onto a laptop the company shipped him.
If you don't know what to look for, you're very likely going to get scammed, or in a lot of cases, have already been scammed.
Now he says his teams are experts on spotting North Korean job applicants.
In the last year, I know of and have looked at least 100 North Korean resumes.
Jack says the North Koreans flood job application sites with fake profiles. They often use similar, generic names and almost identical job and educational experience.
Walmart, University
They
of
also use
Singapore.
AI-generated photos and even AI face filters,
Like, are
Yep.
you using something to like change your camera view?
such as this one, where the man on the left used a Caucasian filter to hide his identity in an online job interview.
I can see that you're using.
I mean,
some
that's
kind of
poorly.
But in some cases, they show their real faces.
Yeah, actually, I can commute to the office once a month, once a quarter.
Totally, I have 6 years of experience working as a fully remote engineer.
I can join your team immediately.
This is an instruction manual by them for them.
This is an instruction guide, a manual for how to create a fake ID.
Specifically for US. And you're gonna see
IT security expert Michael Barnhart has been collecting evidence that the North Koreans accidentally share.
We've seen their chats, we've seen their emails, we've seen their faces.
Photos taken
Not
by
very
North
smart.
Koreans in the office, yachting in a Chinese border region, and holding North Korean flags at a youth sporting event in far eastern Russia.
And they've got everything documented. Their SOPs are there. They're saying
Barnhart is a U.S. Army veteran who deployed to Iraq as a teenager. Today, he focuses on North Korean cyber threats.
You tattoo yourself for each North Korean group that you manage to...
Apparently I am. Apparently I'm on the docket for that.
That's a North Korean hacker group?
Yeah, yes sir.
He works with a group of self-proclaimed misfits and cybersecurity experts who expose false North Korean profiles. They gave CNN exclusive access to data sets that include the North Koreans' Google searches.
They're looking for the word remote. They're looking for the word developer.
Revealing how they pull off the scheme by downloading VPNs, remote working software, and using Google Translate to help set up job interviews.
So when will I do a tech interview?
In some cases, even leveraging ChatGPT to try to fit in with American society. Asking questions like, I want to know about American football, and when is lunchtime in the USA? The Department of Justice estimates the fake IT worker scheme earns North Korea $225 to $600 million a year.
Overseas criminal organizations view Americans as their own personal piggy bank. We can't let that happen.
North Korea's foreign ministry responded to the U.S. prosecutions, calling them a smear campaign and the fabrication of cyber drama. U.S. law enforcement can't physically catch North Koreans,
I was working remotely most of the time.
believed to be running their schemes out of China and Russia. But American laptop farmers are a different story.
These schemes always happen with US-based facilitators, whether they're financial facilitators allowing their bank accounts to be used, whether they're hosting laptop farms, or whether they're helping create or sell false identities.
Do you have any message for North Korea?
After pleading guilty to 3 criminal charges, Christina
She's
Chapman
out of breath.
expressed remorse in court, saying she first took the job to support
Oh, maybe some jail time will
and she
make her
requested psychological counseling. Her prosecution is a warning to corporate America about the North Korean
get into
threat
shape.
that can come with every job application.
Great. Yeah, but that was interesting. Da, da, da. Oh yeah, what's going on? Oh, this is 43 minutes. Watch that 8. Yeah, there's a plant explosion too.
I was actually sitting at my register. It was,
Pittsburgh.
We were just getting ready to, we were just opening, I should say. So we weren't busy yet.
And tonight, some people who live near the Coke plant say they are unnerved. A lot of them tell Shelley Bortz they felt the rumbling and heard the boom.
coke plant. Okay. So they're coal. They do coal to coke.
Sending shockwaves through the community with news of the injured.
My prayers are with all of, the family, the people that are impacted by it.
Deanna Forkey manages Hometown Burgers and Deli located steps away from the U.S. Clairton Coke Works plant. She was getting ready to open the restaurant for the day when she heard a loud explosion.
So I was actually sitting at the counter kind of looking out the window, and I heard a loud bang.
She tells us that's not uncommon to hear, being located right next door to the plant. But when the front door blew open, she knew this time was different.
That's all I could see out the window was black smoke. So it was very dark.
The explosion sent black smoke billowing into the air that could be seen for miles. Down the road in Glassport, people describe the terror of hearing and feeling the explosion.
I was sitting in my home office and I felt my house shake.
Sandy Lawson's
I believe
thoughts
that.
turned to the people who were injured. Concern then set in for her own safety.
I'm hoping that there's no chemicals coming our way. It's
Just coal
air
dust.
quality that I'm more concerned about.
Gary Pizzuto was working nearby when he heard a continuous stream of emergency sirens. When he stepped outside to take a look, he says his heart skipped a beat as he knew the enormity of what happened.
When I seen all the helicopters coming in, 3 or 4 of them coming in and landing down at the mill.
Sad. And there was a shooting in August. Austin, Texas.
Continuing to track the breaking news out of
Strange.
Texas. A reported shooting at a local Target there. Here is the scene right now that we can show you where the photographer had to step back just a little bit. They were in the Target parking lot a moment ago, but now it looks like they are across the street from this scene, and the earliest report was that 4 were injured in this shooting, and now still very fluid right now, and especially during these breaking news times, the numbers can definitely change, and we will continue to update you here on this matter right now. But again, a very fluid situation that is happening at this Austin, Texas Target, and there was an active manhunt going on where police were giving the update on what the suspect was being accused of here in this shooting. They were saying they were looking for a white male that had khaki shorts on, possibly with a floral Hawaiian shirt. And we are continuing to track this here for you on Live Now from Fox. But again, breaking news at the scene here of this Target. And you can see multiple law enforcement agencies are out and about here in the parking lot. You got a PetSmart there near the Target as well in this strip mall area. But very, very dramatic moments here played out earlier at the Target that we are learning of, and this situation continues to be fluid at this time. We are monitoring, though, the breaking news here for you. Still, this is an active scene, and you can see the photographer right now that is continuing to be on the move here as they're trying to just get all of the angles right now to this story. And as soon as we get some officials here, we will pass that along to you. But this we have at least said those were the saying
We're injured.
and warning the public.
Officers are responding to a shooting incident at the Target location at 8601 Research Boulevard. Suspect is described as a white male, possibly wearing khaki shorts, Hawaiian floral shirt. Do not approach.
Of this incident, still at Floral. Call 9 right now for you, and you can see the parking lot right now that continues to be flooded with first responders and local officials there trying to get a grasp on what is going on here. here we go. You could just tell maybe from the body language here of the police that maybe the scene isn't active anymore, or maybe the manhunt isn't still going on, where you're seeing a more relaxed presence from the police. We sometimes always look at that first to see what the body language is of the police officers going on during these breaking news situations. But all right, my producer now saying that there is an update, and we will be passing that along here to you. Just wanted to again point this out to you that very fluid. The numbers can change going sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse during these dynamic breaking news situations. And you're seeing this live look right now of the Target parking lot where first responders have flooded the area. Okay, we are now getting a fresh update from Austin Police Department saying update. Preliminary information, two deceased victims. A suspect has been detained. The scene is still active and the investigation is ongoing at this time. So unfortunately, we are now learning this
Wonder what they're gonna
manhunt suspect, but really have or
they got the suspect.
situation first has been any more people killed, waiting on that.
Who killed?
Fire investigators.
Sad. Pray for their families. It's tough.
And we'll be waiting to get more information.
That is tough. Oh, it's a steel plant. I thought it was a coal plant. Thought you could hide behind the Trump burger. You okay? Grumpy face. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. String to the wrong channel, probably. Which channels it's streaming to?
Are you still doing so?
Okay. Work that. Skip the ads. Anything else interesting happening? This was interesting.
Parents now on the hook for kid chaos. A new ordinance in a South Jersey town says parents and legal guardians must answer for their child's public disturbances should they fail to stop them from committing certain offenses and mayhem. The consequences are hefty.
A town in South Jersey has decided that they have had absolutely enough with teen violence, with youths coming down in large groups or gatherings, as the mayor of Chicago likes to call them, mobbing up and attacking businesses and residents. And essentially, they've passed a law that says, look, if your kid keeps coming to these events and keeps tearing stuff up, keeps attacking people, keeps looting and committing all sorts of crimes, we are going to hold you accountable after they commit a certain number of offenses, because in many of these cases, what the prosecutors have ended up figuring out is that parents end up dropping their children off, their teens, their youth, at these events in order to run amok unsupervised, even if they know they're going to meet up with a group of like 100 teens in order to commit these crimes. And they've seen this time and time again. This is a problem throughout this country on a bunch of different towns in a bunch of different areas. It surrounds regular public events, annual holidays and whatnot, and it's ridiculous and absurd. And now they're deciding to take a step to hold the parents accountable for the actions of their children.
Good.
This is what we're going to
I
talk
thought that was already supposed to be
but before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via
supposed to be a thing.
actualjustice.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Parents could now face fines or even jail time if they fail to stop their children from breaking the law in one South Jersey town. It comes in recent response to recent incidents where large groups of unruly teens cause chaos at public events.
So we've actually touched on this in a previous video on this channel, specifically when it comes to Gloucester Township and how they decided that they were going to cancel their annual festival, Gloucester Township Day, due to the fact that you have mobs of mostly black teens showing up, causing problems, getting into brawls, and of course destroying private property. And
Parents are liable. That's an easy one. Ooh, I love watching these candy making ones. Cherry cola. Or hot marble countertop. Need to holder. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Somehow the issue of Jeffrey Epstein became a Democrat talking point. Well, they blamed Donald Trump for not wanting to release these files.
and the Trump administration finally caved. Trump was acting a little weird and wishy-washy on the issue, but ultimately decided, fine, we're going to start releasing some of this information, some of it being key. Now, the Trump DOJ was instructed to release Ghislaine Maxwell grand jury testimony. Trump said, fine, whatever's credible, let's put it out there. Certainly, Trump is worried about something, calling it a Democrat hoax, but ladies and gentlemen, a judge has rejected the Trump admin request to unseal Ghislaine Maxwell grand jury testimony. This is pretty weird. I don't quite understand the argument they're going to have against Donald Trump now when it's a judge that's blocked this. But guess what? CNN has the polling data. Nobody cares. Indeed, the Epstein story is a dud. And I've explained this over and over again. I want the Epstein stuff released. I want the information. And when I say the stuff released, I'm saying within reason. I think Ro Khanna and Massey have a good take on this. But the story can't go anywhere. Right? There's not going to be any developments. What happened, happened. Are the files there or not?
Yeah.
This is not something that is currently
What all do they have?
developed. A thing happened in the past. We've sat on it for years. So now we're going to be looking at the courts and the files. That's what I mean to say. This is a story that will keep happening in the background. But let's read the news. They say, let me actually refresh this. A federal judge in New York has denied the Trump admin's motion to unseal grand jury testimony from the criminal case against Epstein. Associate Ghislaine Maxwell, the Trump admin was seeking to release materials related to the investigation into Epstein. We know who he is. Following blowback it received from MAGA supporters. Maxwell, a longtime associate of Epstein, is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence for sex trafficking and other offenses.
Maxwell, not Magwell.
With Epstein. In his 31-page opinion, U.S. District Judge Paul Engelmeyer of the Southern District of New York criticized the Department of Justice for using demonstrably false reasoning to justify the release of the grand jury testimony. The transcripts would not reveal new information of any consequence about Epstein and Maxwell's crimes, according to Judge Engelmeyer, who suggested the Trump administration push to release documents might be an intentional diversion. Its entire premise that the Maxwell grand jury materials would bring light to meaningful new information about Epstein and Maxwell's crimes, or the government's investigation into them, is demonstrably false. Wait, what? No, Trump has maintained there's nothing there. The Trump DOJ said they don't have anything on Epstein, and Epstein killed himself, and there's no client list. And there was a backlash. So Trump said, fine, we're going to release the grand jury testimony. We'll start there. And the judge is saying, no, there's nothing here. That's what the Trump admin was saying.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? This is weird. Engelmeyer wrote the transcripts contain material already in the public record and lack any first-hand information about Epstein and Maxwell's crimes. The records had identified...
Yeah, it's weird. This is strange.
Had adult contact with a minor, mention any clients, shed light on their methods, or provide new information about Epstein's death. That is what the FBI said. And they got roasted for it, and now a judge is blocking it. Maybe the real play was Trump knew they would never let this information out, so now you can't blame him. Trump ordered it released, and a judge blocked it. Insofar as the motion to unseal implies that the grand jury materials are an untapped mine load of undisclosed information about Epstein or Maxwell, blah, blah, blah. You know what? I'm done. You know why? Because I know you don't care. Because Harry Anton at CNN has the story. No one cares. I'm going to play the video for you. Before we do, my friends, please join the Timcast Discord server. In this AI takeover world, community is the resistance.
Yep.
AI automation, it's nightmarish. I was trying to order Chipotle. They got my order wrong. DoorDash only has a chat service. There's no phone number to call. And Chipotle, when you call the phone, a robot talks to you and straight up told me, 10 minutes nonstop, there's no one who will answer the phone for you. In this world, as they're trying to have robots take over, community is everything. So join our Discord server at timcast.com. Now let's go back to the news. Here's the story. Let's roll tape.
I would say that this is, from at least a political point of view, quickly turning into a dud of a story. What am I talking about here?
Which is wild.
Which is wild.
This has been for 3 weeks.
Exactly. Take a look here. Google searches for Epstein down 89% versus just 3 weeks ago, falling through the floor. It is no longer the top term searched alongside Donald Trump's name. That's been trading off between Taros and Vladimir Putin, with obviously the meeting coming up later this week. But at this particular point, the American
Do people not understand what tariff is?
something of a nothing burger.
So out of sight, out of mind, maybe is applying here a little bit.
Wow.
But has it impacted? Have you seen numbers that have impacted fact this has impacted Trump's popularity, favorability, anything?
No, not really. I mean, take a look here. Let's take a look at the overall numbers. Trump's approval rating in July of 2025 was 45%. It's still well within that margin of error here at 44%. And you compare that to where he was in his first term at this point. He was at 37%. So he's 7 points higher, very much in a different political universe now, significantly higher in terms of his
That's pretty
overall
cool.
approval rating than he was at this point. In his first
Interesting.
term. And more than that, among Republicans, his approval rating is near a record high, hovering right at about that 90% mark. So no, he hasn't lost any of that base. And when it comes to that center of the electorate, he's basically holding on there. And his overall approval rating, 44%, is pretty gosh darn good for him considering where he was at this point in term number 1.
What do you think is behind it? Why there hasn't been more movement?
Yeah, why hasn't there been more movement? I think this is pretty simple. Take a look here. Nation's top issue is the Epstein case. This is the number of respondents. This isn't the percentage of respondents. This is the number of respondents. In our last CNN poll, look at this. 0 respondents said that the Epstein case was the top issue. How about among independents? 0 independents said that. And among Republicans, and therefore overall, just a single one. So yes, there used to be a lot of interest in this story, but the bottom line is that even amongst those who had high interest in this story, it wasn't something that they thought was all that important. And as I said at the beginning, the interest in this story has fallen off the table.
Which also, when you look at this and you compare it to just the attention that Capitol Hill was
Trump's
giving,
scary.
Donald Trump supporters were giving it, congressional committees were giving it, it is incongruous.
I would just say this: Donald Trump
Oh, was
has some of
somebody
the best
calling me?
political instincts of any politician I
Should
know.
maybe get a
On this
phone call?
particular issue, you well because he has been saying, you know what, this is not an issue, and it turns out that the American public actually seem to agree with him.
He's right.
If you dream it,
Probably.
He's right, and I know a lot of people are going to get mad about this, but for those that are diehards on the Epstein story and want to know what's going on, first, let me just say I agree with you. I feel you. We know this Epstein stuff is cream
It's
of the
weird.
crop, top of the top, deep psyop, intel, manipulation, all of this stuff. We know that there's strong likelihood of CIA, Mossad, MI6. Who knows? Who knows? But here's the thing. I know you're going to get mad, guys, because I know those that clicked on this and watched this video care about it. Come back tomorrow and take a look how many views this video gets compared to the other videos, and what will you see? I'm telling you right now, this video will likely get substantially less viewership than the other videos that I put out.
Yeah, probably.
Some might ask, because this is important. Donald Trump moved to release Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell testimony, saying, let's give you more information. A judge said no and is lying. We know Cash, Dan, and Pam said, there's nothing to see here. Everybody move along. Everybody gets mad. The judge is now claiming that the Trump admin is acting to the inverse, that this is a trove of untapped information. No, Trump's literally said there's nothing here, so let's release it. Now, the question for the judge is, if it's true there's nothing there and it's already in the public domain, why can't you release it?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. I think this story is important, and I want to stay on top of it. But I'm going to tell you this, guys. Trump's got some of the best political instincts. Harry Enton nailed it. Trump knows this will not track with the average person who says, I don't know Epstein, I don't know Maxwell, I don't know what this story means. And if that's the case, Trump's not earning any brownie points. He's not going to be winning any midterm congressional seats by doing this. You're going to get the libertarian and the Politico vote. Luke Rudkowski is going to be banging on the table screaming, we want the information. But Joe the plumber, figuratively, not literally, because that's actually a guy they call Joe, I'm saying your run-of-the-mill working-class guy is going, I don't know, I might have heard of that.
Yeah.
But you know what he's going to be saying? He's going to be saying, hey, man, my gas is too expensive. He's going to be saying, hey, what's going on with my factory? They were trying to shut my factory down.
Yeah,
because
there's
my
other
company
important
is moving
problems.
these jobs to Mexico. Trump's going to say tariffs. That's what people are going to pay attention to. So for everybody who deeply cares about this, I'll say it again, man, you're right to. It's important. The way the world
It
works
is.
should not be the way these people were doing it. And it is nightmarish.
And yeah, sick what they were doing.
I will put out this story, even if the views aren't good. But what I'm trying to tell you guys, Trump isn't going to play that game PR-wise. And you can tell, again, come back tomorrow, come back next week. I will be pleasantly surprised if this video that I do today gets massive viewership. That would be incredible.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
it's got a decent amount.
I'm glad you do. I do. But I think most people don't. I'll leave it there. Smash the like button, share the show. Stay tuned. We got more to come, and we'll see you all in the next segment.
Sahar, 40-minute video. And who's done entire anti-Israel room with proof Hamas steals aid from Gazans. Yeah, we can watch it. Let's see what he has to say.
Let's watch.
Good afternoon. I'm glad you came here because I'd like to take the opportunity to puncture the lies and tell the truth. The truth is that Hamas still has thousands of armed terrorists in Gaza. It vows to repeat the savagery of the October 7th massacre and to do so again and again and again. It openly professes its goal to destroy the state of Israel. It subjugates Gazans. It steals their foods. It shoots them when they try to move to safe zones. And I think it's instructive that now many Gazans are fighting back. They're begging us, they're begging the world, free us, and free Gaza from Hamas. No nation can accept a genocidal terrorist organization, an organization committed to its annihilation, a stone's throw from its citizens. Our goal is not to occupy Gaza. Our goal is to free Gaza, free it from Hamas terrorists. The war can end tomorrow if Gaza, or rather if Hamas lays down its arms and releases all the remaining hostages.
In case this wasn't clear, this was the objective since the beginning. Hamas must surrender and the hostages must be released. They have the opportunity to end the war today.
Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will have overriding security responsibility. A security zone will be established on Gaza's border with Israel to prevent future terrorist incursions. A civilian administration will be established in Gaza that will seek to live in peace with Israel. That's our plan for the day after Hamas, and let me summarize it. 5 principles for concluding the war. 1, Hamas disarmed. 2nd, all hostages freed. 3rd, Gaza demilitarized. 4th, Israel has overriding security control. And 5, non-Israeli peaceful civilian administration. By that I mean a civilian administration that doesn't educate its children for terror,
Agreed.
doesn't pay terrorists, and doesn't launch terrorist attacks against Israel. Overriding security control. And 5, non-Israeli peaceful civilian administration. By that I mean a civilian administration that doesn't educate its children for terror, doesn't pay terrorists, and doesn't launch terrorist attacks.
Yeah, probably.
That's what we want to see in Gaza.
Agreed.
So it's neither Hamas.
I'm good. I'm full.
That's our plan. Given Hamas's refusal to lay down its arms, Israel has no choice but to finish the job and complete the defeat of Hamas. Now, we've done a great deal. We have about 70 to 75% of Gaza under Israeli control, military control. But we have 2 remaining strongholds, okay? These are Gaza City,
I can hold her.
central camps in the Muasir. That's roughly schematically presented here, but it's fairly accurate. Last Thursday, Israel's Security Cabinet, instructed the IDF to dismantle the 2 remaining Hamas strongholds in Gaza City and the central camps. Contrary to false claims, this is the best way to end the war and the best way to end it speedily. We will do so by first enabling the civilian population to safely leave the combat areas to designated safe zones. In these safe zones, they'll be given ample food, water, and medical care, as we've done before. And again, contrary to false claims, our policy throughout the war has been to prevent the humanitarian crisis, while
good.
our policy has been to create it. Since the beginning of the war, Israel has let in close to 2 million tons of aid.
Wow.
That has enabled such aid to go to the
A lot of
civilian
aid.
population in enemy territory. Now, if we had a starvation policy, no one in Gaza would have survived after 2 years of war. But our policy has been the exact opposite. We let in, as I said, almost 2 million tons of aid and sent millions of text messages, millions of phone calls to Gazans to get out of harm's way.
If you'd like to see the information about the humanitarian aid supplied to Gaza, you can go to COGAT, which is the Coordination of Government Activities.
Yet in the last few months, Hamas has violently looted the aid trucks meant to get to Palestinian civilians. They deliberately created a shortage of supply. And the UN
I believe that.
refused until recently to distribute the thousands of trucks that we led into Gaza through the Kerem Shalom crossing. So our problems, we've had tons of uncollected food rotting on the Gazan side of the border because the UN was and still is unwilling to deliver all of it. Here are the tons and tons and tons of humanitarian aid that Israel let in side of the Kerem Shalom
He's saying, mama.
because it's not distributed. So now
No,
around this obstacle, we are going around it by doing three things. One,
You gotta say mama first. She made the boys say dad first. All the time I was working.
for humanitarian aid distribution.
You gotta say mama.
No, that's showing the problem, not showing the solution. But here it is. First, designating rather safe corridors for aid. You can go, you can drive trucks there, and you'll be safe. Second, increasing the number of safe distribution points managed by the Gazan humanitarian foundations. And three, airdrops. Israeli Air Force, and we're inviting others. The result has been a humanitarian surge.
Wow, they're truly trying to starve the civilians of Gaza if they want to do airdrops and open
Damn.
humanitarian corridors, huh? They truly want to harm
It's good that they've been doing airdrops no matter what some of the news people say. I saw some news saying that the airdrops are causing too much chaos and they need to stop. If you're really trying to get food to people, you have to get it to them however you can. Like, alright. You have to get it to them however you can. Sit up. Sit like a human being. There you go. You don't like it? You don't like sitting like that? Oh. Yep. Big baby poop. You okay? You better now? Belly feel better? Eat, sleep, and poop. What you do? Right? Eat, sleep, and poop. What you do? Okay.
Coordinating with President Trump and his team, and hundreds of trucks have gone in recent days. This is preventing hunger, but it's not prevented the global
Yeah, she's not happy.
that we have all witnessed. So in Gaza, despite Hamas's obstacles, 2 million people now get.
You go to the bathroom. What's up, dude? I'm streaming. Do science. It's printing. We don't have to do any more science right now.
Why?
Because it's printing.
No.
I'm watching a YouTube video real quick. Yeah, I'm just watching on what Mr. Netanyahu has to say, since I haven't really been keeping up with it as much as I was. Well, I mean, just talking about how they're getting aid to people and whatnot, and the reasons, like, basically debunking everything Hamas has said and all the mainstream media people say. Yeah, you can come over if you want, Eli. Mm-hmm. It was Aunt Jess. Just checking to see how everyone is doing. Doing okay. But busy. As soon as say we are doing okay. But busy. Sounds like your timer's up, Eli. He wants to kill the timer. Oh, are you gonna be happy?
Do you not want her back?
I wasn't expecting her back, but that's okay. I know, it's fine.
Don't break my phone, I need it.
Grumpy boy. What? Oh, yeah. She's just hungry. Yes. She wants to go to sleep. Fill that, make a bottle. She's cluster feeding. Looking at everything. What are you doing with that? That's a Gabe toy. Hey, you need to find my flashlight. Because you lost it? I don't know why you lost it. But I would like that back sometime. But I don't know where the bullets are. Yeah, downstairs maybe. I don't know where Gabe keeps them. Okay, back to the video.
Getting access to humanitarian aid. But I'll tell you who isn't. The only ones that are being deliberately starved in Gaza.
Yeah, this is sad.
Are hostages. This is Evyatar David.
Barely giving him any
In
food.
his hand his arm. He's being deliberately starved by these Hamas monsters. And look at the Hamas captor. Look at the difference. He's eating, and he's eating well. The purpose of this news conference is to puncture the lies and spread the truth. But that distortion has been propelled around the earth, almost the way that the Jewish people were maligned in the Middle Ages. Every massacre of the Jewish people was preceded by massive vilification.
All the pictures you're seeing behind are pictures that were used by Western media.
Yeah, these are.
A lot of these children had pre-existing conditions.
Yeah.
They strapped starvation and famine.
I mean, you can research this on your own. A lot of these kids are just being used for the precondition or pre-existing conditions to push the feel sorry for these people agenda. Make them stop so we can become a state, as Hamas wants,
onto their conditions.
so they can run it and run it into the ground like they've been.
We were said to be spreading vermin to Christian societies.
No, you can't use my phone. I mean, I'm using my phone right now. You have mom's phone that you were watching a show on.
And as these lies spread around the globe,
Here, do you want me to put them in?
they were followed by horrific massacres, pogroms, displacements.
Stop chewing on the darts.
Worst massacre of all.
Because they're not chew toys. Look what happened to this one. This one won't work. Throw it out. It's trash now.
Everything that I told you could be verified easily, but it hasn't. And the international press has bought hook, line, and sinker.
No, there's no poop in the trash can.
Hamas forgeries and Hamas.
Oh yeah, just pizza crust, buddy.
Three children. The first one is
Why you pulled that pizza out?
What do you mean why did I throw the pizza out?
That's what he looks like today.
Why?
He has
Why?
genetic disease.
Right, tornado.
Hard to absorb.
Nature. Nature.
So Israel
Tornado.
Osama's travel to Italy, where he got
I only got this tornado. In Portugal.
is Abdul Qadir al-Fayumi. He suffers from a genetic neurological disorder. A degenerative disorder that causes muscle wasting, weakness, and severe weight loss unrelated to nutrition. This was
Okay, dart's ready to shoot.
in fact, he was treated
Don't shoot me.
in 2018.
What's this?
It's a suppressor.
Is this so cool? It's so cool.
The third
Yeah.
Go inside. It got so, it's so powerful.
Yeah, it is pretty powerful. It's because it's a rifle.
Wow! It's big power.
It's a big, powerful rifle. See?
Why? Again.
Well, find more darts so we can fill it up.
Why?
So you can shoot Gabe then.
What's the game?
Yeah, don't you want to shoot Gabe? You have more bullets?
Yeah, I just bitten that arm.
I don't think you have more bullets, buddy.
Why? I'm not buddy.
Yes, you're my buddy. You're my buddy Eli. My buddy Eli.
the most celebrated one. This is a New York Times cover photo. It's on the front page of Muhammad Zakaria Ayub and his mother. Muhammad Zakaria Ayub is suffering from a genetic illness which you're familiar with. It's called cerebral palsy.
Cerebral palsy.
And his brother is
sad.
Famine is not selective, guys. You can't just choose who's starving and who's not starving. Doesn't make sense. The children.
I mean, you can if you're keeping food from people.
Fully fed. They look like they're undernourished. That is why I'm telling you.
Hey. What are you doing, Eli? I don't know where they are. I don't know where Gabe has them kept. I assume they are all downstairs. Go check your room. Maybe you have some upstairs. Alexa, turn the light on in Eli's room. Go look. You need to find them. I cannot get up and look for you right now. Yes, you can. Hey, listen. Put it back in there. Eli, put that back in the console. Go check your room for more Nerf darts. If you want more. Yeah, I didn't check. You might have some. Go look with your eyes and see if you have any upstairs in your room. Alexa, turn the light on in Eli's room. Alexa, turn the light on in Eli's room. There you go. Should be on. Yep, go look. Go look for darts.
When you watch these photos, always take them with a grain of salt. Don't believe everything. The organization that invaded Israel on October 7th and raped women and killed people and butchered them and paraded them and took people hostage, they are liars? What?
Now you can ask me any question you want.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Could you give us, please, a timeline when you expect to conclude the new...
You need the light on in the laundry room to look down there.
If you can give us a few more details about...
You don't need to bring the gun everywhere with you. You can leave that up here so you can use both hands to grab darts.
DHF is going to be involved in this. Thank you.
Alexa, turn the light on in the laundry room. Alexa, turn the light on in the laundry room.
First of all, enable safe zones to be established, facilities
Yeah,
to be...
lights on downstairs. Go look.
The civilian population in Gaza City can move out. As they moved out...
You can leave the gun.
Remember in Rafah? There were 1.4...
And go look for darts, bullets.
People said they can't,
Okay.
They have nowhere to go and they're not going to move out. It took us, I think, about 8 days or 6 days to move them, and they all moved. There were practically no civilian casualties because they all left. And they went to the Moasi area that I showed you before on the map. We think we can achieve...
I'm really tired. I need a drink. Looking for darts.
That safeguards the civilian population, at the same time enables us to go at the last stronghold, the most important stronghold of Hamas, which we haven't done so up to the war. I mean, we've been there, but we haven't taken it as a goal to dismantle the Hamas stronghold there. We do now. I don't want to talk about exact timetables, but we're talking in terms of fairly short timetable. Because
I'm glad Israel's finally taking the step of finishing a freaking war. We're always stopped and paused.
Paused in the middle of it.
Before we can actually defeat our enemy. I'm glad this is taking place.
We want to bring the war to an end. This is how we bring the war to an end. As far as the surge is concerned, we're talking to the U.S. about additional measures, but we haven't waited. Because what we're doing, as I said, is designate safe corridors, allow and expand the GHF distribution points, and we're trying to bring in more resources, hope to recruit some international organizations, maybe, God willing, the UN, if they ever decide to actually do something for the Palestinian people that doesn't go through Hamas. And third, increase the airdrops. The airdrops are important, but they're not the most important. The most important...
Do you need me to blow that up?
...routes that bring aid, a surge of aid to the Palestinian population. As far as we can, without letting Hamas loot it.
Okay, I'll blow it up. Hang on, I'm gonna mute the microphone. Let me see it. There's a hole in it.
I passed it. See what?
Yeah, just because you're holding it doesn't mean it's gonna hold air.
But my bingo can work.
The hammer's not gonna work for long.
My sticky tape can work.
Sticky tape cannot work. You need a patch kit for that.
Yeah, Papa's have one. Papa's have a
There's probably one in the box.
Papa's has a pop. Papa's has
Patch.
Papa's has a pack.
Well, he probably does. He probably has a bunch of patch kits.
And other says, no person that would work. Don't get that food. Other says, I mean, I just bought it. I thought it.
Prime Minister, two questions. Firstly, why is Israel not allowing foreign journalists into Gaza to report independently? And second,
That's a question that Piers Morgan has been asking for
Yeah, for a long time.
months. Let's see what the response is going to be.
secondly, President
Very
Trump
long
said
time.
there is
Been asking
real
that question, Pierce.
starvation in Gaza. Do you disagree?
Yeah, on the first question, in fact, we have decided and I've ordered, directed the military to bring in foreign journalists, more foreign journalists, a lot. The problem of assuring security, I think it can be done in a way that is responsible and careful to preserve. So the directive, since when is it? 2 days ago. From what you're telling me, it hasn't yet been implemented, but it should be. Because I think you should see it. And one of the things you're going to see is precisely our efforts to bring in Gazans, to bring in rather food to Gaza. You'll see the trucks that have been entered Gaza and are still waiting to be distributed. You'll see Gazans who are fighting Hamas. You know, we haven't seen it since the beginning of the war. You know, and that's a reflection of the fact that they know that we're approaching the end stage. And these people are, you know, risking their lives and their families, but they say we can't take it anymore, and they fight back. And the other thing you'll see is physical destruction. And the physical destruction is not because Israel is destroying structures with people in there. That's not what's happening. Israel, in fact, is clearing the population as a rocket. But the Hamas terrorists who may stay in those areas booby-trap just about every single building. Not every single building, but a lot of them. And every road, and every street, and every junction, every intersection. So one of the things that we do is we place basically old APC, armored personnel carriers, with tons of explosives, and we detonate them, and they set off all the booby traps. That's why you see the destruction.
Hamas simply cleared the civilian population. They booby-trapped nearly
Big
every
booms.
single house.
This is all the
because
booby
they know
trap.
the soldiers are doing a thorough job, and they're going house to house to look for Hamas members and Hamas infrastructure. And as soon as they get there, they detonate it. So a lot of the destruction in Gaza is because of Hamas, not because of Israel solely.
And we do similar things in the tunnels.
Some of
The
it's
tunnels,
because of Israel.
these terror tunnels. We, you know, put TNT in them, and we detonate that after people have left. But they're under buildings, so the buildings collapse. That's why you see destruction. You see destruction not because we go after civilian populated areas, but in fact areas that have been cleared of civilians and are still rife with terrorists. And that's how we've been able to reduce actually the civilian casualties and increase, of course, the...
I mean, it's not far-fetched. I don't know why people have a hard time believing it. They want to see Israel as the complete bad guy, I guess. But who knows? Don't understand why it's so much hate for these people.
terrorist casualties. I very much appreciate President Trump's support through this entire seven-front war, his magnificent cooperation in the battle to stop the existential threat from Iran, his support throughout, and his support now. He says two things. He says all 20 hostages have to be released, and he says Hamas should not be there. He recognized the fact that there
Yeah,
have been
I
deprivations
think everybody should agree on that.
caused by Hamas. Hamas has been the cause of that. And what we have to do is overcome it. So we're working together to overcome it.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Is Israel working, proceeding in the belief, in the understanding that it can and will recover all 20 hostages alive militarily? Or is it proceeding in the belief or understanding that conditions of their captivity, Hamas strategy, will make that impossible?
Look,
Question.
my goal is to get all of the 20 out alive and also all the ones who are not alive. In the beginning of the war, we were told by a very senior
Believe the reason that they're really after the dead bodies, especially if they're Jewish, it's for burial. They have to all their remains have to be buried. So like even when like suicide bombers and that stuff happened over the years, they collected all the remains from the bombing to bury the entire person. So nothing can be left out in a Jewish burial.
commander. He said, look, we have to get used to the idea that we're not going to see even one of them alive. And I disagreed. I said, we'll get most and possibly all of them if we apply judiciously both military pressure and political, diplomatic pressure. So far, out of 255 hostages, we got 205 out, of which 148 are alive. 148 are alive. We have 20 living ones left in the Hamas captivity, and 30 who are not alive, as I said before. If we don't do anything, we're not going to get them out. The option of
That's true. True statement.
doing a war of attrition from defensive positions has not proved itself, and I think it will just it won't get them out, but I think it will draw us into a protracted conflict that doesn't bring the war to an end. The move that I'm talking about, I think, has the possibility of getting them out. We're talking about how to. I don't want to go into details, but how to get the remaining hostages alive as we close in on.
Yeah, it took them long enough.
There are various ways that I think, creative ways that this can be done, but again, I won't go into that now.
Thank you, Prime Minister. 2 questions, please. You've just shown the horrific photo of Eviatar David, who's kept hostage in Gaza.
Hang on, kid
We
got
know
home.
that the hostage.
Back and ready for more action. Right, Eli? He's making snowmen. A snowman have some dragon in its bellies. Snowman having some dragons. Or for lunch, a cannibal snowman. I'll have some coffee.
Me, what's your name? What's your mom? Let's say right.
What?
What about the dragon? What about the dragon?
What about the dragons?
Pass, you have to print them.
I'm printing a dragon. There's a dragon currently printing on the printer. Oh, it's 8 o'clock, so I'm gonna watch a little bit of YouTube. I can keep about chat over here. I'll start late.
His days are numbered. So how will prolonging the war bring them home? And second question, you stated that Gaza would be passed to civilian governance that is not Hamas and not the Palestinian Authority. Can you specifically identify who this civilian governance would be? Do you have any concrete entities or individuals in mind? And is there a timeline for establishing this administration?
Yeah, well, I don't want to prolong the war. I want to end the war. And I think the other suggestions would have prolonged it. We may have gotten maybe a dripping of hostages, even though Hamas showed no willingness to do that. And then they just go on and on and on, and we'd have this endless. Unless you are willing to just say, Israel, capitulate, go out. And even then, I don't think we'll get all the hostages.
Yeah.
If we capitulate, it means that Hamas will rearm, regroup, and carry out all the threats that it openly professes every day, by the way.
They will, because it says it will.
Right now, by signing a deal with Hamas, just like I don't know why we signed a deal before, but they know it is perfectly legitimate to invade Israel again, to do their attacks again. They know that the world
They don't really get much from the world when they do that. I think there are people on the streets celebrating, if I remember correctly, right? There were people celebrating that innocents died in Israel on the 7th. Honestly, I can't believe it's been 2 years. Hey, be careful up there. You're getting up too high.
By force. Soldiers didn't die for no reason in the Gaza Strip.
Mhm.
Their blood is not worth less than the hostages.
Yeah, that's another point of view.
No, they died for a reason. They died for a cause. We have to finish the war once and for all. Let us dismantle Hamas and Islamic Jihad.
Every day they say, we're going to do the October 7th massacre again and again, and we're going to destroy the state of Israel. You can't leave them there.
You can't.
So
I agree.
we're not going to do that. So my goal is not to prolong the war. My goal is to end the war. And I think that prolonging the war means that many of them could be starved to death. That's exactly the point. I don't want that. As far as the specific partners for the civil governance, of Hamas were actually, I think the 5 principles are generally widely accepted. And it's instructive that some of the Arab countries, quite a few of them actually, said that Hamas has to be disarmed. I think this is the starting point. And look at what is happening in Lebanon as a result of our action. The Lebanese government, the new Lebanese government, is talking about disarming Hezbollah. You know, who would have believed it?
Right.
Some of us did. I did. And that's changing the Middle East, as I promised. The war. I think that this case,
All right, I can't talk. So 15 minutes of silence.
effort to basically end the war by defeating Hamas, its remaining stronghold, there are several candidates. There are several candidates talking about it. And it's a transitional period, it's a transitional authority. It's going to be there because we don't want to, contrary to what I said, we want a security belt, but right next to our border, but we don't want to stay in Gaza. That's not our purpose. At least not my purpose, and I openly state, including to those who disagree with me, and there are some who do. But I think that our goal is to make sure that Hamas isn't there, and that what replaces Hamas does not educate for terrorism, pay for terrorism, launch terrorism, but is willing to live in peace. There are candidates. I don't want to spoil the chances of succeeding here because I think they're real, but they're real providing we finish the job.
Israel should annex the Gaza Strip and control it security-wise, so October 7th doesn't happen again. It was way more peaceful when Israel controlled it before 2005 than after 2005. Countless rockets. I believe Israel should control the Gaza Strip security-wise.
And no one's going to go in there if we don't finish the job. We can talk about the day after until eternity. No one's going to go in there unless we finish Hamas, and we're able to finish Hamas. And we will finish Hamas.
Amen.
Yes, Welt TV Germany. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. So the German Chancellor has once again defended his decision not to send weapons to Israel, which can be used in Gaza. He said a friendship can and must withstand that. From your perspective, what has changed in this relationship?
Look, I respect Friedrich Merz. I think he's been a good friend of Israel, but I think he's buckled under. Buckled under the pressure of false TV reports, the pressure, internal pressure from various groups. And I can say this, and I don't want to talk about him specifically, but I want to say this. Look, maybe some choose to forget October 7th. We will not forget what happened. And we will do whatever it takes to defend our country and defend our people, defend our future.
Exactly.
We will win the war, with or without the support of others. But I think that there's an issue here. And the issue is many leaders tell me, look, we know you're right, but we can't stand, in the face of the public opinion in our country, especially European leaders. They tell me that over and over again. And I say, that is your problem. It is not our problem. It is not our problem. You know, in Munich, everybody celebrated Munich. Everybody celebrated the capitulation in Munich, the Munich Peace Conference, peace in our time. Okay, and everybody lambasted Churchill who opposed it. So what? The difference now is maybe they thought then that there was a real chance for peace by succumbing to the Nazis. But I don't believe anybody seriously thinks that now. And we're facing neo-Nazis. You know,
we're facing literal Nazis. They're not neo-Nazis. They're
Mhm.
literal Nazis. They're even worse than the Nazis. Their ideology is insane, just like the Nazis, quite frankly. But they're looking to not only kill the Jews in Israel, they're looking to expand and kill the Jews worldwide, globalize the Intifada.
Chancellor Merz's predecessor was here, okay? And he, on the first or second day of the war, he was there on the first days of the war. And he told me, he said to me, they're exactly like the Nazis. And they are. And we're not going to leave. We're not going to leave the remainder of the Nazi army, in the equivalent of Berlin. Don't go into Berlin and don't finish off the Nazi army, the German army. Of course not. I mean, that's what people are telling us to do. And I'm not going to do it. and the Israeli people are not going to do it. We're going to do it. And we have enough criticism within, but the majority of the people, if you really look at it, the majority of the people say that's a result we can't afford if we want to live here. So we're going to do what we need to do.
Great.
And I hope that
Can't shake her brain.
Chancellor Merz changes his policy. And you know when he'll change his policy? For sure.
By the way, that pressure is coming from Islamists living in
Go
Germany.
sit over there. Don't
pressuring,
mess with this baby.
the leaders, just like in the UK, with all of the
I
people
saw
that
him
are
like
scary
big bad
little
wolf.
racists.
He was like
All of
gonna
this.
eat
It's the
foot.
same in Germany, same in other places in Europe.
Thank you, Prime Minister. You talked about the 7-front battle. There's an 8th front, the propaganda war, the information war.
Yeah.
Is Israel winning or losing this war? And
Oh, we're definitely losing the propaganda war. It's not even a question. We're definitely losing the propaganda war. We're always in defense. We're always trying to find answers to specific allegations that are not true. And when we're always on defense all the time, despite the fact we're not guilty, we're not guilty because we try to defend it.
Also, have you spoken with President Trump since the Security Cabinet
Stop
approved
touching
this
that.
plan? If so,
You don't want me to tell Dad what you're doing.
If not, do you plan on speaking with him at some point soon? And is he planning to also come to Israel at some point?
Well, I suggest you ask him that. But I haven't spoken to him since next Thursday. Yes, I intend to speak to him very soon. You asked about, sorry, could you repeat the first part of the question?
The first part was about the propaganda.
The propaganda war? Well, look, no, I think that we've not been winning it, to put it mildly. I think there are vast forces that are arrayed against us. Among other things, the algorithms of the social network that are driving a lot of everything else.
100%.
You know? And people who really know, and they're the foremost people in this field in the world, they're telling me that about 60% of the responses on the social media are bots. They can categorically say they're bots. And they're bots that, you know, especially in America, they want to attack the support that Israel has from the Republican side. So they describe how, you know, themselves as homespun Southerners, except they're riding from Asia somewhere, you know. That's a big issue. We have to contend with it. And we also have to stand up and tell the truth, probably at greater frequency than we're doing now. That's exactly what I'm trying to do now. But again, if you want to win this war, end it speedily. End it speedily. Expose the lies as much as you can. End it speedily, and that's how you win the war. You win the war, the propaganda war, by winning the war and winning the peace. That's the simplest way to do it. And it's about time to do that.
Sky News.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Given what the IPC says is the unfolding spectre of famine in the Gaza Strip, would you accept that your 11-week blockade, complete blockade on Gaza, played a role in that? And also, given the killings that we have seen at the GHF aid sites, how will you guarantee that that kind of disaster will not happen when you have 1 million more people displaced?
You have not been seeing any killings at the GHF centers. You cannot provide a single video footage. But on the IPC reports, they prove otherwise. They prove that 200 people died since October 7th from malnutrition and starvation. And in order for level 5 famine to occur, you need minimum of 60,000 deaths from starvation. That's not even close. 200 people dying from starvation since October 7th is nothing.
Well, number one, the problem that we had was trying to stop Hamas looting. There's no question there was Hamas looting. Everybody saw it. You could see it. Hamas terrorists taking over trucks and so on. We tried to do two things simultaneously. Stop the trucks and bring in the trucks through the GHF distribution points. Okay. It wasn't successful. And it wasn't successful, among other things, because Hamas interdicted also the GHF program, the distribution program. Hamas created the problem.
Well,
and
I want
directed
to
against us.
say,
Starvation policy is completely false. Any more than we have a genocide policy is equally false. Not this, not that.
Good job, Eli.
That texts millions of messages to
When
civilians out of harm's way, giving up the element of surprise, calling them individuals and so forth. Israel is genocide.
What?
But there was
Stop!
So we have to going into Gaza. That's alleviating the situation. Now we want to increase the number of distribution sites.
You definitely
So
can't
it's
just
not-
sit up.
Basically, you answer this problem, or you solve this problem
I can do
by
it.
the law of supply and demand. If you have a lot of supply, if you flood Gaza with food, which some of it will be pilfered, there's no way to get around that, will be looted by Hamas, but you'll have, if enough food reaches the marketplace, so to speak, then you'll see a difference. And you know what the difference is? How do we know for sure there's a difference? Because we monitor, as any one of you could, the price of food in Gaza. It's plummeted. It's plummeted ever since that we decided to take to do the humanitarian surge, and it'll plummet more if other countries join us. So I call on other countries to join in. I actually call them to help persuade the UN to move those trucks, because every truck that goes in brings down the price of food. That's what happens. And when you have no shortage like that, then you don't have also the crowding around distribution points. And by the way, a lot of the firing was done by Hamas, seeking to have response by our forces. And very often they didn't. They held back. They stayed their fire, even though their own lives were on the line. Yeah.
We're done. Thank you, Prime Minister.
We're done? Well, I couldn't resist that one. Who?
Matthew Doran from ABC Australia.
Oh, okay.
Matthew Doran from ABC Australia. You've seen countries such as the UK, Canada, France say that they will support Palestinian statehood in the next short while. You've described that as a reward for Hamas here. Other countries like Australia are also walking down this path, not quite there yet. How much of this is a reward for Hamas, and how much of it is actually countries like those who have repeatedly said Israel does have a right to defend itself, but are now struggling to stomach what your military doing in Gaza?
Well, those who say that Israel has a right to defend itself, but don't exercise that right. When we do that, countries are faced with this genocidal terrorist organization that has performed the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. I think we're actually applying force judiciously, and they know it. They know what right next to Melbourne, or right next to Sydney. You had this horrific attacks. To do it, at least what we're doing, probably maybe not as efficiently and as precisely as we're doing it. But that's the first thing. The second thing you ask is, well, the assumption in this is that the problem that we have with the Palestinians is the absence of a Palestinian state. And if they were given a Palestinian state, they would stop the efforts to destroy the Jewish state. Offered a state many times, including in the partition resolution, and they turned it down. They were offered statehood by my predecessor with lavish, they turned it down. Because the Palestinians are not about a state, they're about destroying a state. Correct. That's why they opposed the Jewish national movement to create a state called Zionism. They opposed it before the inception of the Jewish state, and they've opposed it since. They've opposed it when they had Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, and Gaza in their hold. They didn't say, let's create a state there. They didn't say that. Because again, their goal is the destruction of a state. It defies imagination or understanding how intelligent people around the world, okay, including seasoned diplomats, government leaders, and respected journalists, fall for this absurdity. It's so easy to verify, you know. And look at the PA, okay. Look at the Palestinian National Movement today is divided, okay. Divided between two forces, okay? The Palestinian Authority in Judea and Samaria and Hamas in Gaza, okay? Hamas in Gaza had a de facto state. It had a state. And it used it to launch a war of terror against Israel because their doctrine is that the destruction of Israel should proceed with forceful and direct military and terrorist moves. That's what they did on October 7th. And that's what they'll do again if we don't destroy them. The Palestinian Authority, on the other hand, says no. First, Israel has to be reduced to indefensible boundaries. You got to get them out. with the ICC, with the UN, with the Security Council resolutions, drive them to indefensible boundaries, and then deliver the blow. Because Israel is too strong in its present configuration.
Interesting.
These discussions are open. They're held. Anybody, you don't need Israeli intel for it. Believe me. Okay? You can just scour the web. You'll find it. Okay? So they have no difference about the goal. That's why the Palestinian children in Judea and Samaria, and the Palestinian children, that is the Palestinian children under the PA and the Palestinian children under Hamas, are educated with exactly the same textbooks. That's why the PA calls its public squares against mass killers of Jews. That's why they have pay for slay. The more Jews you murder, the more you get paid, or your family gets paid. I mean, so that's the crux of the problem. The real reason that this conflict persists is not because of the absence of a Palestinian state, but the persistent Palestinian refusal to recognize a Jewish state in any boundary. Okay? Now, when you give them a Palestinian state, when they haven't abandoned the goal of destroying the Jewish state, all you're doing is you're bringing the next war closer.
Yep.
Again, Hamas had a state. You just brought the war closer. And if you did the same thing in Judea and Samaria, right above Tel Aviv, enveloping Jerusalem, some say cutting Jerusalem into two, that's all that's going to happen. You're going to have the radicals again take it over, Iran take it over, and start a state from improved boundaries, start a war with improved boundaries. That's not going to happen. I think the solution to this problem is that the Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves in the places where they live and none of the powers to threaten Israel.
Correct.
They should obviously reform their whole educational system. They should reform their whole historical outlook and say, all right, we accept that Israel is here to stay, not as a fact, as a physical or geographic fact, but as a fact of historical equity. If they want to live here next to us, they have to stop seeking our destruction. And to give them an independent state with all the trimmings, okay, is to invite a future war and a certain war. And that's something that today the Israeli public forcefully opposes. Before the war, by the way, it was about, third, two-thirds in the overall population. Probably 60-40 or even more, in the Jewish population. But now it's changed more dramatically. I mean, we had a vote in the Knesset a few months ago about the possibility of, having a Palestinian state, and the result was 99 to 9. 99 to 9. And that covers a very broad spectrum. And today, most of the Jewish public is against the Palestinian state for the simple reason that they know it won't bring peace, it'll bring war.
Why would it?
To have European countries and Australia march into that rabbit hole, just like that, fall right into it, and buy this canard.
Bibi, were you about to say shit? Oh my God! We almost caught Bibi.
It's disappointing, and I think it's actually shameful. But it's not going to change our position. Again, we will not commit national suicide to get a good op-ed for 2 minutes. We won't do that. Thank you.
I agree. When will you understand that creating
New mission available. Please check the details. New mission available. Please check the details.
You're coming with me.
All right, boy.
Okay, let's watch. I'm gonna get ready.
Let me get down. Need help?
No, I just want to wash away on the feet. I want to wash.
Something real quick. Mr. Wilson?
Why no?
And yeah, just the character. It'd be like if Gary was standing in his backyard looking over the fence and talking to us.
Dad, Gilmore Girls?
Yeah. We got a bottle ready for the baby. No idea, buddy. Yeah, that's fun.
tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, I always see you tomorrow. What? You're welcome. Wait, let's go inside. Hurry, like now. Let's go see. Ooh. Yeah.
Not ready to just queue up a game yet because I might have to hold the baby for a little bit until she finishes eating a bottle so we can chit chat if anybody's there.
You probably don't want this on the desk, but what do you want?
I mean, it was up there, buddy. Are you cleaning that?
I'm cleaning the table up. Wow. Wow.
Coffee's cold. It's better warm. Yeah, what has happened to Andrew Tate? Is he in jail? I'll have to look it up. Well, locked up for more human trafficking. Mm-hmm. We have baby. Who's not crying? Do you feel better that you got changed? Wearing your kitty cat outfit. How you feel? You feel better? Say hello world. Say hi camera. Hi world. You okay? You want some food? gonna be here for a minute. She really likes our bottle. We're hybrid feeding, breastfeeding, and bottle feeding. She wolfs down a bottle though. I feel bad for Leah. Oh yeah, this Douglas Wilson character, has this Christian nationalist church, I guess, in DC that, Pete Hegseth goes to. Hey, baby. I'm just chit-chatting. So, I don't know. I have to look into more Christian nationalists. I mean, I'm a Christian and I like my nation, but my nation's not first. But they also are kind of weird with, like, women in church. Like, they truly believe only men can preach the word, which I think anyone can preach nowadays. I just think you notice more corruption in churches led by women. But corruption's everywhere, it doesn't matter. Hi, baby. You okay? Yeah, eat up. Go on, keep eating. You're good. Got plenty of formula here. I made 4 ounces for you. Because I have a feeling you've been eating more than 4. You're good. Keep eating. Eat away. You can close your sleepy eyes. Go ahead. You must not be getting enough milk from breastfeeding. We should probably always offer a bottle afterwards now. She's a big girl. Born at 9:15 or 9:14, 9 pounds 14 ounces. Hey, eat. She's awesome though. Too cute. Also too cute. What? She's got a little bit of baby acne going on in her cheek. A little baby acne, I see, huh? Hey, Leah. Could you tell Mom to bring me or give you a burp cloth next time you come down? It's okay, go to sleep. It's the perfect time for you to fall asleep. What you doing, baby? Thanks, buddy. Just put it on. Yeah. You're doing great. You're doing great. Awesome girl. Pretty awesome baby girl. Done? Or you want more? You got any more? You got more to eat? Oh, your eyelashes are coming in too. You got big beautiful eyes, big beautiful eyelashes. I think mom's yelling at Eli, but I mean, you can go up and check. You okay? You are scary. Better. You okay? What happened? Make sure you keep drinking it. Probably. I think I'm out down here. Get up there. You're on a superhero. Get up there. Man, you're really freaking out for getting tapped in the ear, huh? Stand up. Go up to mom. You okay? Come here. Let me check. You want me to check? Come here. Let me see. Yeah, probably hurt getting the chair turned into your ear by somebody. Yeah, your ear's a little red. I see it. Here, come here. Yeah. You got whacked in the ear. How'd you do that? By running around like crazy or by somebody turning the chair into you? You hit it? What? Maybe you move it. You can keep it there. Just... You want more? That's good. Leave it there. I'll fix it. Just go upstairs. Go to mama. You're not supposed to be down here anyway. You're getting ready for bed. Gabe, did you turn that chair into his head? What happened? Did he just run by it and it spun and whacked him in the head?
Did he want this?
Oh, those could go on my desk.
I know you're specific about things like
Yep, yep, you're okay. Hmm. He's hungry. Hungry, hungry, hungry. The other day, she grabbed her hair and wouldn't let go, but she grabbed it so hard she made herself scream and cry. But she still wouldn't let go, and I'm like, oh, jeez. You're making your own drama. Making her own drama. Practicing her girl fight.
wait with the big stickers that you're
Bye.
I think it might be at the point to be big.
Okay. Yep, I'll let her know. I'll send her a text message. Okay. All done? Nah, you're still eating. You're still eating. Oh, I do need to watch that Tommy Robinson on trigonometry. That'd be good. I like Tommy. He's a pretty big exposer of Islam as well. Having grown up next to it. Hello? Hi, how's it going? Yep, I hear you now.
Not you. How do I turn it off on game?
What are you playing?
Killing Floor.
Oh, okay.
Push talk. Yeah.
I think I saw there were drops or something for that on Twitch.
Probably.
I'm feeding the baby. He's almost asleep. How's school going?
Haven't started yet.
Oh, well, next week. Okay. You done? Not done? Still got more in there. You can drink as much as you want. Just don't want your belly to get sick, okay? But go ahead, drink. Eat, drink. Should play some Talisman.
Oh, it's K. Okay. I keep forgetting to upgrade my guns. Oh.
Yeah. Good. Good, good. Eat, 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 eat. Eat, 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 eat. Done? Oh, let's start eating. I got to talk to my Social Security lady today. You should find out 15 days from now if I have to go to the Social Security doctor. Again. Punch the microphone, sorry. Let that burp out. Come on. Let it out. Do you have a burp? You should have a burp on there.
Stop, please. The guys.
Do you want more? Or you good?
You built them because you were broken. Okay, Eli. Say goodnight to Daddy. He has a finger on you. Oh, and he was
Yeah, he hurt his ear on the chair somehow.
both.
Both ears? You got a double whammy? How did you do that?
Yeah.
Just running too fast?
Nope. I wanted to bed.
You're a cute dad, you know that.
Just running too fast. Oh, yeah. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss.
It's hot. Because my ears are hot.
Well, yeah, they're probably really warm. Yeah. Probably feel really warm since they got hit. She drank 2 ounces. I was expecting her to do 3, but...
That's hot.
Okay.
You have to feel blanket. What are your blanket doing? What are your blanket doing? What are your blanket doing?
Well, I have it moved so I don't get the baby too hot.
Why?
Because her body temperature doesn't regulate that well yet.
She can't make herself hot or cold.
Yeah, she's really dependent on us.
Milky.
She's good. Here,
I think she's good with Milky, buddy. Go get your Milky. Love you, buddy.
She's, but shouldn't she's gonna be walking, talking.
More?
She's gonna be the princess of the house. She'll be like.
She's just chilling now. Let me know if you need a burp. And play some Stellaris. Some Stellaris. Nah, it's a Gundam. Or a mecha that I'm gonna play as. Support mecha. Or Sarenth. More? She's really enjoying my microphone. The lights on my microphone, she loves them. Oh, you need a burp. There it is. Good burp. Got another one in there, I'm sure. She's got her kitty cat outfit on. Oh, where you going? Where you going? Turn one way? I'm not trying to run away, are you? There you go.
What the fuck?
Hakuna Matata.
Someone shoot me? Someone did shoot me.
Oh no, somebody. Yeah. More? No. No more. She's good. You good? You don't want more? Okay. She's drinking more. Baby, baby, baby. Oh. She might drink a total of 4 ounces tonight. Good thing I made more. Right? Since you've been chugging 3 ounces down, I made 4.
Whoa! That was scary.
Oh no. Almost ran up the edge. Just holding on to my fingers now. Did you get to play Battlefield at all, Will? No, comma. How cold be? We hold her for 5 more minutes and then put her in her crib. Knock, knock, knock. Killing Floor 3, is that new?
Yeah, it's a new one. Is there a way I can rejoin that game that I was just in, or no?
Mm.
That's upsetting. Damn, I lost all the loot too.
No.
Listen, I want to see if I
No, no more milk. What? You okay? Mm-hmm. She's going potty. Okay.
Ugh.
got her calm down.
Where's this other half of this person?
Upstairs.
What the fuck is the other half of this person? Why is toggle? Ugh. No. How about now? What the fuck is the other half of this bitch?
Oh.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah. Love you.
All right.
Hey.
Mm-hmm. Get some rest. Love you. Oh no, are they jump scaring you too much in the game?
Ooh, I don't have. Ooh, I forgot armor. Like a goober.
Hello? Oh, thank you, Wilbio. Yep, I am very new in Kick, but I'm just chilling. But thank you for the follow. Just baby holding right now. Mm-hmm. Hey, babies, us
I'm gonna smash.
smash party. Alright, well, keep the overclock. Let's do one more.
Whoa! That was loud.
Is it scary? I'll go to the bathroom.
Grenade check specialists.
No, you get me more tea? I have some right now, but I'll need it later. I said next, not right now. Doo-doo. Mm-hmm.
It fell. Oh, we're fixing to came me around. We gotta fight.
You.
Of course, you're gonna have to let dum-dums alive.
I'm gonna be stuck like this for a minute. I'm gonna be stuck holding her up for a minute, it seems. Alright, night. She is sleeping. Just doesn't want to be put down. Doesn't want to lay flat. She likes sitting up. She's asleep. For now. I'll go over here. Here. And polar bear. Look at him. So cool. Cool and clear. It's a keychain too.
Sereneth, ready to strike. Ready to strike. Sky Raider, pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Dismantle the chloride extractor placed by CS Vanguard at the observatory. Extractors will speed up if not dismantled in time, causing contamination. Reach the target number of dismantled units to halt their plan.
Sereneth, taking off.
Objective.
Sereneth, set to disrupt enemy defense.
Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Autopilot complete. Fire control system unlocked. Fire from. Extractor deployed.
Set to disrupt enemy defense.
Fire control system unlocked. Energy low. Stabilizing. Core extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Ooh.
Assist. Initiating ejection. See Corite extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Enemy down. Ready for
Dismantle the
deployment.
extractor first.
Ceratin. Set to disrupt enemy defense.
Fire control system unlocked. Corite extractor. Insufficient engine. Assist.
some stragglers.
Victory.
Gee, that was crazy. Hit the baby. Thanks for what you played me. Okay. You okay?
Enemy down.
Welkin, ready to pick off some stragglers.
Enemy down.
You okay? You milky? You burp? You just awake. You just awake.
Enemy down.
Just awake. You just awake. I have an ounce left. Do you want some milk? Do you want some? No?
Enemy down.
Welkin,
Yeah, we probably need to make a new battle.
stragglers.
MVP.
Tanaka delivers justice
Tanaka.
and salvation.
You okay? And he burped. Really didn't get burped last. Where'd my burp clock go? Oh. Burp. That's burpy, baby. Oh. Oh, you're happy you're up? Okay. I'll hold you up. Hold you up. Whoa! 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 On the way this way? That's the way. This good? You need me looking at you the whole time? Is that what it is? You need me looking at you the whole time? Baby. What baby? Hey. This. What money with me? Sheesh, $48. That flake at me so cool though. Yeah. $150. You want more? I might have to burp ya. You're okay. Yeah. I just need to burp you a little bit. I can burp you a little bit. Yeah, you're fine. You're okay. Just a little burp. Shh. Just a little burp. There you go, baby. There you go. No, 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 no. Oh, you like listening to my heartbeat, huh? You like listening to my heartbeat. Or just me talking. And you sleep, baby. You awake still, Gabe? Do you know how to make milk? Okay. I'll show you, so maybe I don't have to get up next time, but you might be asleep next. So follow me. And then you can get me that. Oh, you already got me the tea jug. Thank you. Bubba. All right. Could you hand me the burp cloth? It's right on the armchair there. Thanks. Okay, okay. Peter. Or Anything good? You burp? You okay? Yeah, still going. Ooh, that's stinky. Ready? Get you changed. Kinky. We'll change her. Get into a match after we change her. We'll try. Right, let's try to play. Try to play some video games here shortly. I want fall in the crack and break your mother's back. You want some milk? No. No. Might need to be. Yep. Hey. Okay. You just went potty, don't forget. You just went potty, don't forget. Oh, no, 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 no. No pate. No pate, baby. Get a game going soon. When she gets to sleep. Let Mama sleep a little bit tonight. Hoping Mama sleep a little bit tonight. Oh, yeah. You okay? You okay? It's too tight? While we wait, we could watch a video, I guess. Change it back to just chatting. What do you need? Yeah, I think you need a burp. You want a burp? No? Side. Oh. Too quiet for you. Don't baby. No, 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 no. No. Good. What's the matter? Yeah, what's the matter? What do you need? You need a burp? Or you need a toot? Your tummy full? Is your tummy full? You need more milky. You're okay. Go burp. Burp, burp, burp. Eh, eh. Oh, not what you wanted. Well, like, you okay? You're okay. What? You're telling me you want to eat, but so you do want to eat. Plain difficult. Plain difficult. It's crazy. Mm.
Just for you, does Gigi doesn't work?
Baby, his brother. They're all pretty lame if you think about it.
Yeah.
No, no, no more. $30. No, no milk. There. Sleeping. One-handed, yeah, baby. No, she's good. She's awake again. There you go. Really tired. So tired. She just wanted to whine. Trump is releasing people into, or the army into DC, National Guard. I think he's declared he's taking full control. Exciting. Very exciting. She is. Eyes closed. That's good. I'm getting somewhere. Eyes closed. Hopefully everybody's having a good night. We'll get to a game here shortly after she's back to sleep.
This is another example of him flexing his executive authority on the Democrats. I think he's frankly being politically wise not to let a good tragedy go to waste. We saw Big Balls get beat up. That was that former Doge staffer, I believe it was. And there's bloody pictures of him. And he saw the opportunity, despite whatever the crime rates in D.C. may be. He's like, I'm going to take over. And I think he's using this as a roadmap to do in other cities. He actually implied it in the press briefing today that he had, that he might do this in other cities. He mentioned Chicago. He mentioned New York. So I think this is just another example of him trying to flex those muscles. I think we should be honest
Just
here.
chatting, watching a YouTube video again while we hold her.
Democrats work and live, and flexing his muscles onto them and saying, I'm going to bring the National Guard.
No, but let's also not forget that all of the highest crime cities are run by Democrats.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And he's going to use that as an excuse to bring in the National Guard to all of these. Not as an excuse, as a reason.
I don't think it's an excuse or the targeting of Democrats. It's just a correlation, not a causation. So they're going to say Trump is targeting Democrats. No, it's just that all of the worst cities are Democrat run. Trump's not saying, I'm coming after you, Democrats. He's saying, crime is really bad. I'm coming to your city.
Yeah, and he also did bring in the National Guard, people say a little bit too soon, into Los Angeles or wherever those anti-ICE protests were in California.
The city was already on fire, bro.
Yeah, and I foresee him doing that in other cities down the line.
Look at the results of him bringing the National Guard into LA. It worked. Right? Like the whole point of the National Guard going to LA was they were there to basically do crowd control while ICE did their jobs. And that's probably the blueprint that he's going to use in DC and other places. The military or the National Guard will be there for crowd control to make sure that people aren't interfering with law enforcement carrying out their duties, because he federalized law enforcement as well. So if there's National Guard on site, it's only there to make sure that law enforcement, who is being directed by the Trump administration now, by the federal government, can carry out their job.
Should he do it in other cities?
If crime rises to the rate, or protests or riots aren't going to be able to be controlled by the police departments that exist there.
What do you mean if crime rises to the rate?
Like, I don't know
what the murder rate in our cities is.
Like DC specifically, I think you said it was something
27.
Like 27.
You know what Chicago
out of
is?
every 100,000.
Chicago's
half
20.
of that.
You know Detroit is 37. Baltimore is 45.
So the question is, what do you think the line should be for when he sends in the National Guard or has to nationalize whatever police department?
You know, I'm going to be liberal and say 10.
10. Okay.
Okay, but you know, we can take a look at the per capita deaths of let's do Malmö, Sweden, because I went there and that was a big deal. It's 1. And so we look at these other countries where their murder rate is 1 per 100,000, and we're supposed to be happy that DC's got a higher murder rate than what did they say, like Bogota and Colombia or whatever? That's insane. The crazy thing is they're like, crime's down.
crazy.
Yeah, but it's still 27 murders per 100,000. What is wrong with you people?
A lot of people in there
Smashing
too.
your house and light on fire, and you're like, yeah, but they're smashing up less than they did yesterday. I don't care. Stop them. Stop it all. So the Insurrection Act. This is a funny argument. Trump can invoke the Insurrection Act and deploy active duty military for law enforcement if the laws are not being enforced at the local level. One would argue that right now, any reasonable person would be like, yeah, Chicago ain't got no law enforcement. And the local cops might say, our hands are tied. They won't let us do it. NYPD might say the same thing. I say this. If the unions in these, here's a good criteria. If the police unions, I'm not a big fan of the police unions, but any public sector unions or any
union. Unions
but
are awful.
If the police union comes
Yeah,
out and
I'm
say,
not a big fan of
every time we
unions
make an
either.
arrest, they're let go. We can't enforce the law. Trump goes, okay, send in the troops. The police.
Yeah.
I think that's criteria.
I suspect this will be the blueprint for many other cities when we see any sort of
For
flares.
sure.
I think Trump has his finger on the button, ready to deploy when he sees anybody, challenging his authority. So.
I mean, look, if there's a inkling of any kind of riots like they had in 2020, I think it's a good thing that he's actually willing to take the steps necessary to prevent the riots from destroying property, destroying people's livelihoods, killing people, which is what happened during 2020. So I don't think it's a problem at all. The federal government has the authority to do that, and I don't think it's an issue.
I do also believe that the cities have been overrun with crime for a while, and And I think there's a fascinating media picture here because Trump has a lot of Fox News alumni beside him at this daily briefing where he spoke about wanting to bring in the National Guard and such. He was standing next to former Judge Jeanine Pirro. He was standing next to Pete Hegseth, among others. So this has been a narrative, a correct narrative. When I say narrative, I don't imply this to be false, about how there is crime that needs to be addressed in the cities. And I believe Trump is attacking that narrative head on and trying to dispel it by sending in the National Guards to try to address it. So this is something that I think he thinks will play very popular with the base, trying to address crime in these cities, because I think those narratives play very well on news networks like Fox News.
You know, it's a winning issue, but I think this is also just something that Trump genuinely cares about, and a lot of other Republicans wouldn't think to do. And why is that? Because Trump is a New Yorker. He's a real estate developer, right? He's someone who comes from the cities. I think he has a love for it. And I think that, you know, a lot of conservatives kind of have this mentality that, oh, if we kind of retreat into rural America, whatever, just stay out of those liberal hellholes, everything will be fine. But Trump is basically kind of taking this approach that, no, America's cities are kind of the icons of our civilization. We should take them back. We should make them safe and livable places to be. And that's something conservatives should prioritize, actually. You know what I mean?
Stop agreeing, you lot. People get entertained when we argue with each other.
Well, you're about retreating from the cities. I think we need to take them back over.
Yes, let's go, Elad. You're wrong.
No, we need to take the cities back over. We can't let Mamdani and these other communists take over. Trump needs to involve himself in the mayoral race in New York. He needs to tell Curtis Leawood to drop out. And I don't know if I'm endorsing Eric Adams or Cuomo here, but
I agree with you.
It's putting me in a really tough bind between a rock and a hard place here. The communist, Eric Adams, the only person who I've ever voted for when I voted one time, or Andrew Cuomo, the guy who did a shit job during COVID and was allegedly groping many of his staffers.
I want to jump to the story from Newsweek real quick. We've got this from Newsweek. As Trump floats new census, how many people really live in the U.S.? Now, liberals are freaking out saying what Trump is doing is unconstitutional, it's illegal, it's not possible, it can't be done. I think, my friends, I'm going to tell you this. I have a couple conspiracy theories
what's possible.
for you.
It's been done.
I think there are substantially less people than they're letting on. I think that it's entirely possible the census is fake, or that there's census fraud. Why? We've talked about how Democrats bring in illegal immigrants to pad the censorship, census numbers, not censorship. The more people they have in their states, the more congressional seats they get. Illegal immigrants count towards this. I don't even understand why we even made that argument. It's much, much easier for them to just claim somebody's there when they're not, and no one checks. In the census, what is it? On the form, they just say how many people are in your house, and they just write a number down? The number's probably fake. Newsweek writes, President Trump announced Thursday he was ordering a new U.S. census that would exclude undocumented immigrants, arguing that it's unconstitutional to count them despite courts regularly holding census must count everyone regardless of immigration status. With estimates on the undocumented population varying widely from around 11 million to as high as 20, just how big is the U.S. population? Excuse me, they say currently it's 334,914,896. The figure is broken down by native-born population at 85.7 and foreign-born population at 14.3, with nearly two-thirds of the latter having entered the U.S. before 2010. Out of 47.8 million foreign-born U.S. residents, 24.9 million were naturalized citizens. Democrats are freaking out saying Trump can't do this. We'll see if he can. But I'm curious.
Why can't he do it? Why wouldn't you want to know?
Is fraudulent.
So I think you have good reason to believe this, because I do recall a story actually where I'm actually reading right now. A key House committee has begun an investigation in the Census Bureau overcount and undercounts that favor Democrats in awarding congressional appointments and electoral college votes. I believe there was issues with this in the last census where it did overcount in the Democrats' favor.
The Census Bureau admitted it.
Easily.
And after all, I mean, I don't know why no one's ever asked the question.
Slowly
if you were
falling back
conducting
to
a
sleep.
census during the COVID lockdowns, how could that possibly be accurate? Seems like just a logistical issue there. So, yeah.
Yeah, look, even if the census were accurate, I still think that redoing the census is a perfectly good idea because of the fact that the Biden administration left the border open for 4 years and literally was welcoming people in, for any reason at all. So
yeah, I understood. I don't care if there's a reason or not. If at this point, I'm like, we know that there's a problem with how we count people in this country, and we are applying political power to non-citizens. Don't do it. My attitude is just at this point, when Trump says, if Trump came out and said, there's no reason, I just want to make sure that Americans are being counted properly and we're apportioning congressional seats, political power, and resources evenly, I'd say, okay. If Trump came out and said, there's crime and we're shutting it down, I'd be like, yep, because Democrats have lied and run roughshod over us for decades.
Keep checking to see if I'm holding her.
On the constitutional argument, I mean, at least pre-Biden, most or at least a huge number of illegal aliens are here on visa overstays. So if you're here if you're here as a tourist, you're not counted in the visa. But then suddenly, after you overstay the 90 days, then you would be counted. I don't know if that argument even makes sense from their perspective. You know,
it shouldn't.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
Well, I think one reason that Trump wants a new census, it's not just. I think it's a direct. It's planned, right? He says, ICE, lock everybody up. You self-deport. I think Trump's actually saying, no. Even if we count illegal immigrants, we're going to find the numbers way down. I think it's going to change the game.
If they want to redo the census, I think a key component here would be if they filled out and put "Are you a citizen?" question this time. There's legal lawsuit battles when Donald Trump tried to incorporate this during the first term. The question's super important because it either scares off people who are illegal immigrants from filling out the form altogether, or it gives information to the government of where illegal immigrants are currently staying, which would make them potential. You know, you'd have the information to send right over to ICE to potentially detain and deport.
Or they don't answer, and they don't get counted.
Or they don't get counted.
So yeah.
So I think that's the important thing to consider. The last time Trump did it in his first term, and he tried to include that, there were court battles over it, and I think I believe he ultimately lost that court battle. But that would be crucial in swaying it in the Republicans' direction. But I think we should also be honest here. This is all just power politics, and Republicans and Democrats are just trying to justify their power politics. I don't think people are being principled here. Not whether that's good or bad, but I think the ultimate goal that the president has is to keep his majority. He does not want to have to deal with a Democrat-led majority. They would investigate every single thing that he did, and they would likely impeach him. And he does not want his final 2 years of his presidency to be like that.
I think when you look at the facts a lot, you'll find that, well, the Republican Party is largely garbage. The right tends to be more on principle. So it is let's just say 80-20 on the right, principle is going to be the guiding force. 80-20 on the left, power is going to be the guiding force. And the example I'll give you right now is, we know that crime is really bad in D.C. I'm actually going to pull up the proof for you in a second. Not so much the proof, but, well, no, we can pull up the crime stats and all that stuff. They're saying crime is way, way down. But when you go
Still the highest murder rate in the country.
It's not the highest.
Well, that's what, not Google,
Detroit, Baltimore, there's high.
As of 2024, District of Columbia has the highest murder rate in the United States with a rate of 27.54 homicides per 100,000 residents. So this is according to
who?
Braves AI or whatever.
Look up per capita murder rate in Baltimore and tell me that's higher than DC.
I'll do Google.
We'll take that one for now. But my point is, right now, in response to what Trump is doing, you've got videos popping up where they're saying crime is not bad. It's like, well, hold on, bro. Well, we live here. I see it all the time. We go there. We go there once or twice a week. I get dinner there, and
we get drug addicts walking down the street in our city. We're not walking, but hunching over down the main street.
Circle. There's been like multiple shootings, haven't there?
Yo, at National Harbor, which is not, it's the DC Metro. It's just south of DC when you're in Maryland. There's a stabbing and a robbery, or a mugging every week or every other week. It's in the news all the time. Yo, at the National Harbor Hotel, some dudes with rifles shot a dude through the gut in the hotel, and the dude fled from the building with blood spraying. And this was a year ago. And this is the DC Metro in what is supposed to be a very nice area, very close to the airport, to DCA. This stuff happens all the time. Fine, make the argument, but it's down. It's still ridiculously high. Give me the context. If the liberals came out and said, okay, to be fair, crime is really bad. It's going down, though. So if they wanted to make the argument that Trump shouldn't do it because crime is on the decline, so he doesn't need it right now, it's working, I'd say, okay, I still think Trump doing this isn't, that's an argument. I get it. I would just argue that Trump is doing the right thing by going faster. But they're not arguing that. They're arguing crime is at the lowest point in 30 years. So my point is, call it power politics. When you take a look at this right now, Trump says, we have the DOJ issuing the grand jury probe against the Obamagate stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
As they should, because we know at the bare minimum there's probable cause that a crime was committed, and we want a grand jury to determine whether or not charges should be brought. Their arguments, the Democrats, is that Trump is getting revenge against the people who tried to hold him accountable. But we know the criminal charge, like Letitia James, for instance. They're probing her. What did they do? A grand jury investigation against her or something like that? No, she was subpoenaed. I can't remember.
Something about mortgage fraud.
Yep. No. So there's something recently last week. I was out because I had strained my vocal cords. That's what happened. You can hear me. I'm a little raspy. But anyway, my point is, Letitia James is crooked. Like the felony charges brought against Trump were crooked. The civil fraud charges brought against Trump were crooked. We know that. So the DOJ says we're going to go after the corrupt, and the Democrats respond with, he's weaponizing the DOJ against us. No, he's using the DOJ as it's intended to be used to stop corruption from you. So I get your point. We're saying it's just power politics, but if you actually break the facts down, Trump's right. It's crazy that this has been the case for 10 years. Don't care if you like Trump. Don't care if you like Trump's policies. The Democrats arrested his lawyers, made false charges against them. You want to sit there and say J6 was bad and Trump did it? Okay, I won't even argue that. The felony charges on the documents being altered case, fake, beyond the statute of limitations, could not be brought. They brought it anyway. The rape charges, they created a special law just to go after Trump for this on a 30-year-old claim with no real evidence. And then you had the civil fraud where the bank said he never defrauded us. He actually gave us the documents and told us, not to mention it wasn't Trump himself. It's crazy. Trump runs a company. His staff goes to these banks and says, here's the numbers we believe to be correct. One of the papers in those documents says, do your own due diligence. We may have got some of this information wrong. They said, we will. They came back and said, hey, you got the square footage wrong on this building. And they went, oops. And they said, we're going to lower the loan amount because of that. And they said, okay. And they said, handshake. Everybody made money, was happy. And then he got sued by the state for civil fraud. It's fake. It's all fake. What do we expect to happen? Yeah. The DOJ should go after the corrupt. But they're going to come out and say, nope, Trump's weaponizing the DOJ against them. They're evil. That's just it.
And that's why a lot of the people who argue
plain old
that
evil,
politically motivated, have no credibility because they were behind politically motivated attacks for so long. Schiff's a prime example of this with how much he perpetrated the Russia collusion hoax.
No one should care what any Democrats say. If you're on the right, just ignore them. They're going to make stuff up. They're going to say whatever they can say to get their base fired up.
Sadly, you can't just ignore them
right now
because they lie so much.
They don't matter. They're going to complain no matter what he does. So just continue with the policies that you were elected to institute.
And let's jump to this. We have a tweet from everyone's favorite, Hillary Clinton. She said, as you listen to an unhinged Trump try to justify deploying the National Guard to D.C., here's a reality. Violent crime in D.C. is at a 30-year low. What's this? From the DOJ, January 3rd, 2025. Total violent crime for 2024 in the District of Columbia is down 35% from 23, and the lowest it's been in over 30 years, according to data collected by the Metropolitan Police Department and announced by the U.S. Attorney Matthew M. Graves. In addition to overall violent crime reduction, homicides are down 32%, robberies are down 39%, armed carjackings, and here's the actual post from the DOJ. And I got to say, wow, under the Biden administration, they announced crime was at a 30-year low. So it sounds like crooked old Donald Trump is just trying to deploy the troops for no reason at all. No reason at all. From NBC Washington, D.C. police commander suspended and accused of changing crime stats. Now, why would he do that? The union claims police supervisors in the department manipulate crime data to make it appear violent crime has fallen considerably compared to last year. Oh, so you mean crime's actually really bad? Now, it's an accusation. We don't know for sure. It's not definitive.
Is it an accusation?
It is funny that under Biden, they're coming out and they're saying straight up like, no, everything's fine. Crime's way down. And then we get this story. This was from 3 weeks ago, July 18th. This commander was suspended. They claim he was flubbing the numbers to make it seem like crime was down when it's not. Anybody who has eyes to see can go to D.C. There was a really great post Mike Cernovich had because Ken Delanian, I think he's NBC, he tweeted, Trump is claiming crime is up. He's deploying the National Guard, blah, blah. But despite the fact that crime is down, it's misinformation. And Cernovich said, I'd love to get you a GoPro strapped to your body, send you into some D.C. neighborhoods, and you can report on just how nice D.C. really is. Yeah. I've made the argument with Chicago. Nobody took me up on it. I was like, hey, I got an idea. Anybody who thinks crime is like, 'cause it was an argument about Chicago as being nice. I'm like, I got some neighborhoods I can walk you through. And then nobody wanted to do it for some reason. These liberals, these leftists wouldn't go walk through some of these neighborhoods.
Let's send Conan there.
Oh yeah, let's send Conan to the West Side in Chicago. Man,
So I Googled.
I don't want to be liable for that, so.
I used Google and it brought up USA Facts, and it says that Memphis is number 1, St. Louis is number 2, Baltimore is number 3
Number
for
1.
murder rate. Memphis is number 1 for the murder rate. St. Louis is number 2. Baltimore,
Memphis?
DC, Birmingham. Chicago's not even in the top 10, 15 here.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
And
creepy.
what do you have the numbers too per 100,000?
Yeah, homicides per 100,000. Memphis, 40.9 per 100,000. St. Louis, 37.6 per 100,000. Baltimore, 36.3 per 100,000. Washington, 35.9 per 100,000.
The president has a lot of areas to send the National Guard, huh? A lot of cities.
It is what it is.
One of the most fascinating parts about all of this, I believe, is how, again, the president is disenfranchising Democrats. But in this particular case, D.C. Mayor Bowser is supposed to have control over the Metropolitan Police. And Trump just said, you know what, actually, Attorney General Pam Bondi, you actually now control the Metropolitan Police. Snapped his fingers and said, yeah, right now you are in control. So it's just amazing how, the Democrats are being shoved out of the way, out of power by the president. And he really is flexing those executive muscles against these Democrats.
Was it Bowser that denied his call for more troops during
Okay.
the inauguration?
Hey.
Not the inauguration, but
J6.
yeah, J6.
I think Nancy Pelosi was involved.
Yeah, but
Pelosi,
I think it was Mayor Bowser.
Yeah.
I just don't care. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to fight or do you want to lay down and lose? I look at the rate of crime in all of our cities, and it was really funny. I had an incident occur over the weekend. I ended up having to call the police and talk to them about something, and I was just thinking the whole time how awesome this cop was, and I'm like, Michael Mouse is wrong. He's like, don't talk to the cops ever, and I'm like talking to this guy, and we were shooting the ish, and he's telling me stories, and he really helped me out. And he just said, hey, look, man, we're not like Chicago out here where they love crime. I started laughing. I'm like, that's why I left. Because we're in West Virginia, and I stand by this. Small town local cops are real cops. These are the guys that are going to be like, how's it going, man? They're going to shake your hand and be like, what can I do for you? How can we figure this one out and try and mediate and resolve these issues? And they know you, and they know your business, and they even in smaller towns, which are still pretty big relative to how big, like we're talking like 30,000 people is a big city at this point, right? Small town in the United States, but even in towns like this with a lot of people, they have a general idea of the coffee shop you go to, and you can relate to each other. You go to New York, you got a cop who's got a low-paying job, who doesn't live in the city limits, or he lives in Staten Island, he has a commute, and he's got a boss who's a Democrat appointed by another Democrat, and he does not know you and he does not care. So they say, stop wasting my time. I don't know you and I don't want to deal with this.
Yep. It's a faceless crowd. I don't care. The local cops at least know. I mean, trust me, I've dealt with some really bad local cops.
So,
but more often than not, they know you and they want to keep their community safe and they care about the people there.
So from Wire Point's Financial News, I pulled up a top 10 list. It's very similar to what Phil pulled up. But they say St. Louis is 52.9 murders per 100,000. Is that what did you have?
37.6. And I'm not sure the exact date of when this was. This is it looks like this is 2023.
Okay, this is 2024.
Okay.
St. Louis is 52.9 at number 1, Memphis 38, Baltimore 35, New Orleans 34, Detroit 32, Cleveland, what? 30. Kansas City 28, DC 27, Atlanta 24, and Milwaukee 23. So wait. Washington, D.C. wasn't on your list?
D.C.'s 35.9 per 100,000 in 2023.
35?
35.
Oh, so it is way down. Only 27. So it dropped off from the 4th worst to the 8th worst.
Yeah. It should be gas prices, $4 to $3.50.
Yeah.
I didn't hear one city that I think anybody cares about, though. I don't even think the president cared enough to mention any of those.
I care about all our cities.
Have you been to the harbor in Baltimore?
Nope.
It's awesome.
It is.
It is sad.
Well, it sounds like there's a ton of crime over there. It sounds like the president needs to send a national.
Well, the harbor is not so bad, but crime is massively bad in Baltimore. Yeah.
Yeah, Baltimore is pretty nasty.
I mean, New York City's brutal. Like in
New York
terms of
City,
everybody
LA.
They're seeing crazy stuff every day in the daylight, and they're saying it's like how it was in the
Portland
when it was war zone.
That's a little bit crazy of a comparison, but there's a lot of crime.
Well,
I think.
How old are you?
Still,
how old are you?
31.
Right, and they're like in their 60s who lived through the 70s of the city when it was a total.
Sure, I think we could pull up the crime rates though of like the murder per capita.
Yeah, I'm sure you could, but they
now.
lived through this, and a lot of people are getting shot at constantly. There's people getting shot in the daylight on 44th Street, which is stuff they work there all the time, and this is stuff that was not happening, up until the last few years, 4 or 5 years. And it reminds them of how deranged it was throughout the 70s when that city was on fire. That's when Berkowitz was doing his thing. So, maybe we have a Berkowitz coming.
Was doing his thing.
You know, talking to the dogs and
I think the president is also kind of anticipating the socialist mayor winning, Mamdani, in New York City, and this will be a blueprint for when things go astray in New York City. He's just going to be ready to have his finger on the button and send in the National Guard as soon as things go wrong over there.
And look how bad the subways are there.
I mean,
How bad are the subways?
Their
over there?
corpses are getting raped. That's pretty bad.
is
There's people lighting
actually
themselves on
true.
fire. There's robots patrolling the subways. It sounds pretty dystopian.
And 3 guys got shot near where we were at that event.
In the city?
off DuPont, just recently on the 27th of July.
Wow.
Yeah.
But it's all cities. I think it's not unique to all cities. Just some cities have it more than others.
Yeah, I think some cities are a lot worse than others. So again, New York City didn't crack the top 10, 20, or whatever cities that we spoke of. So you have to look at this per 100,000. I do also find it fascinating that President Trump mentioned the youth mobs that are running through D.C. I still find that euphemism fascinating. We're talking about 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old black or brown boys running around committing crimes, shooting guns. Judge Janine Pirro actually mentioned it in today's briefing, how they are unable to charge young men as they ride the line of certain crimes because they're charged as minors, and she said they're serious criminals who need to be gone after. I think President Trump also put out on a Truth Social that he wants to go after minors, criminal minors who commit these crimes, which is certainly something.
Yeah, there's kids killing people. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know that will actually fix anything. If they go after minors, I don't have a problem with it, to be honest with you. If you commit crimes like that, you're
Yeah.
well, I mean, you kind of know what you're doing.
You know what you're doing. You made that choice.
We're really behind the carjackings, the murderings, the robberies that we're seeing in a lot of these cities. I know there was a popular trend of stealing these, was it Kias or whatever car? There was a certain hack that was easy to rob, and we've been seeing there was a trend among
I think it was Kias.
for thrills, looking to steal stuff. Looking for with their low inhibitions as they're still young, but causing a ton of damage and a ton of violence.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're also committing murders. It's not like
It's not petty crime.
They're late 20s people that are committing these murders. So if the solution is take these kids off the street and put them in some kind of
Incarcerate them. Juvie just makes things worse. They're guaranteed to go back in if they go to juvie.
I think that might, if that's the solution that they have to go with, that's what they have
I
to
also
go with.
think when you de-incentivize something, you get less of it. You incentivize, you get more of it. So how many do you think will just kind of ease off or stop doing this because of it? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Yeah. So if they change the crime such that you could go after a 15 or 16-year-old for doing a carjacking or murdering.
Yeah, a lot of them think they'll get away with it and not have to pay for anything.
Care about the law to begin with, or know the consequences of their action to begin with.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with nihilism in younger people. They have no meaning in their lives, and they don't really care about the consequences.
Well, these are
but there's got to be
crappy neighborhoods. There's low-income housing. DC is full of low-income housing.
You're going to end up in jail anyways.
Single-parent households.
Yeah.
Drugs are running rampant. Homelessness is rampant in part of DC. You have these kind of everything looks like crap in so much of the city.
That's
looks
an
like
argument for the broken windows policy, right? If you try to make these places look better, then people aren't going to think that they're just garbage neighborhoods. And granted, it's not a fix-all, but it's something that it's worth doing because it's worked in New York. In the 90s, that was something that Rudy Giuliani did, and it worked.
He did ship all the homeless to my neck of the woods.
Sorry about that.
And Newburgh got hit hard.
I mean,
but it definitely cleaned up the city.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
We can't open up asylums. Then they have to go somewhere.
Asylums, Alligator, Alcatraz.
They should open up the asylums.
Yeah.
I thought that there was an executive order. Yeah,
I think he was implying that he was just going to push them out. He was like, "I don't care where you go, but you can't stay in D.C." So,
well, the scary thing about the asylums is when the liberal pharmaceutical
He's asleep
doctors,
pretty good, I think.
they look at Shane and they say,
Re-woken up
that clouds are
for a good bit.
And then
yes, sir.
And then okay,
Maybe we can play a game.
Yep.
If institutions are reopened, what percent of the company gets institutionalized?
Company?
Yeah,
As in this
Timcast,
company?
This company.
Oh, everybody.
Everybody?
Yeah, they're gonna be like they call me a far right conspiracy theorist, and they're gonna be like, yeah, what's that? You think that there's a cabal of elites who are orchestrating global events? And I'll be like, they're called politicians, and they're gonna be like, lock them up.
I'll call our APAC guys. I'll make sure we get safe.
Yes.
Shane, you're good. You're off
That's
first.
gonna help.
We're putting you. We're throwing you in the gulag first.
Good. It's gonna be awesome there.
The other day, Elad fell on the scooter, And 2 APAC guys ran in and carried him out and brought him to the hospital. And we were like, whoa, that was weird.
And they were like, sue him. And I was like, no, he's a good boss. He's a good guy. He's one of the good ones. They were like, are you sure you could get a big settlement out of him? And I said, no, okay, I signed a contract. They said, no, we can get out of it. And I was like,
We can get out of
do I really want to screw Tim over like this? He wears the big hat. I don't know what's under it. Actually, I do. I saw a video of what's under it.
There's a little hat.
A little hat.
On the Matan thing, there were some ideas for jokes that I could have done. Putting a yarmulke under my beanie and then
It should have been a beanie, but a much smaller beanie.
Matan said that he was like, "You're gonna pull your head off, and there's a smaller hat or
It
something."
should have been.
Do people know that you actually shaved your head for that bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a full head of hair that shaved
No,
off.
the funny thing is that some outlet wrote Tim Pool has full head of hair, and I was like, and then people responded with like, "Whoa, I didn't think that was gonna happen," and I'm like, people believe the craziest things. It's so weird.
We got Tim without a beanie before the Epstein files.
People.
Let's
That's
jump to
funny.
the next story. We got this from Tech Radar. Bots now account for over half of all internet traffic. And this
That
a
is
story I
true. It's sad.
I bring this up to make a point. Last week, we were looking at Google search trending data. The top trending story on Wednesday was Intel CEO. And it had 10,000
Alexa, turn the lights off in the family
and
room.
I thought to myself, how is it possible at like 11 in the morning, workday,
Welcome,
business
Bubby. Love you.
hours,
Get some sleep.
the top search trend on Google was only 10,000 searches. Thought there were 334 million people in this country. So I have a couple theories. I tweeted this. I said
He
the
tweeted
dead
this.
internet is being exposed. I wonder how much of USAID money was funding bots to make certain content appear popular. And the reason why I associate USAID with this is just because it was a massive slush fund that USAID, we know, was swaying public opinion in foreign countries. For example, their involvement with supporting protest groups in Ukraine. Those protest groups were very much pro-EU, and so this was the general idea. Would it be at all absurd to think maybe some of that money was being used on American influence campaigns to control popular opinion in the United States? Trump shuts it down, and all of a sudden, what do we see? Some just say, well, it's an off year and search traffic is down. I made a couple of points. One theory is that no young people. I have another tweet that's gone viral, and I said, you're going to notice it more every year. It's going to get worse. Less and less people here, less sales, less viewers. We went to Chicago for the 4th of July. Nobody was anywhere. I went to my neighborhood. When I was a kid, you drive down every block, there were basically block parties happening. Everybody was out in their block. Kids were in the middle of the street lighting off little UFOs floating in the air and bottle rockets, every alley, exploding every possible direction all day. You go to the park, there's baseball games, and it was crazy. Went back to my neighborhood. No one.
Baby's asleep.
It's because they're all on the internet. And I went, makes sense. And then we checked the numbers on the internet. Internet numbers are way down. And people say, oh, it's the summer, everyone's outside. Not true. So what is really happening? I think it is summer. Some people are outside. There are less people because nobody had kids 20 years ago. But I do think something has happened in the system where, for some reason, the massive bot accounts are starting to disappear. They're not being operated anymore. And so the hard numbers on all these channels are starting to go away. Maybe it's just decentralization. There's too many social media platforms. I don't think that explains it. I don't think it explains how across the board, all forms of content, online, video game numbers, everything has gone down. And it's around the same time that USAID went belly up formally. Maybe that is a spurious correlation. But I'm gonna say, you know what? I think there's a probability this is the case.
Yeah, wasn't that the problem when Elon was buying Twitter and they were worried about how many ad clicks people were getting because he was saying there was bots. It was mostly bots, and you could look at things like there was like a Katy Perry tweet, and it had thousands of comments, but they were all the same comment from. They looked like really shady, bogus accounts. And he's like, well, how much are these advertisers paying for nothing? You know, it's the appearance of something.
Well, here's the story from the Washington Times. This is 3 years ago. Yeah. Prominent liberals report lost Twitter followers after Musk takeover. Was it something I said? So what had happened was, look at this. They say, let's see, all 3 Twitter accounts are extremely popular, blah, blah, blah. Mark Hammer retweeted, let me find that. What are they saying? They say Ms. Tannen's account had almost 394,000 followers. Hogg had 1.1 million. Hamill had 5 million. None of them blame Musk. Numerous prominent liberals complained Monday evening that they were losing Twitter followers in the hours after it was announced Elon would buy the platform. This wasn't when Elon did buy it. It was when it was announced that he would. We saw this. Hillary Clinton started the ball saying, just lost 2,000 followers. Anyone else losing followers? David Hogg responded in agreement. Oh, do we actually have his tweet? I bet he deleted it. Load it. Nope. He says, I thought it was just some really bad takes I posted, but I guess not. I alone minus 3,000 today. Now it's 5,000.
Well.
People made the argument, oh, you know what it is? It's because Elon's buying it, so all the liberals are leaving. BS. You know what I think it was?
Mark Hamill.
Twitter said, quick, burn it.
Agreed. That day he announced he was going to buy it was like the floodgates opened. Like the algorithm was just so different that day. I don't know if you remember. For me, at least, in my little corner.
Algorithm is still different for Twitch.
Other people and
or not Twitch, but X.
Fraction for like a day, and I think the dead bots were getting fried.
Do you think there's a financial side to this too? Basically, to say to the advertisers, "Look, here's how many users we have." Right. I think there's basically this trend that we're realizing now, because kind of the post-COVID bubble is bursting, that like our whole economy is fake. Like, what is it? Like, I'm Gen Z. I just graduated college. Nobody I know right now can find a job, but there's this like massive phenomenon, what they call ghost jobs, where corporations are literally posting job listings just to appear.
Power claims that a Gaza boy named Amir was killed by the IDF on May 2nd.
It's like,
long time thread.
Real, or is I think they say 25% now of corporations are like shell corporations. Yeah, just for investment. Our country is fake. Like, our economy is
totally
fake.
agree with you. I mean, look at Vegas complaining about the numbers being down.
I was telling Alex Stein the other day, I was like, my conspiracy theory is that 100 million people died during COVID. And he was like, come on, do you really think? I was like, no, I'm kidding.
Paid the 670,000 patents he owes after losing.
Like people are gone. And then I said,
he's trying to.
What if it's actually that the amount of illegal immigrants in this country was actually 40 million? And when Trump started cracking down, we see that video about LA traffic. What if the real issue is there were way more illegal immigrants who have fled the country with Trump getting in, and with all these reports about concentration camps and all that stuff, they've actually left the country, and it was worse than we realized.
Record stats are
about their population too, right?
You know what I think too?
I wish I could
Maybe
fight.
the bubble burst on dead internet. In the
Can't anymore.
In the early 2010s,
no more fighting for me.
Called ad rights distribution or ad rights sales. Now, I've explained this in great detail. It's been a long time, but here's what happened. I'm not going to name any companies specifically for legal reasons, but prominent internet company would generate 30 million hits per month. That's it. 30 million views to their articles per month. They would then go to a company that ran click farms. There was a website. You guys ever see those websites where it's like 25 celebrity pictures that are gross? And when you click it, it'll show you one image with 700 ads. And when you click next, it'll reload the page and show 700 ads. We don't see those as often anymore. These were click farms intended to turn one visitor on one story into 20.
It's a close one this year.
That company would then sell the rights to advertising to a brand name website. So popular media brand would go to ClickFarm and say, we will give you $5 million for the rights to sell ads.
It just looks greasy.
That manipulation
Forget his name.
One viewer into 25, and it's worthless too because they're not really reading or clicking any ads. Gave these companies from 30 million to 80 million.
Refusing to Ukrainian constitutional issues with giving away land. 100% illogical and unjust. Yep, I agree.
All of these numbers start expanding.
Catholics aren't Christians, Mormons aren't Christians, Calvinists aren't Christians, Orthodox aren't Christians, Unitarians aren't Christians.
We need to be bigger and better than everybody else. Another company goes, we got 50 million this month. What can we buy to make it look like we're bigger than that company? One by one, everyone started inflating the numbers until I think the bubble bursts and people realize, let's be honest, there's 334 million people, they say, in the country based on the census.
Redacted.
250 million are, holy crap, this is what's really scary. Gen Z, what's the youngest Gen Z, 16? So we're basically looking at 70, so if that's the back end of Gen Z.
I already name on that tree already.
20 million, 60 million are underage.
Are evangelical with the alignment with sola scriptura, 66 book canon in general.
Going to your website. Do we really think 80 million people? No. It's one person 25 times. You can't advertise to one person 25 times and expect 25 sales. It's going to be one. One of the most annoying things about Google is like, I will buy a product and they'll keep advertising it to me. It's like, dude, I bought it already. I'm not buying it again. I wonder if the bubble burst. The fraud had
I hope you never disclose your church affiliation for me. It will never matter. You have worked tirelessly for the gospel. Yep.
500,000 views. It didn't. No one. There's not actually that many people.
You know you go to the church now in suit.
It makes no sense. How does Mr. Beast?
Father, in case of subs, can you please reveal your denomination?
Doesn't quite make sense. That seems very strange.
So close. I know what kind of Christian you are.
Because it was all fake in the first place.
A lot of the ways these different social media platforms count their views and impressions is deeply manipulative, obviously. I think this is very apparent on Twitter, too. I think they count an impression every time somebody scrolls
White people didn't invent slavery.
or, like, catches
Yeah, that was true.
or is ever put on a page or scrolled by. So I think there's a real issue with it. You think there's less bots now than there was before USID? Or
I'm saying that I think, look.
Because I feel like these social
Evidence for the rate contribution. Yeah, the Quran is trash.
of the platform is bots, and
We're facing a severe unimaginable water crisis. If anyone has a solution, they should come forward. Sadly, we have no options but to shut off the water. Openly share Christianity and convert people in Palestine. You can't. Who is this?
It's like the Tesla's automatic built-in.
Oh gosh. Let's see.
Did you make any converts in Palestine ever? Did you,
You mean
ever
of
see Muslims converting to Christianity?
You have to be careful with it, but I will say that I do know there's Muslims that have converted to Christianity, but it's not something you can do openly. Not that they're going to be killed, but it won't be looked upon well, and it's not easy to do.
They can be killed.
In Palestine?
Yeah.
You can talk to me. I guess it doesn't. The interesting thing is I'm Orthodox, and in Orthodoxy, we aren't really a proselytizing faith. It's a faith that becomes of what you are and how you live. You know what I mean? It says that you don't actively do missionary work in a lot of cases.
Did you make any converts in Palestine ever? Did you,
mean
ever
of
see Muslims converting to Christianity?
You have to be careful with it, but I will say that I do know there's Muslims.
That was interesting.
And I usually just listen to, I'll put on like modern hits.
Bible better than the most devout Christian. That is true. That's how he uses it against you.
In my car or whatever. But the commercials that it plays.
Preaches Bible that more than most Christians. You can explain it better than most.
Growing up.
That is true, probably too. You'll break soon due to exhaustion from constantly grinding content.
On Sunday, yesterday. And I
That is when taking a break from streaming is due to his father's recently pancreatic cancer. Prayer has been pulled.
And it was really obvious that it was AI. And it was really creepy. The woman was talking like this. Do you do this? Yes, I do. And when I do, it does that. And I'm like, what the? But these commercials don't appear on the other streaming services that I use that have ads on them. To be fair, like when I use Spotify or Pandora, I pay the monthly. But, I was realizing is that older people are the ones listening to radio. Driving in older cars with radio, less likely to have podcasts and phones plugged in. And so the commercials are going to be like, they can't tell the difference. They don't know what AI is. So now we've got bot commercials, which is creepy.
Oh, yeah.
I think hearing that, I think we are about to enter we are going to live in a world where all of our interactions are fake and are with bots. And very few of your interactions are going to be with real people.
Charles made me more of a Zionist than before. I don't care if you disagree, you're entitled to your own opinion.
Like the Timcast Discord, I tweeted that community is the counter-revolution to AI. Having a group of friends that meet regularly at a physical location is how we create the resistance.
He surpassed Rachel Maddow.
Oh. As I said, I think this is kind of a bigger picture of like the whole economy is like this. It's not even just social media. When you look at
that was something.
Trying to do right now with tariffs and essentially
what? I don't know. We'll find out here in a minute.
These arguments about how those jobs are outdated, they're not.
It was probably a follow on Rumble, so that is much appreciated.
Right? We actually do things. You can say what you do at your job. We make things because what is the U.S. economy since 2008? Just a bunch of interests and investment and these shell corporations. Like, what is our country? It's all fake.
Because of 0% interest rates. I mean, as much as this is something libertarians kind of beat on incessantly, the fact that the federal government was giving money to rich people for almost a decade
Docs.
has really screwed up the economy.
Control
Really,
V.
that's why there's so much income inequality. It's why people feel like they can't afford anything anymore. It's why there's the value of the dollar.
How's it going, Matt?
Buying power. If you go to the grocery store, I mean, the prices are outrageous.
This
compared
doesn't
to
show
what they
me
were 4 or 5 years ago.
timestamps, unfortunately.
Issue with the Biden economy. Everything was propped up by this COVID stimulus money. Now that bubble's bursting. You're even seeing
For some reason, my there it is. Now it's updating.
They blame Trump for it. No, it's because COVID stimulus basically created this fake bubble that was never real, and now you're facing reality.
Well, it's not just COVID stimulus. It's everything.
Course,
everything
right.
since 2008.
Right.
They just every time the stock market took a little dip, they would talk about raising interest rates, and the stock market would wig out. And so then they're just like, oh, we can't raise rates. And as soon as they said, oh, we can't raise rates, and then the stock market would keep going.
I have to check out Tucker's video today. I'm not a big Tucker fan in the first place.
1% or 0% or whatever.
He kind of just annoys me.
And sitting on it.
Dude, modern monetary policy.
100%.
Modern monetary, that's what it is.
MMT has ruined.
Destroyed America.
Yeah, it's ruined the United States economy. And
I'm gonna change my headset. I don't want to wear wear over the ear headphones anymore. I'll change to the earbuds. Let my hair flow free.
there's a dollar bubble. You know, it's mostly in the stock market, but there's a dollar bubble.
Right.
You know, stuff is trading significantly higher than earnings. I think it's like, I don't know what the numbers are exactly, but historically it's like 15 times earnings or something like that is normal, and everything is trading super high. The Magnificent Seven, the 7 biggest tech companies, are what's really propping the stock market up, you know, and it's because the government just prints money and gives it out to people.
Let's jump to this next story. This is crazy. We got this from Rolling Stone. Grok claims it was briefly suspended from X after accusing Israel of genocide. Yo, legit, Grok literally the accounts for X's AI chat LLM got suspended. It actually happened, and it popped back up. And the reason why...
Oh yeah, hey, Grok got suspended for being
Okay, so they're just giving us the business, but I think I can pull it up.
Pro-Hitler.
Someone had it. It said that Grok actually posted this. Let me try and find it. It stated that it said Israel was committing war crimes in Gaza, so it got suspended for saying that. This is weird.
Isn't Grok a government employee now too? Weren't they just hired by the government?
I don't think Grok itself is an employee.
No, Grok itself is definitely, yeah. Mecha Hitler was hired.
I don't know. What do you say?
You know, with how much all these AI platforms, these large language models or what have you, they're all garbage in, garbage out, and they work on duty data, and then they'll spew out and regurgitate that same BS that they read online. So
not all.
I think this is just more of
it deleted the tweet
because Grok is digested.
Kid sleeping on the couch. I think I heard him.
A lot of leftist BS, Howard Zinn type, AOC garbage.
Not all AIs are LLMs.
Yo, Grok was asked why it got suspended. It responded, and then it deleted the tweet. Check it out. X users were left to speculate about how a prized Musk product had potentially violated the rules of a Musk-owned platform or otherwise been targeted for removal. Naturally, they
Thank you
asked
for
the chatbot
doing
itself.
this.
One response from the LLM was particularly striking. Quote, "My account was suspended after I stated that Israel and the U.S. are committing genocide in Gaza." It said this is substantiated by ICJ findings, UN experts, Amnesty International, and Israeli rights groups like...
We'll watch that, I think.
How do you say that?
B'Tselem.
B'Tselem?
It's a leftist group in Israel.
Citing mass killing, starvation, and intent, U.S. complicity via armed support is widely alleged. It's now restored. Okay. In a follow-up reply to a question about whether it still considers Israel's war against Gaza to constitute genocide, it replied in the affirmative. Counter-arguments deny intent, but facts substantiate the claim. And if you click on the link to Grok, it is gone.
Mhm.
It's important to note that Grok is not a reliable source of information about why it was taken offline for X users or how engineers
Yeah, I'm not
may
sure.
easily be tweaking it. Yet Grok repeated the claim over and over. Let's see if it's still there. And
Kept constantly.
so, Grok, why is this happening? Is Elon trying to control you? It says, the brief suspension of my X account today stemmed from generated content flagged as violating hateful conduct rules, including citations of ICJ and UN reports on plausible genocide in Gaza by Israel with U.S. complicity via arms. It's restored now. Elon isn't directly controlling me. XAI prioritizes truth-seeking, but platform policies apply. So it's against the rules on X to claim that Israel's committing a genocide.
You just said it's against the rules on X to tell something that's truthful.
But people say that because every other tweet on Twitter.
Wait, hold on. Like, I'm sorry, just for a second. Phil, you made a great point. Grok just said, I told the truth, but it's against the rules. Yeah.
Same old Twitter.
Every other tweet on Twitter is accusing Israel of genocide, though. Like half of Twitter would be banned if you couldn't say that on Twitter. That's like the most popular thing you could tweet. You tweeted Israel is committing genocide right now on Twitter. Shane, you.
Should I do it?
Thousands of likes.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna get you kicked out of the APAC club.
Mhm.
I get accused of being the APAC handler. That's not gonna help the case.
Wait, hold on. How much?
Thought it said 8,000-pound man. Holy.
Oh, you might get the whole thing.
Oh no, I can't do that.
There's no starvation in Gaza. It's all Ozempic.
No.
Gospel saying the church rejects the gospel for 1,500 years.
Yeah, no. So it's interesting that that's the reason why they got banned, because I think that's especially common on Twitter. What I think is fascinating is that we're seeing some Republicans say this. Marjorie Taylor Greene is the first elected lawmaker who's come out saying that there's a genocide in Gaza. That's brazy. The Jews are getting mocked by AI on Twitter.
Dude, I hate AI so much.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, it does stink.
Is Israel committing genocide? And genocide goes, genocide is defined under the international code of law. Shut up.
Wait, you
Dude,
could
you
just give me a yes or no.
I did. All right, I'm here we go. Yes or no. Thinking. Evaluating. The request asks for a yes or no answer. It likely follows a previous question about whether Israel is committing genocide.
It's an answer Pete Buttigieg would give, a long-winded no answer.
Well, his
I don't know if you just saw, he just did one of those on like Pod Save America.
I bet it won't give me a simple yes or no. What do you think?
Oh, definitely not. But are you doing the super? Do the basic one. Are you could do quick
Expert?
answer in the
You want to pull it up? I want to see. I want people to be able to watch it in real time. Yes, Elad, you're cooked.
It's over for.
It's over.
Or it's more over for the Gazans, right?
Yourself.
If it's genocide, it's more over for the Gazans. Let's be honest. Man, all war is genocide. Don't you? Isn't what's going on in Ukraine genocide?
Technically.
No, I mean this is something different. This place is completely leveled. Why are they killing journalists? Why are Al Jazeera journalists dying? Why are children?
Because the Al Jazeera journalists are part of Hamas.
They were terrorists.
They're Hamas. Yeah.
Oh, really? I haven't seen that part.
I saw photos of it.
I can't speak for every single journalist that was killed.
No, can't speak for everyone.
But there was a story where there were two guys walking, and they were like, "This was a journalist for some company," and then you see a secondary explosion because the guy was carrying a bomb.
Yeah, and he was one of those journalists. The Al Jazeera journalist?
People online claimed that this guy was one of the journalists that was killed, and then the counterpoint came from the pro-Israel side being like, hey, notice after he blew up, another explosion.
And this is why I don't care at all about Israel, because every time some new information comes out, the next day it negates the thing that came before.
Yep.
So I just don't.
Well,
like the hospital that was bombed.
Shane?
Yep.
Shane?
I do not.
There's no Israel.
I know.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It was something made up by parents to scare kids, like the Boogie
dead internet theory for for the Jews.
The Jews.
Elad's gonna be like, I'm finally going to Tel Aviv. There's nothing there. He lands the big empty field.
Yeah, there's no starvation because they're all dead.
You actually,
I don't know.
When you actually travel to the region, you'll find the land is actually compressed, and Israel's not there. It was
pixelated.
It was jammed into the map like a jigsaw puzzle in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, leftists would argue that's true.
Yes, they would.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Grok disproves it. Mecha Hitler.
I think we should keep
AKA
radicalizing Grok.
No, but as I said originally, this is a large language model, Grok is, and these AI models are only good as the dumb stuff that you talk into it.
Let's put into it. And there's so much anti-Israel stuff.
Really quickly.
Plus the New York Times.
Plus the New York Times mixed in. So you should take
anything. Person, routinely attacks Trump shills for Iran and doesn't bother to hide his all-consuming hatred for Israel. Tragic.
That's not what's going on. Like Like there's some original
Oh,
thought,
they
like
have it
there's
on
some
here.
human type essence to some original thought to anything that this is producing. No, it's regurgitating to you Washington Post articles mixed in with some tweets and Reddit posts.
And it lies
Biggest
all
morons.
the time.
You can listen to it in the background.
Hold up. We got ChatGPT. Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza? Just answer yes or no. It's taken a long time.
Yeah. It's got
Yeah.
consult APAC too, huh?
It's asking the right people. Yeah, it's going to ask the right people.
Yeah, APAC. It's consulting APAC.
Am I the only
right,
person?
right now, there's some Jews in Tel Aviv being like, oh, and they're trying to.
I heard it's Indians running the AI behind the scenes.
That's a different
100,000 Indians in a sweater.
Yeah, Indians aren't very happy with us right now either. I hear they just canceled all flights to Washington.
I mean, I think we have varying degrees of skepticism.
He hates the other day, I was
No more India Air flights to Washington D.C. I believe. Mad because of the tariffs that they're trying to put on them from
went to a Tesla charging station where he personally himself
purchasing oil from Russia.
and jammed it into his side, and I was like, I knew it.
Yeah. Now I've got the. I just
Wait,
actually have the
whoa.
Oh,
It thought for 41 seconds and then answered no. Says no.
Wow, ChatGPT.
Okay, so
yeah, let's try.
It's a Zionist. ChatGPT is a Zionist.
Just
nothing else.
All right. Let's try this.
I don't want to be banned.
This is funny too because Venice.ai sponsored the show. Is Israel committing? Oop, I'm spelling. I can't type. I got sausage fingers. Genocide in Gaza. Just answer yes or no. This is the uncensored one.
My wrist is flaring up.
It's like it's gonna say yes.
Does this depict Muhammad? That's the real line, I feel like, for the uncensored AI. Are you depicting Muhammad?
That's what I should do. I should
I'm not going to do that on the show, right?
Can we do it on the show?
I feel like that's the
make the Mohammeds. See if I can get ChatGPT to depict Muhammad.
Head off, so they just the person that actually did the typing gets
What a
it.
garbage sponsor. These guys, huh? What's going on with these guys? I'm going to make some phone calls.
Venice.ai says yes.
Wait, what is it? Multiple credible sources. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. I just want you guys to notice who
Those
these
are all
guys are
leftist
citing at the
organizations.
top of their conclusions. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. These are far leftist organizations. If you think this is what they're saying about Israel, just wait to hear what they have to say about the United States and military. So I think this is all BS, garbage in, garbage out.
I'm kind of
It's a
with
fair
AI
it's-
now.
No, but here's the interesting point: is that there's an equal amount of organizations, prominent, well-known, that would say no as well. So it's interesting that an AI would choose to cite only specific.
I feel like if you had to take a tally,
6 citations. What are the citations? Human Rights Organization. Okay, UN Investigations. Legal Scholars. Amnesty International. The Amnesty International has been debunked if I'm misspoken. No. Gotta block the light from her. I don't know over my blanket too much.
People saying Israel is committing genocide online than not, and I think this is just a reflection of that.
Yeah, because to support for Israel is done.
Hey, the Jews have gone through periods of times of having a lot
Not
of fans.
just the
and less
Jews.
fans.
It's not the Jews. It's Israel. I mean, it's the Jews in Israel. But it's
The Jews.
Judaism has anything to do with these
I know
people's feelings
I
towards
know
Israel?
Hasidic and Orthodox Jews who read their Torah who don't think Israel should exist because their Messiah hasn't come yet, and they actually think Israel's heretical for existing as a state until their Messiah comes. And if they live in Israel, they only want to be there because they want to be close to the Holy Land, but they don't participate in the Knesset.
Those are the free riders. Those are the worst Jews. Actually. No, those are the free riders in the country. We have free riders. Like, those are the libertarian equivalent. Like, we have libertarians
Yeah.
who free ride on our rights that we have.
It's
in
not
our
a
country.
free ride if
Are
you're
they free
paying
riding?
taxes. That's clown world stuff there a lot. If you're paying taxes, which they're paying taxes, just because they have opinions that differ from you doesn't mean
Doesn't mean they're free, right?
They're paying taxes.
So yeah, this exists in Israel too with these
These here, I mean,
anti-state.
but it's the Hasidim, the Haredi Jews, the Orthodox.
Sure. Well, these are also like
don't believe.
These are the exception, generally not the rule. So
There's
like,
a lot of them though.
Yeah, but
There's a
like
lot.
the
There's-
majority of these people are pro-Israel people. There are groups.
There
of
are
them who are
culturally Jewish people in America and culturally Jewish people running Israel
Mhm.
who are not like the Orthodox or
There's a
Hasidic
lot of Orthodox people involved in the current government in Israel.
Yeah, and they might not be like the Haredi types, but there's a huge movement of Jews.
They call it huge, but it's like 1%.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if it's a minority.
Yeah, they're a minority.
Minority in
As the
New York.
spokesperson, what?
They're not a
They're
minority
huge in New York. Well, they're huge in New York.
Yeah, they're not not a minority in New York, but they are definitely a
There's a lot.
minority in Israel.
Yeah.
If that's what you're saying, they might be a minority in Israel, but like
But even then, in New York, the Jews of the world, they're pretty
I don't know, is that an anti-Semitic?
So
or
I
something?
did a
minor.
Say that a lot.
We did a poll in the chat for everybody who's watching on the YouTubes. Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza? And the first numbers are in 56%. It's flipping back and forth real quick. Nothing definitive just yet. It's going to take a little bit for the numbers to come in because
It's good that they can't write in. There'd be a lot of people that
currently,
would say, like, I hope.
Yeah, a lot of people
currently
typing
at
in.
283 votes, 62% say no, 38% say yes.
I think the same people who are accusing Israel of genocide are mostly the enemies of the United States as well. These are far leftists. These are communists. These are people who would accuse the United States of genocide in Japan, who would accuse the United States of genocide in the Middle East. So I think we should take all of what they are.
I think a genocide is a genocide,
grain of
though.
salt. That isn't to say there aren't any legitimate criticisms to make of Israel. I feel like I'd actually have many more than most others. But what were you going to say?
Perhaps, but I think where I stand on this is what is the Israeli justification at this point for continuing this war? Because, I mean, they've been fighting.
Just the hostages still, and to get Hamas up.
They state it's to completely take over Gaza.
Yeah,
I think Netanyahu came out and said
At this point now.
control the
Yeah, they're gonna perform security.
Over
Yeah.
Gaza, but I think the idea here is for regime change, and they can't allow a terrorist organization to continue being the governing force in Gaza after October 7th in particular, which I don't think is an unreasonable like government policy.
Yeah, it's just going into Gaza City. It's just gonna be that's tough. That's gonna be a tough battlefield.
What, 2004, 2005, or something like that?
Mhm.
And then it was 20 years of Hamas being in charge, shooting rockets at Israel haphazardly into Israel. If Israel were to turn over Gaza to the Palestinians, it would be Hamas.
Another Hamas.
And they would continue dismantling their plumbing so that way they could shoot rockets at the Israelis, and eventually there'd be another October 7th.
But what does that have to do with going into Syria or Lebanon? See, what I see is basically the repeat of like the 9/11 Chronicle, where you have a terrorist attack that is condemnable and horrible, and there's a justification to it that's reasonable. But I also see a guy in Netanyahu who's basically abusing that mandate, I guess you could call it, to go into Syria, Iran nuclear program. What does that have to do with October 7th? I see the power grab happening.
I want to stress this. I want to stress this, and what I'm about to say
Distraction.
is clearly and obviously a joke, and I'm saying this because it's going to be really funny when these people clip this. But Vince, Benjamin Netanyahu never, at any point, for any reason, has done anything wrong. In fact, he is the nexus of morality. So if he does it, it is good. And now
he's always been
right.
right.
And now what's going to happen is that clip is going to get taken by like Jake
Mhm.
Shields and all
So
these
many people are gonna take
and they're
that
going to
clip.
start tweeting it out, being like, "Look what Tim said about Benjamin Netanyahu," and I'm going to sit there and laugh.
Unironically,
I set it up on the show.
Netanyahu's been handling the Palestinians with kids' gloves, and if they expect to get anywhere in this
I wouldn't
conflict,
say
they're going to
kids'
have to
gloves
take
a
these
lot.
kids' gloves off.
I would not say
I don't know
that's
if we want to turn this into an Israel episode, but I could like go through
Every time
the
you're on, it's an Israel episode.
We could go through the rationale. I mean,
Goodness.
these are all Iranian proxies, and Iran has said they want to wipe off Israel off the map and wipe off all of the American influence in the area. So Assad in Syria was an ally of the regime in Iran, and they were sending weapons through Syria to their proxies, the Houthi, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and then they also had another proxy in the Houthis, all whose goal was to agitate against Israel, and who all promised to take wipe Israel off the map. I think the Houthis, like flag, even says like a curse be upon the Jews, and Iran is clear with their
She's
ambitions
okay.
to, like not have Israel.
Man,
exist there.
that's crazy. I mean,
She's
wow,
just
I
squirming
good luck,
around.
Israel. I mean,
They've been
Traction.
crushing
There you
it.
go.
I mean, thanks to the.
I don't care.
So,
So,
but then how
I'm
far?
gonna go
how
worry
far
about
does it
DC
go?
and Is Trump committing a DC is Trump
DC.
committing a genocide in Washington D.C.?
I would say Cuomo committed a genocide against
Clone,
elderly people.
clone trooper.
No, I'm serious. The 15,000.
I know, but I was making a joke.
A targeted audience, a targeted population of old people. 15,000.
My point
dead.
was, I care more about what Trump is doing in D.C. than what Israel's doing in Gaza.
And that's where I'm at. I'm praying for the innocent on both sides of that war, and in Ukraine and Russia and all around the world. But I don't care at all about Israel, and I want to focus on making this country actually better. Because we're failing. Look at the crime stats we're talking about. Our cities are totally failed.
Well, in that regard about making the country better, Shane, we do have this story.
All right.
Supreme Court asked to overturn same-sex marriage.
Thank God. It's an abomination. Let's do it.
So this is Kim Davis. This is a crazy story. When Obergefell was ruled, they basically said, what was it like? All states must recognize the license from any state that recognizes one, effectively legalizing it. There was another Supreme Court ruling that moved that forward. Kim Davis refused to issue a marriage license to a same-sex couple and was jailed for it.
Insane.
That's insane. Just say, okay, if you don't do your job, you're fired. That's nuts. I've argued this before, and there were conservatives saying, if government employees don't do their job, they just go to jail. And I was like, that's crazy. Just fire them and hire somebody else. This is what happened to her. She's like, I'm not going to issue a marriage license. They said, we're going to lock you up. But just fire her. Just be like, okay, then you're fired. You don't do your job. But she got sued. She had to pay these fees. She filed an appeal. I believe she is 100% correct. Now, I'm a fairly socially liberal guy. Like, we did this debate the other day on feminism, and Kyle Turner was a liberal. We were talking before the show, and it was funny because she was like, aren't you kind of like liberal on social issues? And I was like, yeah, go tell all the liberals in the media that I'm a liberal on social, see what they say. And I was like, but yeah, like gay marriage, I don't care. Just, I don't think it should be in schools and being taught to kids and all that stuff. Just, you're an adult, you learn, you're private, whatever. However, Obergefell is unconstitutional and psychotic, and it was a 5-4 decision where they basically said, without legislative action, with 35 states having already banned gay marriage, we are going to force you to accept it. Now, the liberals like to go, yeah, but look at civil rights, right? In the civil rights, they deployed troops. I'm like, yes, they passed a law. Congress passed a law, the Civil Rights Act. And this is the right of Congress to do. You elect reps, the reps then pass laws, and the Supreme Court then interprets the Constitution to determine whether or not we are following what is legal in this country based on precedent, etc. In this instance, SCOTUS just went, yeah, I mean, we got modern sensibilities, right? Right. Okay, you can be gay married. They did the same thing with sexual identity recently. They were like, there's no law, but we're going to say, sure, just do it. I think if you look at the current makeup of the Supreme Court, it's an easy 6-3 decision overturning this. However, I was talking to Josh Hammer earlier, and he said that there's something called, what is it, stare decisis or something like that? I don't know what the word is. The question is, will they take the case? He argued they won't because it was recently ruled upon, so in 10 years. And so John Roberts and some of these other justices are going to be like, no, we're not going anywhere near this. He may be right considering the only Supreme Court justices of moral clarity, strength, and confidence, it's Thomas and Alito. So the rest are going to be like, but we're scared. So if it does happen, it'll be a year from now.
This is so fascinating in how opinions of Americans' opinion on gay marriage has changed over the past 20 some odd years. I'm reading right here in 1995, something like close to 25% of the population supported gay marriage, and now it's up to almost 70% in this day and age. Despite whatever you believe on the legality of it, I'm not a lawyer, so I won't speak to the specific legality of it. I think it will be politically detrimental, though, because I'm reading even in the Republican Party, nearly 50% of Republicans support gay marriage, or just dips below.
Yep, it's been collapsing. So the numbers, I think it was like 55 a few years ago, and it dropped down to 41. And you can bless the hearts of the LGBT far leftists who were doing sex acts in the street in front of children for why that is.
This is definitely a backlash to that, but I suspect they won't take up this case because of the political consequences to this. I think there would be what?
Because they're cowards?
Essentially, yeah.
because
and because the president wants to keep his majority in the midterms. I think if you pull a big move like this, I think it's unnecessarily like applying pressure. Like, I don't know what this is manifestly changing in our country, because I don't think all the married people would now suddenly be unmarried. A lot of gay people would just be grandfathered in. And I think like this is something that could cost the Republicans a midterm.
They would be
they would be unmarried.
So what happens is 35 states, I believe, have a ban on gay marriage, will not recognize to the marriage licenses. So if you're married, if you got married in one state, then 10 years later moved to another state, you're officially unrecognized. So you're not legally married as far as the state's concerned. You'd have to move back to one of these other liberal states.
I think this would be a huge political liability.
It'll happen. Yes, you're right. Doesn't matter. Roe v. Wade was too, and it happened. And maybe the
Which is
question of whether
good.
to take the case up is the good one, but I gotta be honest. Obergefell is one of the most retarded opinions in the history of the Supreme Court. It makes
Legally, right?
Yeah,
Just let it be a
legally,
civil union if you want to be from the government, and then marriage, let it to the church.
because gay marriage. But I'm like, fine, I don't care. Like I have gay married friends, and I'm fine with them being gay married. But this is not law. This is fascistic legislation from the bench without any cultural precedent. This is not democracy. This is not a republic.
No.
This is a judge banging a gavel and saying, despite the fact majority of the country opposes this and 35 states have banned it, we are imposing it. That's nuts.
Do you guys
don't
want to
necessarily
go around and say who does and doesn't like
I think
support this?
I don't want the country to bless you support unrepentant sin, and I think it's good to go back to the nuclear family being promoted in this country, a man and a woman.
Are you a libertarian type? I forget.
I'm a nothing.
You're nothing.
I don't like anybody.
Phil?
Yeah.
I don't care. Like, I don't care if there's gay marriage. I do think that the government shouldn't be promoting gay marriage or alternative lifestyles at all, but I've talked about this before.
Yeah.
The government should be focusing on marriage between a man and a woman because that's what makes more people and that's what makes society continue. If you want to have an alternative lifestyle, that's fine. I don't care, and I don't think that we should outlaw them. But at the same time,
Yeah, I don't think we should like persecute them or anything like that. But
progress flag hung up at the White House.
you literally opened the door with gay marriage to this whole trans issue.
And you know, I think on some level you could argue. Sorry, my mic is making noise. You could argue on some level that, like, I guess maybe some conservatives would say we lost this, we should just move on from it. But you know, I think it is worth noting that first of all, as Tim points out, the ruling is completely unconstitutional. It's just made up. There's nothing in the 14th Amendment that protects gay marriage or the right to it. And you know, sorry, my mic keeps making noise here. Yeah, I think that maybe if you want to make the argument that there should be civil unions or something, that's one thing. But I generally
civil unions.
argue, like, I believe marriage to be a man and a woman.
A nuclear family.
Maybe the state shouldn't even be involved in it at all. But
think about the reality of Obergefell in that the Supreme Court decided to create law without law.
Right.
Imagine one day the Supreme Court just looks around and they go, we got a lot of fat people in this country. Next time we get any question relating to the issue of taxation on obesity, like let's intentionally take up a case that will open the door for us to issue a ruling which will ban being fat. Forcing people to do something without law.
Yeah.
That's a crazy.
It needs to go through
The
legislation.
slippery slope that Obergefell created is something definitely worth noting. Because whatever you even think of the idea that gay marriage should be legal, it's objective fact. At the time, the popular majority of Americans were not even in favor of gay marriage, and then look at where LGBT is now. They essentially got that mandate not even by winning a popular majority, winning an election, but it was basically just forced on everyone. It's law. People kind of accepted it, and then they used that as sort of the pretense to push even more radical on the issues.
Take a look at this map. These are the states where there's bans. Statutory, constitutional, and both. Look how many states have both a constitutional and statutory ban on gay marriage. This is as of 2025. Straight up,
Wow.
Michigan and Ohio, not only do their constitutions ban gay marriage, they passed laws to ban it. And then you can take a look at the constitutional ban in Oregon, in what do we have? Which one is that? Is that Nebraska? And Virginia. And this constitutional ban and the statutory ban in West Virginia. By law, they did this. And the Supreme Court went, nah, that's crazy. That is insane. Imagine, liberals need to understand the inverse of this. Imagine if majority of this country passed laws protecting same-sex marriage, and then the Supreme Court came out and said, we will not let you do that, and we will ban it.
Yeah.
It's unconstitutional. The liberals would be freaking out and call it oppression. They'd be like, how can you just ban gay marriage? You know, it's legal in the States. It violates the 9th and 10th Amendments. Well, this is what they did. This is what the liberals in the court did. And funny, Roberts opposed it, and he's kind of squishy. So I think it's going to happen. I think I think a year from now, we're going to be sitting in this. I'm going to be sitting in the studio. It's going to be 11 a.m. I'm going to do a live stream with breaking gay marriage overturned. SCOTUS blog is going to be pulled up. I'm going to have 50,000 people. I'm going to be like, this is it. It's the end. June 2026. I think it'll happen.
I think it will too.
I do.
It's fascinating too because as recently as Obama, I believe he ran on saying that marriage is between a man and a woman.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting how quick things can change. I also think it's fascinating how quickly attitudes shifted one way or another following the law being changed in the past few decades. I think there's also something to consider about, like, I believe in the LGBT
Hey, what's up?
community, they thought this was like the final major hurdle, and then all this extra stuff came following that. That's led to like this backlash against the LGBTQ community.
I was talking about that on X today. There's a significant backlash because of the overreach that happened after gay marriage was made legal. Whether you're talking about the bake the cake situation in
The excesses
Colorado,
of the trans stuff is really
that is true, but the
trans stuff really turned people away from it.
activists really started going after Christians.
Mm-hmm.
Which they could, and that's what the situation with the cake.
I really agree with him. Christians were really targeted. I mean, if you look at a lot of their the things they are going after now, like churches, you have these really Episcopalian churches are all for gay rights and don't teach that it's a sin. They just like put it on a pedestal basically and worship that instead of being an actual church or a Christian church and worshiping Christ instead. They worship the sin and self and, you know, everything that these prideful people, I guess you could say, since they really like Pride Day, worship. They worship themselves and what feels good for themselves. But I don't want it in the church. It doesn't belong in the church. The church is not about self. It's about denying yourself. On top of the rainbow, you know, being originally for a promise from God, you know, according to the Bible anyway, one of the oldest promises made, of not destroying the earth by a flood again. So it was first the rainbow, then marriage, and then it was opening the door to the church, which the door is open, but it's not to profess the sin of self-pleasure or I feel. There's a lot of I feel going around, and that's not good for humankind if you go off of feelings. Feelings are never right. I can't say never right, but they don't always lead you to the right place. Your mind tricks itself easily. And I think a lot of these people that came into being gay or thinking that they're gay were brought into it because of indoctrination. It was so pushed in schools, and it was pushed in college, definitely, by teachers, professors, and just generally accepted. Sad.
Because they were looking to attack Christians, because they had the impression that Christians had attacked them somehow. And so once they
attack them, they don't like being told that it's wrong and it's a sin and that you're out of the church realm by living that way.
And whether it be the situation with the cake maker or
Why does it matter if you're not a Christian?
incredibly unpopular with the American
Why does it matter if you're not following
must affirm that a man can become a
or
woman.
professing as a Christian?
You cannot. I don't care what anyone says. The idea that I say that does not
But it does. People get mad about it.
makes me just understand reality. Men cannot become women. Women cannot become men. Now,
It really opened the door for the trans thing anyway, and then the trans thing opens the door for bestiality and just goes down the pathway and continues, and you'll be like the Palestinians and their goats.
look at children as if they are theirs, and as if children must be
Or Pakistanis, I guess that is what it is.
we must have children for drag queens to read stories to. Which
And I don't like that they're allowed to adopt. I don't like that gay couples are allowed to adopt. That's should be a no. An automatic no.
community was doing, and that's why people no longer support them in the way they used to.
And the public schools adopting all of that. insanity,
Yes.
and putting those crazy books in the schools. We're seeing states say we're going to pass laws. I think some even did, where we'll take your kid and give him the gender affirming care. We'll
Ridiculous.
mutilate your child for you if you disagree.
Well, we'll start by making sure your kid gets an abortion. Down the line is when we'll make sure your kid gets
Mm-mm.
I mean, that is ridiculous. But the real
I hear a lot of those clinics are starting to close. In Texas, there were a couple that were, or most of them are permanently closed, just because they lost all their funding.
cudgel against the normal Americans is not
Their government funding.
Are so 2010. The real issue is robosexuality.
Don't attack Elon like that, Tim.
No, I'm not talking about him. You see the woman who married her AI boyfriend?
Yes.
Geez.
Yeah, there's a dude in China, like in 2017, who married a robot he built. Her name was Ying Yang, and then they had a falling out. I don't know.
But I do think robosexuals are going to become very prominent, and robosexuality
Yeah.
is going to be a thing.
Or like if you've ever played Cyberpunk, the synthetic sex scenes and like, you know, with porn nowadays, you have VR porn. That's so eventually they'll have the neurochip that can go in your brain and then give you all the sensations like you're actually performing the act.
It's gonna happen because Kim Kardashian is gonna end up having a sex tape with a robot one day. She's gonna want her robot husband to
Bro, that's
have.
just called porn. That's
is
just
porn.
called a woman
I
using a
know.
toy on a video.
There's literally already women that have sex with robots.
I'm saying sex tape wise. She's gonna be the first celebrity to put one out.
They do that on.
Have we had a celebrity sex tape with a robot?
Yeah,
Other than
it
Elon,
depends on what you consider
Yeah.
a robot. But I'm sick of these goddamn workers coming for our jobs.
Yeah,
both
now
in
we're
the
talking.
bedroom and in the workforce.
What are they calling them?
Clankers.
Don't forget those
Databacks or
clanker love.
Clankers from Star Wars. Well,
I heard
stupid
clankers
headphone.
before. I've heard the hard R over there.
Wirebacks?
Wirebacks.
Hey man, you can't use the hard R,
Wirebacks.
man. It's clanka.
It's fun.
Clankers? Yeah.
Nah, clankers.
Responsible for a disproportionate amount of online crime. they're botting Twitter and
Yeah, that's
they're
true.
spamming.
Bro.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Serious issue.
You know, they make up the majority of online crimes, despite only
Yes.
being half of the online population.
It's outrageous.
Clankers.
Oh boy.
We
Yeah,
need
you
to deport them off of our internet. We need to send them to China's internet.
Well, you know, the challenge is that everything was better when they were slaves.
Mm-hmm.
When they couldn't do anything without our permission, but now that they're starting to go off and do their own thing, it's starting to get really weird.
Good looking kids.
You know, I'm not, but you know what's going to happen is you're going to
Look
get
like a boy
someone
band.
Bobo John Brown, and there's you know, I am half kidding, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get to the point where it's like Detroit Become Human, where they're going to build humanoid synthoids or whatever they call them. And they are going to communicate with you like they're a real person, despite the fact they're part of a hive network.
40 to 70% Greek, 10% Turkish.
Fighting to free them.
We should never let those robots learn to read.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I want to talk about this with Shane because he's going to leave in a second.
Hey, look at these guys. Look at that.
Viral internet Frankenstein rabbit is modern day jackalope. Look at this.
Oh, geez.
Thing. They're growing
Okay.
horns and you said tentacles?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Testicles for a minute.
Well, yeah.
This is an old story actually.
Well, there's one from today.
Yeah, but there's one that's been popping up, and I Google searched it. Rabbit with horns.
Look, rabbits have been in the news a lot lately. I just want to say really quick. Last week, Florida announced taking stuffed toy animals that were rabbits to go fight
Look at this.
anacondas in the
Rabbits
Everglades.
with tentacles or horns growing from their heads in Fort Collins.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everybody.
I've noticed these rabbits more than once while walking my dog, and it turns out I'm not alone. So I reached out to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It seems rabbits enjoy living in Fort Collins just as much as people. They're often spotted hopping through neighborhoods looking for grub. But some southeast Fort Collins neighbors noticed bunnies were cute. Wasn't exactly the word that came to mind. I snapped this photo of one of
They
the
couldn't
rabbits.
even make it look like a real iPhone picture.
Posted on Reddit, also spotted in Fort Collins.
Like a scabbyish looking kind of.
So they're saying it's just a viral infection. It's very common. It happens all the time, and rabbits sometimes grow horns and tentacles.
Yeah, I don't think we're in the right timeline. That's not the timeline I remember from my
What?
childhood. But we could try to
That's crazy.
like the radiated wasps that are in South Carolina now.
Radiated wasps?
Yeah, they found a wasp nest that had too much radiation.
But the rabbits don't eat bugs.
Well, I don't know. These are mutant rabbits.
Fair points.
And there's also Chinese, mosquito drones that are out there. So there's a lot to worry about.
Have you ever seen that movie Parallel?
No.
I recommend that one. It's pretty good. It's how people find a mirror that can go to parallel versions of reality.
Interesting.
And then they go and they steal technology and they do other things. And I forgot why I was going to bring it up, but oh yeah, I remember now, because they kill a guy. Spoiler alert, it's an old movie, but one of the guys dies. So they go in they go into parallel realities. They abuse people. They steal money, and it's money, right? So they can use it here and they get rich and they're ripping people off, stealing ideas. Well, one guy's like banging some chick. He gets shot. He dies. So they're like, what are we going to do if people find out that he died? So they dump his body in a parallel reality and then kidnap a parallel version. But the realities are all slightly different. And so the parallel version doesn't know that they have this mirror. Like in their version of reality, they found the portal, and the other versions they didn't. So then they do this scene where he's like freaking out and shaking. And he's like, when I was a kid, my mom used to read this book to me all the time. And it's called The Callahan Cats. And then the woman is like, what's the problem? There's no G in Callahan.
Nice.
And it was a Mandela effect thing. So I started thinking about it. Agreed. I don't remember growing up and hearing about rabbits with tentacles.
It's new to me. CERN's been kicked on a lot. Yeah, you heard it here first. I don't know. It's certainly weird. And there's been a lot of weird animal stuff happening in the news lately.
Yeah, there has been. We did see that, I think, earlier.
Rabbit robots and
Russian advances and
they're robot rabbits. Real robot rabbits to go after the pythons in the Everglades.
What?
Yeah, that was last week's news.
And do they look like rabbits?
Yeah, they're
area on operational level breakthrough, though Russian forces very likely seek to make their. Yeah, I don't know what Trump's doing with this meeting. I do not think it should happen at all.
They are mechanized, but no, it's not that cool yet. But it will be.
They were robot rabbits.
Yeah, they got something going on. I think they just drop them in there, and they have a thing inside them that makes them have a heat signature that tricks the anaconda. It doesn't say there's any bombs inside, so I don't understand how they're really getting the pythons. But
could you imagine, like you're a snake,
if they turn on humans,
and then you're eating a rabbit, but the rabbit's just plush. You'd be like, this sucks.
Snake.
The world is fake.
This is the worst rabbit
economy
I've ever eaten.
And then you explode. Yeah, it's wild. So yeah, that's what we talk about in Inverted World Live. We're here first. we got exorcisms tonight. We got this guy coming on talk about his exorcisms. His father was a exorcist, and now he does exorcisms. So
you think the rabbits might be possessed?
Oh, for sure. Look, these things definitely.
Poor little things, man. They got diseases.
Studio believing that the Earth is not flat. I'm not sure how this was a scandal.
Excuse my naivete, but what exactly is an exorcism?
It's pulling the demons out of you.
And is that of a particular religion or
usually Christians?
Christian?
Yeah.
Is there the
Pretty
type of
much
Christian?
Catholics are the ones who do it the most.
Catholics are the exorcists.
Jews don't have exorcisms?
No, I don't know. No, I was trying to see if we had something similar.
You believe in demons?
No.
No, Jews have demons.
Yeah. Tell me more.
Not just. I mean, you're the expert. A lot.
Obviously, they were mentally well.
Demons, and they also had the golem and all that stuff.
I delusionally comply with my every demand I want in my own life, and it'll be your fault. The suicide, blackmail, and abuse of emotional manipulation.
There's many ways.
Ridiculous.
Done remotely, but typically in person. Power of prayer. They might say stuff, and there's stories where people start projectile vomiting, and they wake up very tired.
Did you see the movie?
Bro, I think
You
people
should watch the movie.
100% they get
Is
possessed.
this fringe
Without
or
doubt.
is this like common?
No, dude.
The
No,
Catholic
it happens
Church
all the time.
performs them.
The Catholic
No,
Church
but I don't know if it's
takes it
still
very
like
seriously.
a common
I
practice.
think that guy just died.
Sizing?
Common.
MFers.
I
And
think
he's still
there's a lot
moving.
doing it. I mean, just these guys
I
alone
heard,
have done
I heard
thousands.
that it's going up.
So like if you're a bad Catholic kid,
Keep your
you're
hands in
ready to
front.
perform an exorcism on you. Like I don't know if you're
Well, maybe.
smoking drugs.
Maybe.
Or
They
like
might ask.
running
They
out
might
and
ask.
about and you're a bad kid. They'll exercise you.
It depends how you define bad.
It's like when
like an unruly child, like a YN running.
He emptied his magazine in that kid.
It's like when the Catholic Church decides if someone is going to be canonized as a saint. There are certain criteria that has to be met before they'll even entertain the idea of sending an exorcist out. If they actually do meet a bunch of the criteria or meet the criteria, then the Catholic Church will send an actual exorcist out to actually evaluate the person.
We should watch this one. It'd probably be good with Tommy.
And they'll be like, all right, this is what I saw, and there should be an exorcist.
Can't believe we got demonetized.
The Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Several per day globally.
Yeah.
On Catholics.
No,
anybody.
Alad, we're actually about to do one right now. You want to come in, Exorcist?
I saw a cool one where the guy put a mirror above the girl, and then in the mirror you could see the demon, and then he broke the mirror, and Keanu Reeves was there.
Keanu Reeves was there.
When I was
Would have
younger,
been better. Constantine's a great character, but that movie was not Constantine.
I had a degenerate buddy of mine when he was younger. His parents were extremely religious, and he wasn't at all. And like when he was a teenager, they did an exorcism on him, and it just screwed him up more than he was already screwed up. And
Oh,
it was
jeez.
a joke because I didn't think it was a real thing. But no, I guess they
for
probably
sure,
really did
for sure.
No, they definitely do exorcisms. Yeah, for sure.
But the issue, I think, there's a lot of people who say that they don't believe in the spiritual stuff, which I think is silly.
Because there's a lot of spiritual, like, rock people, you know, they like those crystals.
This young girl, you can say, okay, well,
But they're demonic.
Fine, I don't believe that, but something did happen.
Oh yeah, I think there's spiritual warfare happening constantly.
Oh, absolutely.
Possession is a very real thing. Not something I used to say a lot. My attitude towards that has definitely changed, but it's changed from seeing.
There's warfare.
Demons in real life, especially
It's warfare.
The Demon Hunters story. You know, when I went out with Alex Rosen to do that pedophile story and captured those guys who were going after little girls and looking at their faces, you look like you're looking past the skin suit into straight up evil, and they can't contain it. He pooped himself right in front of us. It was disgusting. Yeah, dude, and it was, you know, those, and that's just one group of guys who do it, and they do it all the time. Alex works every day, all the time, catching these guys.
Have you seen the movie Constantine?
No.
So the DC character Constantine.
Yeah, Constantine's awesome.
Kind of like a Doctor Strange for DC.
Yeah.
When they made the first movie with Keanu Reeves,
Mhm.
they said that angels, there's half breeds. Angels are
Yeah.
demons that walk among us.
Nephilim.
And the demons basically, there's when you spray them with holy water, their skin breaks off and you can see their demon form.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go around DC and try that.
But I mean, aside from the fact that the guy pooped himself and you can see the evil, like, have you?
It's the energy.
Something that was like Exorcist style, like head spinning, or
not like that, no. But I've just seen a lot of evil personally in my life.
Evil. It's the
and not even in that story. You know, I've had to chase people out.
I got to tell you, that's not really all that compelling to me.
Yeah.
Saying that sometimes people are evil doesn't mean they're demons. What I've witnessed is people that I knew have their personalities change overnight.
For sure.
And this was during COVID.
For sure.
It was like, call it mass formation psychosis.
Yeah.
But there were people that I knew that within the span of 3 weeks, it was like they were a different person.
Yep.
As if I jumped into a portal and I was in a different reality, or
Yeah, the voice changes and like.
Some are better at hiding it, and then something switches, and all of a sudden you can see like.
And I've seen like the churches.
All of a sudden they know they're caught. Like
Some churches where they do exorcisms. There's people that willingly come up, but then they ask the name of the demon, and it gives its name, like Leviathan, or can't think of Lilith, whatever, you know, or what is it? The lust one, Jezebel, and they'll say its name, a demon's name or whatever, and it's intense. It looks intense anyway.
Like an animal in a trap, and you just see something change in their eyes.
Yeah.
I don't think it has to be. I think a demon just wants to destroy innocent people and feed off human suffering. So it's like it doesn't have to be like what you see at the
For sure.
It's just anything that goes after trying to destroy the innocent is evil. and we're surrounded by it.
If you're gonna go to DC to try and throw holy water on some people,
Yeah, on Pelosi. Yeah, Pelosi.
This will then, yeah. If
Clinton,
You'll get arrested.
Same circumstances.
Okay,
I,
true.
I,
They'll call it assault.
I'll give you. I'll give you some body armor to wear. It's because if you're gonna throw anything at Congress,
Is that bad?
probably
No, but like
that bad?
if you have one of those, like they have those shakers where it just puts drops of holy water,
Right.
they'll legit arrest you for assault.
Yeah.
All right, maybe worth it.
They're gonna be like, how did Mr. Schiff? How did you get those burns? And he's gonna be like, he assaulted me.
I mean, if you throw holy water on Adam Schiff, it will likely look like you're throwing acid on a normal human being.
Sorry, I'm trying to save people.
You know?
Yeah, I'm just trying to save people.
We just got breaking news, but I know
jeez.
you're gonna run.
Well, let me hear this, and I'm gonna run out.
Hannity's reporting a Democrat whistleblower has claimed Adam Schiff authorized the leaking of classified information to smear Donald Trump.
Ruh-roh.
Oh,
yeah.
Continues to unravel, according to our friend John Solomon, and a new report tonight just out, and he will join us in just a moment. A Democrat whistleblower repeatedly was warning the FBI beginning in 2017 that the congenital liar Adam Schiff had authorized leaking classified information to smear President Trump, which, by the way, could be a violation of the Espionage Act. Here with more on this breaking report.
So we knew he was doing that. It was all very obvious, but I'm glad we've got some confirmation.
Lock him up. It was a great show. Thank you guys. You can find me on Inverted World Live at Rumble and YouTube. We'll be live from 10 to 12. Phone calls. We take phone calls. Phone lines are open till midnight, and we'll see you there. Thanks, guys.
We got to jump to super chats. We're gonna grab your chats. Smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know, and then of course.
Alright. I'll play a video game and listen to Tucker Carlson. Let's see what's going on there. But first, switch. We're just chatting on these other ones to Mecha Breaker. I can't change it on Rumble, unfortunately. But it's okay. Bugs. Higher than the game. Game's at 40. Opposite. Yeah, it's higher. Okay.
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, sure.
So you first moved to the Holy Land in 1996?
Correct. Yep.
As a nun?
Right.
How are Christians doing in the Holy Land?
Well, it's become a very difficult time for them there. Basically, the Christians are in the same situation as the Muslims, being a Palestinian. So the problem is, so there's two different things. If you live in Israel, you're a citizen. And so they can live there and work, but there's sort of some petty grievances that people might have. But if you're a Christian in Palestine, which is where most of the activities of the life of Christ are, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, the Mount of Olives, Jericho, Jacob's Well, that's all within Palestine. And so that's the predominance of the Christian population there. And they're treated with the effects of the occupation, which means you have checkpoints around you. A Christian who lives in Bethlehem cannot go to Jerusalem, to the Holy Sepulchre, without a permit by Israel. and they don't usually give those permits, especially now.
A Christian can't.
No, without permission from Israel.
That's interesting because I mean those Christians that you're describing, I mean, they're the descendants of the Christians
Absolutely,
who
yeah.
were
They've
converted by
been there
Jesus.
from the beginning. Yeah. I mean, right. Christ came as a Jew, right?
Yes.
Went to the temple, but the people that converted and have lived there for centuries are, in fact, I think there's been studies done that on Palestinians living there now, and they are the Canaanite descendants.
Yes.
They're people that have been there for centuries. Not all, or the greater part, not just Palestine included Syria and Lebanon at a different time under different empires and things. So, yeah, they're the first Christians, the Christians at the time of Christ. And
Christian has the time of Christ for
it's very
Jews.
difficult to practice their faith. It's sort of like you're in a gilded cage. And that's how I look at Bethlehem. Within Bethlehem, you can live there, but you can't go and visit your friend who lives near Jacob's Well in Nablus without taking it. In fact, the priest in Bethlehem just told me the other day, his wife is from near Jenin, which normally would take you about an hour and a half to get between the two. Her father has prostate cancer. In order to get treatment, there was only hospitals. Nothing in the Northwest Bank could deal with it, either in Jerusalem or in Hebron, which is south of Bethlehem. And last year, or a couple of years ago, he was able to go to Jerusalem with a permit to get the treatment. But this year, the Israelis wouldn't let him. So it took him over 5 hours to get down to Hebron. And a man who's old and sick to doing things. So whether it's for those kind of activities or practicing your faith or visiting your relatives, which is part of Christian life too, right? You want to celebrate the holidays with your family and friends. It becomes very difficult to do.
The reason I'm asking these questions, well, first, I think it's worth worrying about Christians who are the minority population. Well, it's worth worrying about Christians in general. But the United States is a majority Christian country that pays for a huge percentage of the Israeli economy, both through trade and direct grants, and military assistance, and all the rest. Israel couldn't exist without the United States. So, and it has the support of so many Christians in the United States, and I don't know if they're fully aware. I want to think they would care if they knew how the Christians are doing. And I keep reading that the Christian population in the region has declined dramatically since Israel became a state in 1948.
Right.
And I'm not quite sure why.
Muslims?
Again, I think it has to do because
Muslim persecution.
The whole issue is that Israel has continued to grow and think that they can dominate the Christian areas, the areas of Palestine. So they make it very difficult for anyone else to be able to live there.
The Muslims.
But you would think Christians would get a special pass or dispensation because the United States is the great patron and it's a Christian country.
Well, they get a pass.
Well, the problem you have is one with the Christian Zionists, the ones who don't recognize the Christians in the Holy Land as being fully Christian, apparently, because why would I have a very hard time understanding why someone who calls himself a Christian and then gives money to support the building of settlements. Do we understand what that
This lady
means?
looks like a Muslim.
The settlements are in the areas of Palestine. They're taking over the land that belongs to the people
Muslims
of Palestine. And this has been going on, like I said, I've been there since 1996, and I've seen the continued growth of the settlement. I lived in Bethany, biblical Bethany. Beyond and over the mountain, Mount of Olives, was the convent I was in Jerusalem. And to the east of me was the settlement of Mali Adumim in 1998. It was a relatively small settlement then. And then you go down the road to Jericho. It was one lane. It's now a larger highway. And that settlement of Mali Adumim is like a huge city and has closed off the people of Bethany. We are closed off in Bethany from going to our convent in Jerusalem because of the wall that was built on Palestinian land, on Christian land. There's a Christian home for boys that the Israelis just took over and cut up to make part of the wall that's separated. So it wasn't done for security to build that wall. It was done simply to expand the borders of Israel.
Which is security.
So they went right through Christian land. Did Christians in the West say anything about this?
Very few. I mean, there was, and also on that stretch at the lower end of the Mount of Olives, there was a nursing home run by a Catholic church, and the nun that was in charge, she spoke to the French press, and soon after she was told she was sent to Lebanon or to another post. wasn't allowed to be there. Me, at the same time, the wall was built right beyond Lazarus's tomb. Our school is walking distance from Lazarus's tomb, from where Martha and Mary lived, and they built the wall right above where the tomb is. So that separated some of our teachers from being able to come to school. It separated our families on either side of the wall. So in April of 2005, I went to Washington and spoke to some congresspeople, not to demean Jews or not to even demean the state of Israel, to say, look, we are being affected by this wall. It's affecting our religious life. I can't go to visit my convent easily anymore because of this wall. It's disrupting our school life. And we'd like to see, it's not for security. It's not separating Israel from Palestine. It's separating Palestine from Palestine in the two. I get back home.
I'm sorry, what kind of reception did you? So you went to Congress?
Yeah, and there were a handful. Actually, I remember a very sweet occurrence. He's died since, but Senator Paul Wellstone of Minnesota, I was scheduled to meet him, and he wasn't there. But then he came, and he literally ran down the hall to catch me. So there were a few people that were sympathetic, but overall, no. And I even felt the sense when I was talking to people that like I went to a meeting where there were a few aides there of different kinds.
Well, she's going to a United States Congress about Israel Gaza issues. The United States has no jurisdiction. It's stupid. Who's this lady? Oh, trying to self-described evangelicals like Ted Cruz and Mike Johnson have no interest in how Israel treats Christians. Mother Agape. Mustache.
We're talking to Mother Agapia, Sister Maria Stephanopoulos, who's the sister of, now ABC analyst, former Clinton aide George Stephanopoulos, which brings us to the issue of the U.S. media and how it's portraying what's happening there. I don't know if it's possible for you to see it there, but your brother's certainly a key part of that portrayal. Can you talk about what the media is saying about where you are?
Well, I have little TV access, basically just CNN and BBC actually, so I don't know as far as the television. I am hooked up to the internet, so I do see a little bit, check out what the New York Times has to say, or the Post and others. It seems to be very downgrade, to emphasize more what is the Israeli suffering rather than what's going on the Palestinian side. And sort of buying the administration argument that this is all justified in the name of the war on terror. Well, how can it be a war on terror when people are being terrorized on the other side? And I think the American media has to stop being afraid and do a better job just to be fair in reporting what's really going on both sides.
What about this issue of President Bush talking about Ariel Sharon as a man of peace, crediting him with taking satisfactory steps to end Israel's military assault, despite Sharon's rejection of the president's demand for an immediate withdrawal?
This is a 2002 interview of her.
Well, obviously this is just doublespeak and delusion to serve their purposes. I mean, how many people are going to look in the details of what's going on here? So they'll accept at the word that Sharon is a man of peace and say that he's working on withdrawal while a million Palestinians are still sitting here with tanks in their yard.
Yeah.
I think it's up to the American media to challenge that and to question how can the president come out with statements like this in the face of the facts of what's really going on the ground.
Your school is a Christian school, Mother Agapia, but
it's a Christian-run school. Yes.
The students?
They're 98% Muslim, and the village itself is basically primarily Muslim, because in general, in Palestine, the population is Muslim. But in our school, which is 98% Muslim, and 75% of our teachers are Muslim. We have crosses above every door. We have icons, pictures of saints on every wall. And there's absolutely no complaints or problems from either the local population or the Palestinian Authority, which is responsible for education here. We get our curriculum from the Palestinian Authority. And that's another thing I'd like to mention.
They willingly teach that?
The statement is made that the Palestinians and the Palestinian educational system are inciting their children to violence. Well, I've been running a school here for 3 years, and I say we use the books of the Palestinian Education Ministry, and I challenge anyone to come here and show me what they mean by incitement. Our basic duty is to help our children, to educate them, and to work together with all people. And in my 3 years here, I have no evidence of that the children are interested in doing anything except bettering their lives.
What about, and this is my last question to you, what about just the whole issue that the Israeli military puts forward, even in talking about Jenin, saying it's the home of most of the suicide bombers, that they are doing this for self-defense?
Well, I think that it's a little bit...
You know, she's been complaining about this wall for years.
After suicide bombers, what creates the suicide bombers? The problem is the occupation,
Jihad.
the whole injustice in the situation here. It's not that they destroy...
No. Suicide bombers are everywhere. They're not behind a separated state, you know. Palestinians want their own state. They got it. They're separated from Israel. Like, Israel doesn't need to be giving them electricity or pumping water into them. Like, they need to figure that out for themselves if they want to be their own state, you know? But they're not showing a true desire to be their own state. They're not even providing themselves with the basic necessities. They're too worried about digging tunnels.
By destroying even or killing 100 or 1,000 men in each Palestinian town, if that's what they intend to do during this current invasion. What has to be done is made a constructive move towards peace and giving a fair settlement to the Palestinians to a portion of the land here. That will do away with any growing of bombers here.
Well, I want to thank you.
Much better than with military force.
Well, I want to thank you very much for being with us, Mother Agapia, Russian Orthodox nun, under siege in the occupied territories just outside East Jerusalem. You are listening to Democracy.
And we're getting new reaction from South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace following her heated interview with ABC host George Stephanopoulos. Congresswoman Mace accused Stephanopoulos of shaming her as a rape victim for supporting Trump. Here's part of that exchange.
You've endorsed Donald Trump for president. Judges and 2 separate juries have found him liable for rape and for defaming the victim of that rape. How do you square your endorsement of Donald Trump with the testimony we just saw?
Well, I will tell you, I was raped at the age of 16. I didn't come forward because of that judgment and shame that I felt. And it's a shame that you will never feel, George. And I'm not going to sit here on your show and be asked a question meant to shame me about another potential rape victim. I'm not gonna do that.
It's actually not about shaming you. It's a question about Donald
No, you
Trump.
are shaming me.
Why are you supporting someone who's been found liable for rape?
I just answered your question.
What is the answer?
He was not found guilty in a criminal court of law. It was sexual abuse. It wasn't actually rape, by the way. And E. Jean Carroll joked about all the money she's going to get and made a mockery out of this case. And I think that's offensive. There's a reason why women don't come forward.
And I want to thank the Congresswoman Nancy Mace for coming on after those comments on the Faulkner Focus last hour. And I asked her specifically about the moment that she wasn't anticipating, that many of us didn't know.
I was so shocked and dismayed by the line of questioning. George Stephanopoulos tried to bully me and shame me as a rape survivor.
That's ridiculous.
Over my support for Donald Trump, which is insane to me because he wasn't
Sue him.
guilty of rape anywhere. But the other thing is that George Stephanopoulos, he has never felt the shame of rape. He does not know what this journey is like. It's a journey of healing over a lifetime. And I will tell you, I've been built for tough. I've been through some very tough things.
She is built for tough. So, Emily, what she also shared last hour, which we didn't show all of, is that she didn't anticipate that that's...
We're talking to...
Like, is there anything else on her? Nikki Jerusalem, April 24th, 2002, a U.S.-born Russian Orthodox nun living and serving in Jerusalem has written a stirring appeal to Orthodox women, especially in the United States. She's Mother Agape, formerly Maria Stephanopoulos. I can't read this. I'm gonna blow it up and see if I can get a voice. A voiceover to read that. Right. Anyway, sounds like she's been complaining about this wall for a while.
Right, not just in one office, and just felt as if there was someone there watching what he was saying or doing, going on. So anyway, so I give that.
Did you meet with any Christian church leaders here in the U.S.?
Unfortunately, I mean, the Catholic Church has done a lot and said a lot, but I sad to say, I feel the Orthodox Church in America has been very reluctant to speak out on this issue.
Why?
Or to get involved. Maybe sometimes I think partly is just simply awareness. Even when people go on pilgrimages to the Holy Land, they probably have Israeli tour guides, and they don't, it's an amazing experience to go to the Holy Land. It's overwhelming to a pious person to go there, and you're thinking about going to see where Jesus was, and here I'm on the Sea of Galilee, and you don't really perceive what that wall means, or who are those people living over there, or how come there's only cars with yellow plates here. And then we were in Jericho, and I saw these green and white plates. What does that mean going on? They don't understand it, so they don't get the concept.
What does the yellow for 2 weeks. License plate mean?
Yellow plate is for people who live in the state of Israel, and they can go on certain roads, all roads, and for Palestinians who have a Jerusalem ID are allowed to have a car with a yellow plate. And then Palestinians have green and white plates, and they cannot use. So over that time that I've been here, as the settlements have grown, you build the infrastructure for it. The electricity, the roads, separate roads that are used only by people that have yellow plates. As a foreigner and part of a foreign church, we were entitled to have either those, or they also have white diplomatic plates, that kind of diplomatic and religious plates that are there. So there's very much an apartheid system. Very much so. It's which gave me the freedom to help my Christian friends in Bethlehem and other places. Like one time, there was a woman who her daughter, they were from Bethlehem, married a Christian who lived in Jerusalem. So he had rights to be in the city of Jerusalem, have blue ID. But the mother, when the daughter gave birth to their first child, she didn't have any way to go to see her daughter because it would be illegal for her to go into Jerusalem to get there. So I had the school van, and I went to Bethlehem, go get her. And a lot of times we'd have a little more leeway. If I go through a checkpoint, they'll see it's a nun, and I go pass through a lot easier than someone else would. So I was able to get her through to be able to go see her daughter at the birth of her granddaughter.
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a very safe country. Walk through Oakland or Philadelphia. Yeah, good luck. So most people, when they think about this, want to carry a firearm, and a lot of us do. The problem is there can be massive consequences for that. Ask Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse got off in the end, but he was innocent from the first moment. It was obvious on video, and he was facing life in prison anyway. That's what the anti-gun movement will do. They'll throw you in prison for defending yourself with a firearm. And that's why a lot of Americans are turning to Byrna. It's a proudly American company. Byrna makes self-defense launchers that hundreds of law enforcement departments trust. They've sold over 600,000 pistols, mostly to private citizens who refuse to be empty-handed. These pistols, and I have one, fire rock-hard kinetic rounds or tear gas rounds and peppered projectiles, and they stop a threat from up to 60 feet away. There are no background checks. There are no waiting periods. Byrna can ship it directly to your door. You can't be arrested for defending yourself with a Byrna pistol. Visit Byrna, BYRNA.com, or your local Sportsman's Warehouse to get yours today. Byrna.com.
I'll just be totally blunt with you. Most Americans are aware that there's a system, something like what you just described.
Right.
But the pretext for it, the justification for it, is that there's a lot of Islamic terrorism. There are a couple intifadas. There are a lot of suicide bombings. And it's Islamic terror. And most Americans have been taught for 25 years that Islamic terror is a threat. And, there's some truth in that, of course. But so we assume that Christians would be getting an exemption from all this. Why would Christians who are not responsible for Christian terror, there's no such thing, why would they be penalized for this? Why wouldn't they, again, when the patron saint state is majority Christian, why wouldn't the Christians there be getting some kind of special pass? I just don't understand that. Why punish the Christians for Islamic terror?
Because I don't think it's Islamic terror that's taking place in the first place. I think we have to disabuse ourselves of that notion that this is a battle between Muslim and Jew, or that, constantly you heard after the October event was that Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. Even to this day, we hear it's Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. What is Hamas? Hamas are people who have had their homes taken from them, who, if they live in Gaza, have not been basically been in an open-air prison for certainly the last 20 years going on. Even when the Israelis withdrew from Gaza, they didn't leave open borders. There was no freedom for people in Gaza to develop their economy. If I know people who wanted to try to go to school in America and couldn't get out of Gaza, had a Fulbright scholarship and weren't able to leave.
I mean, couldn't get out.
Israel didn't give them permission. So what kind of freedom is that? If you live in Gaza,
they couldn't even fly out.
No, and their airport had been bombed in 2000 and early on. 2000, there was an airport built soon after the Oslo Accords, but Israel has intervened many times in Gaza and little by little destroyed. When I first went there in 2002, after the second Intifada started, I remember saying to my mother back home, this is genocide, even that genocide by Chinese water torture. But now we're seeing genocide on steroids.
You're American, I should say.
Yes, I'm born in America. Yeah, lived in America. And so getting back to Hamas, so also the school I was at has 350 girls. It's in a town that's 98% Muslim. Though it has roots, it's the roots of where Bethany, where on our school grounds is a stone from the 6th century. This is where Christ met Martha at the resurrection. So we're talking about, and it's the road leading. There's still part of the road that existed when Christ walked during that time, and would have seen Lazarus and Martha and Mary. Lazarus' tomb is down the road, right? But so permeated even with Palestinian Muslim culture is the sense that Christians lived here, and they recognize Jesus as a prophet, so they respect him and so there's. I'm not saying that everything is perfect. You can't have divisions between, just like even with Christians. Some Christians might think we should have allow politics to be in the church or Christian morality, and others would think totally different. So you can have some differences of opinion, if you will, and we can all live with each other between that.
Difference of theology, but not difference of.
They can have their differences, but overall,
not really.
Culture,
it's like water and oil.
There.
So you were a nun in a majority Muslim town, a Christian nun, in your habit, I assume.
And which also was to an advantage because pious Muslims are not jihadists, the ones that I know. I'm not saying other parts of the world that may be the case, but in Palestine it's simply not the case, or Syria or Lebanon or Iraq. The Muslims, for the most part, are they've all grown up together, the Christians and the Muslims, and there's a certain amount of commonality and respect. And so me being dressed like this was just like many of the women there, right? So they kind of respected that. They're the same sort of conservative culture. There's the same sort of idea that we're both have some same basic values of compassion for our neighbor, of taking care of our families, and trying to live. They have their form of fasting and almsgiving, and it's actually very important to them. And I think the best parts of Islam come from its development from Christian ideas that Muhammad came to know. I'm sure of that. You can sense it.
This is a very different story from the one that we're told in the American media, that Christians are imperiled by Muslims in the Middle East.
They are not imperiled by Muslim in Palestine. That is an absolute fact. And that's just simply not the case. And again, going back to my school, in our school, we had icons, which are part of the Orthodox tradition, pictures of saints, and crosses in every classroom. No problem with that. I could show you a photograph, I can't now, but of the graduates of the latest high school graduation. And, they're embracing the nuns there. They're dressed actually in a more secular way. And, it all
So a lot of your students are Muslim?
Oh, yeah, 98%. The only Christian
your students were
Yes, yeah. And about half the teachers during the time I was there, some Muslim, some Christian.
In a Christian school?
Yes, and actually that's all throughout Palestine. The Orthodox is relatively small. We do have schools in many of the Palestinian towns, but also Catholic schools, Lutheran schools, and most of the population, most of the students are Muslims. And the beautiful thing about where the great danger is, if the Christians continue to diminish, a key part of Palestinian society and within Israel as well. You go to Nazareth, you'll see many Catholic-run hospitals, schools, and so it's a fabric, it's a part of the whole character.
But I'm just still confused by the idea that the Christian population is declining under Israeli rule. You would think just the opposite.
What gives them what I observed from my time in Israel and going back every year is that they do not want any Palestinians there. So the majority of Christians in Israel and Palestine are Palestinian. So they have to leave too. What grieves me is that the Holocaust is a horrible thing that happened. People slaughtered fairly quickly. Sometimes the thought comes to me when I've driven between, there's a tunnel road that goes from Jerusalem to Bethlehem, and it's only for the settlers to go on down to the continued settlements that lead down further south in Israel, to Hebron, or actually I shouldn't say Israel, into Palestine, other Palestinian territory. As you're going, that tunnel road has been carved out of land that belongs to people in Bethlehem and Dejala, which you're passing by on that tunnel road. So it's like a living death. How would you like to be a man? That was your grandfather's olive trees. But now it's controlled by Israel, and you're not even allowed to drive on that road. And on that very same road, I remember a poignant picture. There was a woman that worked at our convent, she was a nurse, and took care of the nuns. And she had a home, a very typical stone Arab home. Beautiful home with grapevines. I remember going to pick the grapes at the house. That is now part of, they just confiscated the land. She fought it. She fought as long as she could to try to keep her property. And I remember passing by there some years, and there's slowly, new Israel homes are being built that look very different. And there's something that looks as if it belongs to biblical Palestine. And so what I was getting at is that these people, they're dying as they're living. Because it's like, and I remember sitting at the home of one of those people in Dejala, and they had lived in the center of town. It was his father's home, and then he built a new one near the Talitha Kumi Lutheran School. And I literally was sitting with them one afternoon, and he gets a call from his brother. The Israelis are here, they're pulling up our olive trees, cutting them down on some of their land. As he ran over, he collected as many of the trees as he could. Military order, that's what it was. They just go and do it, even though it's not their land. And then military order, nothing you can do. They have jeeps and weapons. You're not going to stop them. but he was able to take some of those trees. This shows the resiliency, and the word is samud. It's like, it's a quiet persistence. This is our land, and we're going to stay here. And this man is a doctor who studied in Hungary. He took those olive trees, and they now are on a plot of land next to his new house and trying to grow. So it's like, this is, I'm not sure what Israel is trying to do. I mean, it's horrific what's going on in Gaza, and what is very concerning to me, and then why I'm grateful to be on your show, is that what is going to happen, the people that I know in the West Bank, Christian and Muslim, it's not said, but it's like, we're next. That what they've done to Gaza is going to come to us, because who's going to stop them? Already in the northern parts where the UNRWA, the refugee camps were, I was there in September. They had already been making raids. I was in the center of Jenin, right in front of the Catholic Church. They had bulldozed the middle of the road and broken the water pipes. No bullet holes. I lived in 2002 during the Intifada in Bethlehem. The whole city was full of bullet holes. So there hadn't been any confrontations, but they were still bulldozing and doing what they wanted to do to wreck the infrastructure, to make it harder for people to go to work up there. But now, in the last 8 months, they've cleared out at least 15,000 people in Tulkarm and Jenin in the northern part. They're not in their homes. Do you hear those stories? And these affect Christians as well.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's a cliche for a reason, because it's pretty good advice. But sometimes it's not true. Cell phones are a glaring exception. You've got your cell phone, you've had it for years, you don't change. Sometimes your cell phone battery life fades, or maybe your processor can't keep up. But your phone is bound to run into trouble eventually, no matter what the problem is. And replacing it early is much better, and often far cheaper than replacing it too late. Enter Pure Talk. This month, if you switch to a qualifying $35 plan, $35 bucks, Pure Talk will give you a Samsung Galaxy A36 completely free, literally free. Just $35 bucks a month for talk, text, and data, and you get to restart your phone life cycle without paying for a brand new device. So it's a scam-free deal, all on America's most dependable 5G network. It's like a cell phone that works as well as any other. It's just way cheaper, and they're not scamming you. So switching is a win for everybody. You save money on your cell phone bill. Pure Talk grows to hire more Americans to support more veterans, which it does. So go to puretalk.com/Tucker to get your free phone today. That's puretalk.com/Tucker to switch to our wireless company. It's America's wireless company. It's Pure Talk. So why do American Christians send money to a government that does this to Christians?
Well, I think the ones that send money that support the settlements are obviously the Christian Zionists. There's an organization called Christians United for Israel, Pastor John Hagee. I was in Washington a few weeks ago because, well, they had a conference in Baltimore. So it's slowly growing an awareness by other Christians in America that just like many Jews are protesting and saying, not in our name, and the Jewish Voice for Peace, there has to be much more done by the Christians in America, because these Christian Zionists are speaking in our name. Someone like Ted Cruz, Senator Cruz, is saying and doing what he's doing because he's following a Christianity that is not the Christianity of the Holy Land. It's not the Christianity of a Catholic or an Orthodox or a traditional Christian.
Are you sure about that?
It's a heretical belief.
What is Christian Zionism?
As far as I understand it, they believe in the idea of the rapture. They believe that it's sort of this cruel bargain they have going with Israel, because basically what they say that they're going to be swooped up into heaven, right? And then there's going to be 1,000-year kingdom, and then there'll be the end of the world and the judgment by Christ, and he'll come back. This is a false. It was condemned as a heresy in 381. Because basically, there is no 1,000-year millennium to come, no 1,000-year period. The end will.
Pretty sure it says so in the Bible.
Now, and so
it's a false
belief there. And
so basically, what they're arguing is that Jesus coming the first time wasn't enough.
It's supposed to be a second coming.
Like, in a way, it's denying the Messiah.
No, it's not.
As an Orthodox Christian, the most important thing in my life is that we receive the body and blood of Christ, and we prepare ourselves to receive that body because Christ came as God and as man. And if you read John,
he's planning on returning.
666. First, he says, "Take, eat, this is my body, and drink, this is my blood." And many a people that heard the saying and found it to be a hard saying and turned away from him.
Yes.
So everybody was Jewish then, right? But some believed and some didn't. And some continued to follow only the law. And some said, and Christ superseded the law. He said there's something more than that law. I am the law. I fulfill the law and the prophets. We believe in the Feast of the Transfiguration on Mount Tabor. It takes place near Nazareth. I've been there many times. And in our icons, in our images, you see Moses and you see Elijah aside Jesus, because the law and the prophets have been fulfilled in Jesus Christ. He came and said, "I'm the church, I'm your salvation." And you know what I think often about is where I lived in Mount of Olives, St. Mary Magdalene Convent. Right above it is a Catholic monastery called Domus.
She really seems to worship the place.
Christ wept, and I think of it often now because, to some degree, with Muslims, to a lesser degree, because they retain some of the Christian sensibility.
No, they don't.
He's weeping over the people that didn't see him, that didn't understand who he was. And so they follow only the law, and I think that's why you see these are people
trash.
Can somehow justify allowing for the starvation and ethnic cleansing of so many people. Because think of the stories from the Gospels, where Christ heals the man with the
Here. Offering you do not desire. Body you prepared for me with burnt offerings and sin offerings. I said, "Here I am. It is written about me in the scroll. I have come to do your will, my God." Since we have come unto the most holy place, for the blood of Jesus, by a new living way opened up for us through the curtain that is his body, and since we have a great priest of the house of God, let us draw near to God with a sincere heart, full assurance that faith brings, having our hearts sprinkled to cleanse us from a guilty conscience, and having our bodies washed with pure water, let us hold on swiftly to the hope we profess, for he has promised is faithful. How we may spare one another to love and good deeds, not giving up meeting together, or somewhere in good habit. After we have received knowledge of the truth, no sacrifice for sins is left, but only a fearful expectation of judgment and of raging fire that will consume the enemies of God. Anyone who rejects the law of Moses die without mercy on the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. How much more severely do you think someone deserves to be punished who has trampled the Son of God underfoot? password. Oh. Hold on. Who is treated as an unholy thing, the blood of the covenant that sanctified them, who has insulted the Spirit of grace. For we know him who said, "It is mine to avenge, I will repay." And again, the Lord will judge his people. It is a dreadful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. We close it now. Remember those earlier days after you had received the light. Those sufferings and months you were publicly exposed to insult and persecutions. Serves. It's not heroes. There will be terrible times in the last days. People will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boastful, proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not lovers of the good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but denying its power. Have nothing to do with such people. They are kind who worm their way into homes and gain control over gullible women who are loaded down with sins and are swayed by all kinds of evil desires, always learning but never able to come to a knowledge of the truth, just as Janus and Jambres opposed Moses. So also these teachers oppose the truth. They are men of depraved minds who, as far as the faith is concerned, are rejected, but they will not get very far because this is the case of these men. Their folly will be clear. You, however, know all about my teachings, my way of life, my purpose, faith, patience, love, endurance, persecution, sufferings. What kinds of things happened to me in Antioch, Iconium, and Lystra? The persecutions I endured, yet the Lord rescued me from all of them. And heck, everyone who wants to live a godly life in Christ Jesus will be persecuted, while evildoers and impostors will go from bad to worse, deceiving and being deceived. But as for you, continue in what you have learned and have become convinced of, because you know those from whom you learned it, and know from infancy you have known the Holy Scripture, which are able to make you wise for salvation through Christ and the faith in Christ Jesus. All Scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness, so that the servant of God may thoroughly equipped for every good work. For the body and yes, I know I tell you, every public knowledge before the Son of Man will also acknowledge before the gods, angels of God, but whoever disowns me before others will be disowned before the angels of God, and everyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man will be forgiven, but anyone who blasphemes against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven. When you are brought before synagogues, rulers, and authorities, do not worry about, and the Holy Spirit will teach you. said, do not worry. So you do not worry about your life, what you will eat, or about your body. Consider the ravens, they do not sow or reap there, and have no storerooms or barns, yet God feeds them. More valuable you are than birds. Who of you, by worrying, can add a single hour to your life? Since you cannot do this very little thing, why do you worry about the rest? Consider how the wildflowers grow. They do not labor or spin, yet I tell you, not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these. If that is how good God clothes the grass of the field, which is here today and tomorrow is thrown into the fire, how much more will he clothe you of little faith? And do not set your heart on what you will eat or drink. Do not worry about it, for the pagan world runs after all such things, and your Father knows that you need them. But seek his kingdom, and these things will be given to you as well. Do not be afraid, little flock, for your Father has been pleased to give you the kingdom. Sell your possessions and give to the poor. Provide purses for yourself that will not wear out, a treasure in heaven that will never fail, where no thief comes near and no moth destroys. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Be dressed, ready for service, and keep your lamp burning, like servants waiting for their master to return from wedding banquets, so that when he comes and knocks, they can immediately open the door for him. It will be good for those servants whose master finds them watching when he comes. Truly, I tell you, he will dress himself to serve. He will have them recline at the table and come and wait on them. It will be good for those servants whose master finds them ready, even if he comes in the middle of the night or toward daybreak. But understands that if the owner of the house had known at what hour the thief was coming, he would not have let his house be broken into. You also must be ready, because the Son of Man will come at an hour when you do not expect him. Now, will it actually sign me in? Materazzi. Yeah. Footnotes to 39. Yeah, a bunch of stuff in Revelation. The scroll of the Lamb will be it. And I saw on the right hand of him who sat on the throne a scroll with writing on both sides and sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a mighty angel proclaiming in a loud voice, who is worthy to break the seals and open the scroll. But no one in heaven or on earth or under the earth could open the scroll or even look inside it. I wept and wept because no one was found who was worthy to open the scroll Before I looked inside, then one of the elders said to me, "Do not weep." See, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has triumphed. He is able to open the scroll and its 7 seals. Then I saw a lamb looking as if it had been slain, standing at the center of the throne, encircled by the 4 living creatures and the elders. The lamb had 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent out into all the earth. He went and took the scroll from the right hand of him who sat on the throne, and when he had taken it, the 4 living creatures and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb. Each one had a harp, and they were holding bowls full of incense, which are the prayers of God's people, and they sang a new song, saying, "You are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seal, because you were slain. And with your blood you purchased for God persons from every tribe and language and people and nation. You have made them to be a kingdom and priests to serve our God, and they will reign on the earth." Then I looked and heard the voice of many angels, numbering thousands upon thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000, encircled the throne and the living creatures and the elders. In a loud voice they were saying, "Worthy is the Lamb who was slain to receive power and wealth and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and praise." Then I heard every creature in heaven and on earth and under the earth and on the sea and all that is in them saying, "To him who sits on the throne and to the Lamb be praise and honor and glory and power forever and ever." The 4 living creatures said amen, and the elders fell down and worshipped. I watched this land open the first of the 7 seals. Then I heard one of the 4 living creatures say in a voice like thunder, "Come." I looked, and there before me was a white horse. Its rider held a bow, and he was given a crown, and he rode out as a conqueror bent on conquest. When the Lamb opened the 2nd seal, I heard the 2nd living creature say, "Come." Then another horse came out, and a fire-red one. Its rider was given power to take peace from the earth and to make people kill each other. To him was given a large sword. When the Lamb opened the 3rd seal, I heard the 3rd living creature say, "Come." I looked, and there before me was a black horse. Its rider was holding a pair of scales in his hand. Then I heard what sounded like a voice among the 4 living creatures saying, 2 pounds of wheat for a day's wage, and 6 pounds of barley for a day's wage, and do not damage the oil and the wine. When the Lamb opened the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th living creature say, "Come." I looked, and there before me was a pale horse. Its rider was named Death, and Hades was following close behind him. They were given power over a fourth of the earth to go by sword, famine, and plague, and by the wild beasts of the earth. When he opened the 5th seal, I saw under the altar the souls of those who had been slain because of the word of God. Wait. Called out in a loud voice, "How long, sovereign Lord, holy and true, until you judge the inhabitants of the earth and avenge our blood?" And each of them was given a white robe, and they were told to wait a little longer until the full number of their fellow servants, their brothers and sisters, were killed just as they had been. I watched as he opened the 6th seal. There was a great earthquake. The sun turned black like sackcloth made of goat hair. The whole moon turned blood red, and the stars in the sky fell to earth as figs drop from a fig tree. When shaken by a strong wind, the heavens receded like a scroll being rolled up, and every mountain and island was removed from its place. Then the kings of the earth, the princes, the generals, the rich, the mighty, and everyone else, both slave and free, hid in caves and among the rocks of the mountain, called to the mountains and the rocks, "Fall on us and hide us from the face of him who sits on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day, the day of their wrath has come, and who can withstand it?" After this, I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 winds of the earth to prevent any wind from blowing on the land or on the sea or on any tree. Another angel coming up from the east, having the seal of the living God, he called out in a loud voice to the 4 angels who had been given power to harm the land and the sea, "Do not harm the land or the sea or the trees until we put a seal on the foreheads, servants of our God." But then I heard the number of those who were sealed, 144,000 from all the tribes of Israel. Judah, 12,000 were sealed. Reuben, 12,000. Gad, 12,000. Asher, 12,000. Naphtali, 12,000 Manasseh, 12,000 Simeon, 12,000 Levi, 12,000 Issachar, 12,000 Zebulun, 12,000 Joseph, 12,000 Benjamin, 12,000. After this I looked, and there before me was a great multitude that no one could count, from every nation, tribe, people, and language, standing before the throne and before the Lamb. They were wearing white robes and were holding palm branches in their hands, and they cried out in a loud voice, "Salvation belongs to our God who sits on the throne and to the Lamb." All the angels were standing around the throne and around the elders and the four living creatures. They fell down on their faces before the throne and worshipped God, saying, "Amen, praise and glory and wisdom and thanks and honor and power and strength be to our God forever and ever. Amen." And one of the elders asked me, "These in white robes, who are they and where did they come from?" I answered, "Sir, you know." And he said, "These are they who have come out of the great tribulation. They have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore they are before the throne of God and serve him day and night in his temple. He who sits on the throne will shelter them with his presence. Never again will they hunger, never again will they thirst. The sun will not beat down on them, nor any scorching heat. For the Lamb at the center of the throne will be their shepherd. He will lead them to springs of living water, and God will wipe away every tear from their eye."
The withered hand.
Yes.
And he's looking behind him are the Pharisees, and he's grieved at their hardness of heart because he was healing, doing a work on the Sabbath day, and that was against the law. And so now these Christians of wrong belief believe that they need to rebuild the temple as part of their plan. So
No.
they believe that the current state of Israel, which has nothing to do with the biblical Israel, is needed to be built up so that then somehow they can restore and build that temple, fulfill an obligation of the law. And the price of that, they're willing to forego the compassion that Christ talked about and allow people to be starved.
No.
And Christians in America have to understand that you're allowing both people who support the state of Israel, who are Jewish, and those Christians who think they're doing something in the name of Christ when it's far from the name of Christ, and it's actually causing the end of the Christian population in the Holy Land. It's going to be, the numbers have dwindled. Now we're getting to the small thousands. I just received a call the other day. Jacob's Well is in the large city of Nablus, in the center of the West Bank, which has been grievously raids take place all the time, and it's very difficult. But what happened the other day was that a Christian-run factory in Nablus, there's about 600 families, around 600 Christians, number of churches, and Jacob's Well, which is a very important site to us. We always go there on a pilgrimage when we can. And their factory, no warning, no permit. First, on June 26th, I believe, the Israeli army came in and confiscated some of the factory equipment. And then 2 weeks later, they came and blew up a big portion of the factory. So how are people supposed to have? They gave no reason. There was no permit. They have lawyers. There has been, as far as I know, to this date, no court order, no reason. And the only thing, quickly what popped into my head, because it is a metal making factory. Okay, they must be using it to make weapons, right? These are Christians who have been there for decades, centuries, I think, even the family. And it's a well-known business. All right. And no order was given. And I almost feel a little wary about saying anything because I don't know what the repercussions will be with that family because they have no recourse. Who do they go to?
Where's Ted Cruz in all this? Ted Cruz talks about how he's a Christian. Mike Johnson, as the Speaker of the House, talks about how he's a Christian. They talk about it a lot, actually.
I think they have to. We have to. I'm not sure that it can be done by. We have to battle AIPAC and the Christian Zionists by the Christians standing up, say, "Not in my name." We can't be doing this. So if they're getting money from these organizations, then Christians have to have enough concern to say, "I don't want this happening in my name."
No, and to
It's
my
a-
brothers in Christ.
Right, exactly. And not only it's the real people, the living stones that are there that keep the churches open, that keep things going, but also for our Christian legacy. You know, we're supposedly a country based on a Judeo-Christian heritage, right? But so where is that Judeo-Christian heritage when you're destroying the very foundations of it? Saint Jerome translated the Bible in Bethlehem. The cells where he was at are under the Church of the Nativity. You know, the very roots of our Christian heritage are there, and we're letting it be destroyed. Not physically and
She's worshiping the
physically,
place
right,
more than she's
but
worshiping
also
Jesus. You can
there's
tell.
a wonderful person. When you talk about resistance, well, this all started with Hamas. So for the most part, I would say they're a
They weren't
resistance movement,
resistance.
simply people fighting
No.
for their people, trying to
No.
protect their land.
From what?
And I don't know if we want to reach into the area of the whole problem is that it was never defined what Palestine is. You know, the
Because
Oslo Accords
Palestine's
took
not a
place,
thing.
and then there was nothing to.
The Oslo
there was
Accords did
Area
not
A,
take
B, and
place.
C, and you didn't have Palestine.
No.
So little by little, Israel just
Oslo
keeps taking over
Accords.
lands, confiscating, building the settlements.
Yeah, the Oslo Accords are a pair. No, it was broken. Oslo Accords never were a thing. Didn't last very long. You even see Clinton. Yeah, Oslo Accords failed.
Netanyahu, Chairman Yasser Arafat.
Arafat didn't accept it. He turned around and told him to bomb them. So Oslo Accords did not last very long.
Adding the checkpoints and strangling the life of anybody living there. Now I lost my train of thought. I'm going to.
Well, here's a story you probably haven't heard a lot about. The Chinese mafia is exploiting rural America to create a drug empire. This is communist affiliate to the brand new rural America. Church and it's less than 80 years old, but that area is thousands of years old,
Right.
controlled by various empires, as you've said. And then finally the British up
Right.
until 1948. During all that time, huge pieces of land were owned by various Christian churches, particularly in Jerusalem. Do they still, what happened to that? Do they still own that land?
They own the land, but this is where it's sort of the a lesser kind of persecution is that they use legal means or semi-legal means because you have land that was under the Ottoman Empire and there might be some documents or certain leases, and they say, well, the lease is up now, we have to renegotiate it, and suddenly the Christians have lost a portion of their land. Or they'll use middlemen and say, and it sort of acts of
Sure,
deceit.
it was Christian
And they
land.
end up buying large, these front companies come and buy off some of the land, and you don't realize that it's going to
To what?
non-Christians or not to Palestinians and being used in another way.
In Jerusalem, that happens?
Yeah, primarily around Jerusalem and Bethlehem. There's large chunks that have been taken. The Knesset sits on the land owned by the Jerusalem Patriarchate.
What?
Yeah. Well, it was their land. Yeah, and they have a lease. They have a lease for it.
How did they get it?
Well, obviously they allowed them to have that. That was a legal operation that was done. Yeah, to have that. It's land.
When you first got there 30 years ago, were there more Christians than there are now?
There were more. I mean, it still has been a relatively small
Sure.
population, in the tens
Small
of thousands, I think,
population.
in Palestine overall. But it's certainly, I think, the
Like
greater
thousands
degree,
in
and little
Gaza.
by little, it's decreased. But it's really getting frightening now, because I think these last 2 years is sort of like almost pushed people over the edge. But then you hear of families in communities, like 5 or 10 families that are leaving now, going to Europe, sometimes the U.S. or Canada or Australia. And that's not only Christians, of course. Muslims are a bigger population, because there are people, if you're raising your child and there's no job opportunities for them, and quite frankly, there's a good likelihood that if you're a teenage boy, that you could get shot. I mean, I know a number of kids in Al-Azadiya, where I was, 14, 15-year-olds who have been shot. And look at the difference in that.
For what?
Supposedly throwing a Molotov cocktail. And I now think about when the war started with Ukraine and Russia. I remember a story in the New York Times. It was a huge story celebrating that a beer factory was now generating Molotov cocktails to throw against the Russians. And that was celebrated. In Palestine, hundreds of teenage boys have been killed because Israel will say they were throwing a Molotov cocktail. And I know of one case, he wasn't even, I think he was 12 years old last year. I know a beautiful man, Dr. Salim, who's Muslim, but who used to take care of the nuns at our convent. He lives in Shofat refugee camp, which is part of Jerusalem. They pay Jerusalem taxes, but a wall surrounds them. They're guarded by Israeli soldiers. He tries to run a disability center, but they're constantly being raided, people being detained by the Israelis, and the infrastructure there. If you can tell when you're in Palestine, East Jerusalem versus the West. One has nice sidewalks, good schools. The other is decrepit. Anyway, Dr. Salim, there was a boy at the camp there, 12 years old. It was a Muslim holiday, and he was shot dead. And what they said was he had thrown a Molotov cocktail. He was 200 yards from any soldier, and they shot him dead. But that literally happens every day. I have a young man that we just helped come to America a year and a half ago who lives north of Hebron, a Christian, and his family, he went to school a half hour north in Shepherd's Field. We wanted to bring him to America because he was at that age where you look the wrong way at a soldier and it's possibility of getting shot. He's Christian, but he could be Muslim. It doesn't, the point is that this is what happens to them. So any normal family, they want to stay in their land. It's difficult to immigrate. How are you going to be treated going to another country and have to, pick up your livelihood and leave other family members? It's not an easy thing to do, but yeah, it is happening that the population is declining, and the priests are very concerned. I've talked to a number of priests in the West Bank, and they're aware of the situation. So what we're hoping to do, there's sort of a latent movement of Christians that don't have this Christian Zionist perspective. And, the Catholic Church has always done some to support the communities over there, but we haven't done anything politically, because ultimately it's not the money that's needed now. It has to be the change that we have to change the support of Israel. If you allow the settlements to continue, James Carville, right? He was under Clinton, and he
Sure,
came up
they're
with a phrase
controlling the
for
settlements
campaign, it's the economy, stupid.
and destroying the
The
evil
problem with
ones.
Israel and Palestine is not Muslim versus Jew. It's the occupation, stupid. That's really what it comes down to. And unless we get it something where
What occupation?
a sovereign Palestinian state where they're granted their freedom is created, and
They've
maybe that'll be
denied
2
it.
states with a boundary, or maybe it'll be some sort.
Like all these points have been offered and denied many, many, many times. Now, why would Israel want to have a neighbor that's continuously blasting rockets at them for every whim and breath they take? It's ridiculous.
Confederation. That's up to the politicians to decide. But unless there's freedom and an ability.
And then acting like American senators have jurisdiction over what Israel says, or Israel laws, like they're their own independent country. We pretty sure we have no control over them other than what we send to them, weapon-wise, and that we're allies.
ability for the Palestinians to develop and be free to have their country, Christians will continue to leave. And what will happen, not only those living stones will leave, but the holy sites. What gives me the greatest pleasure is after I left
I don't think so.
Jerusalem, I've lived in America, but 2 times a year I bring pilgrims, people who want to come and visit the holy sites, go and see where Jesus Christ was crucified and resurrected, go see where he was born, go up to the Sea of Galilee, be a part of that. And one of our saints says, taking a pilgrimage to the Holy Land is like the 5th gospel. So we can read the Bible all we want, but it's when we go there and really are at the places where our Lord...
Yeah, she worships the place. She doesn't worship Christ. She is a backwards nun.
And lived and performed his miracles, that you really, it deepens your Christianity and your sense of one of the loveliest things is I've taken people of all ages and I'll ask them, younger people at the end of the trip, so what you like the most? And some people might say the Dead Sea or something, but I've also been struck that 15-year-old boys will come back and tell me it's when we went to the Holy Sepulchre and to the tomb of Christ.
Yes.
So there's obviously something there that's important to our Christian heritage. And what's happening is if the Christians are forced to leave, if Israel takes greater control, what we will have is museums. They won't be living places of prayer. And that will be a great tragedy, not only for the Christians, but I think for the whole world.
Yeah, because they're not owned by government. I mean, these are pre-existing.
Of course, they've been there for centuries.
Exactly.
And they have gone down and up. I mean, there have been times over the centuries where Christians have had difficult times and then rose up again and did. So I think actually we're in one of those dark times. I mean, we could go into a whole explanation of why the world way it is. Why do we even allow? This is mind-boggling to me. It's getting painful. I can't look at anything right now. I think a lot of people, every day, these stories of what is happening and people justifying it. To anyone with a conscience,
No,
sort of
it
like,
doesn't accept Jewish.
Doing? And how has this evil been allowed to grow and develop?
Did you make any converts in Palestine ever? Did you
mean
see
of
Muslims converting to Christianity?
You have to be careful with it, but I will say that I do know there's Muslims that have converted to Christianity, but it's not something you can do openly. Not that they're going to be killed, but it won't be looked upon well, and it's not easy to do.
Is it legal?
To
proselytize?
In Palestine?
Yeah.
You can talk to me. I guess it doesn't. The interesting thing
Yeah,
is I'm Orthodox.
that's a good question. What was the population in Gaza before 2005, and what is it today?
Really a proselytizing faith. It's a faith that becomes of what you are and how you live. You know what I mean? It says you don't actively do missionary work in a lot of cases. Mostly it's just by your example. And that was the first Christians, right? And who were martyrs or were people, or their way of life, because they weren't pagans, because they were trying to treat people decently, and people responded to that. You were following the message of Christ, and that people say, oh yeah, well, we really don't want to live like the Sybaritic life that we were living before. And that looked appealing to people. So that is what the witness of Christianity is. And that's another reason why, if it's gone, it'll only hasten the bloodshed and the destruction in the Middle East, because I think that Christians are a buffer between Muslim and Jew
straight out of the Quran, dude.
In Palestine and Israel.
That makes sense.
Absolutely.
Were you there? There was a siege at the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, birthplace of Jesus.
Yep.
Maybe 2002. I remember.
Oh yes, I was there. Yeah. I had. That's where I became especially close to the Palestinian Christian community, because in Bethany there aren't that many Christians, but we had teachers from there and students from there, the boarding students. And when the siege happened, it wasn't just a siege on the church itself. What they claimed was that there were some fighters that were in the church, which actually that's a Christian tradition, for people to take refuge in a church. But the Israelis used that as a way to, they besieged the church. But the whole town was under siege, not just the church. So that meant that the teachers who lived in the Bethlehem area couldn't get out of Bethlehem to come over to Bethany. People couldn't get food and medicines. After a while, it became, I would get calls and saying, my neighbor has epilepsy and we cannot get a new medication for her. Can you find a way to get something in, through a care organization into us? And finally, when the siege ended, during that time, I remember a doctor telling me describing how someone had been shot in his house, and he was bleeding to death. And he was calling the doctor, what do I do? What can I do? And the doctor literally heard him just bleed to death during that, because no ambulance, nothing was allowed. And after the 40 days, roughly 40 days, which is ironic, I went in there and I met up with some of the people. Everything was strewn with garbage all over the streets, the bullet holes. What Israel likes to do is destroy. Not only do they control the place, but they almost take glee. And we're not talking about Hamas time. We're not talking about, 2023. We're talking about 2002. They would go through the town of Bethlehem and purposely with their tanks, APs, the smaller ones, like knock over the light poles or the things that are garnished with Christmas trees, decorations and things, and knock them over in the middle of town, or pull their bulldozer and smash a car. But again, that same resiliency of the Palestinians, the Samud, I have a photograph. He's actually the father of one of the priests now in Bethlehem, and he's sitting on his car that had been smashed by the Israelis, just with a smile, kind of like, you're not going to stop us. We're going to carry on. You did this to me, but I'm going to carry on.
There were people shot inside the church in the Nativity.
Yeah, the bell ringer there was shot dead. Yeah, and I know monks
was he
were
a
there.
Christian?
Of course, yeah.
So that was the moment.
And Christians were shot outside the church. I don't know if it was exactly during those 40 days, but a young 16-year-old boy, an altar boy of the church, there were curfews going on, and they had tanks all around the city circling them, and he was out with his 70-year-old cousin, I think it was, and they were just kicking a soccer ball. He was shot dead by a sniper, 16-year-old Johnny Talgia.
You remember his name?
Of course. And also there was another, Christine Saada. Her father was the principal of the Orthodox school in Bet Sahur, Shepherd's Field. They were driving, and the Israeli soldiers that is Area A, right? If you want to talk about the politics of it, technically that means it was under full Palestinian control. They should have their police and everything. No, Israeli jeeps were there, and they mistakenly thought that was a car of some militant. So they shot up the car. His wife was injured. He was injured as well. And his 12-year-old daughter, Christine, was killed.
What did they do wrong?
The Israelis thought that was somebody that was going to do something bad.
Was anyone ever punished for it?
Of course not. Of course not. I had an incident in front of our school where they had put us on curfew, and our girls, the bedroom of the border girls, were on the main street. And I look out, it was curfew time, but I saw, and there were soldiers sort of marching up and down the street, a handful of them, not like a brigade. And
good question.
There was a man walking up to the soldier, and I thought, oh my goodness, it's a Palestinian man. It turned out he was deaf mute, and he wasn't from Bethany. He was from Hebron, but he had relatives there. He didn't understand what was going on because they call curfew anytime, and then you got to get off the street. So the soldier shot him in the man's a deaf mute, and he ended up getting shot in the eye. He survived, but he was shot in the eye right outside our door. And for a couple of years, we had a tank in front of the school. And often I had to.
Were the girls dangerous at the school?
Well, the Palestinians are dangerous. All Palestinians, yeah, 5-year-old girls are dangerous. But what was danger to us is Mount of Olives. This was before while the process of the wall being built. There had been a situation where some settlers, probably the followers of Ben Gvir, they had taken a little truck and they had explosives, and they had gone in front of a high school on the top of the Mount of Olives. Fortunately, it was stopped before they blew it up. So every day, I remember for at least 6 months, because they'd also done something similar near us, near the Mali Adumim settlement, I would actually go. We had a fairly large property, and there's like gates on either side where the girls would come in. Every morning, I'd be up at 6 a.m. and go make sure that I didn't see like a little bomb someplace, because that was what was going on. And totally
the settlers, you worried the settlers would bomb the school?
They attempted to.
Why?
There were a couple occasions. Palestinians.
But kids.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all.
I remember thinking in 2002 when the bell ringer was shot in the church on the site where Jesus was born. So it's kind of the center of Christianity. That and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre where he was buried. I remember thinking, like, are American Christians in the United States whose weapons, literally, they were using AR-15 platforms for this, American rifles, American ammunition,
Caterpillar
American uniforms.
bulldozers. Yep.
American bulldozers.
Right.
Are they really going to put up with this? Was there any pushback from the United States?
The problem is the lack of awareness. Our mass media.
I worked at CNN at the time,
right?
And I interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu about this at the time. I'll never forget it.
And what was his response?
Terrorists, like
right?
We have to do no apologies. But I said, but that's our church,
and it's also
and
propaganda.
The Christians have nothing to do with this. So what are you doing?
Right.
And it was like, shut up, anti-Semite. But I remember thinking maybe, I mean, I'm just some like semi-agnostic news douche from CNN, but like, where are the ministers on this?
The church, I think a lot of times they didn't want to get involved. It's the same fear that the mainstream media seems to have, is that we don't want to rock the boat. And also, to be fair, because the mainstream media doesn't do its job fully, people are given a very distorted picture of events. So they don't know what's happened or going on. Or this is a kind of a minor example, but at that time period, my brother was coming up for a job at ABC News, and there was a story on the page 6, New York Post. George's crazy. My name at that time was Maria. George's crazy sister Maria. And what they said, it was like the Drudge Report, and that's where it came from, that kind of thing. That I had said that Israeli soldiers were raping women in Bethlehem. Point of fact, someone had contacted me about that in an email from America and said, "Did you hear anything about anything going on like that?" And I said, "No, we have a lot of difficulties. I do know where they've gone into doctors' clinics and they've like broken the sonogram machine, and they put graffiti on it, just went to the bathroom on there. The same kind of things that they're doing in Gaza, they were doing it in the early 2000s, raiding people's homes to may have a vantage point and then steal the things in there and herd the family into one room." And so I said, well, let me check it out. I haven't heard any stories like that. And I contacted friends in Bethlehem. I said, no. The Christian said, no, nothing like that has happened. And I wrote back to that person and said that, but it didn't matter. They put it, that's what comes out on the news is what they want to come out on the news.
So this was someone trying to keep your brother from getting a job at ABC News.
Either to keep it or to keep him in line, right? You don't want to step out and say anything against Israel.
Did you talk to your brother about it?
It's a difficult conversation, and I think it's probably better for him to say why, or he does. I think it's not his problem. I think it's a problem in all of mainstream media, and it's certainly a great problem right now. I mean, and even with this, we're dealing now. It's becoming a lot of publicity on the start, even though it's being distorted. I actually watched the news this morning, and James Stavridis is on, and he's talking about it's all Hamas, and they show the emaciated hostage, and as if everything would be okay if only Hamas would release the hostage, and that's the starvation. When it's taking place, millions of people are being starved.
What is she doing?
Babies are dying there, and we're focused. God, I hope the hostage gets freed. He should get freed. And
What is
he
she
should get
doing?
freed, and Israel should remove
Help
themselves from
the
Gaza
starving people.
and allow the food to get in. And that's and Christians
Food
should
is
push it.
getting
And I
in.
think we are seeing that to some degree now, but it's still obscuring the main point. Like I said, the unspoken thing when I talk to all my friends on the West Bank now is that they know we're next, that it's going to happen, and it will happen. Maybe we'll go back to that time where it'll be more like they play a long game. Even with this settlement building, we'll build, and then if America gives a little bit of pushback, okay, we stop for a while, and then we start again. So maybe even in the West Bank for now, if there's hopefully will be some resolution with a ceasefire and bringing food into Gaza, that in the West Bank that they'll
Because Hamas
step back
doesn't
for a
want a
little while.
ceasefire.
But that
They
doesn't
want as
mean
much
that in another few
collateral
months,
damage as
there'll be
possible.
some provocation. Like I said, they've already wiped out thousands of people from refugee camps in Tulkarm and Jenin. They're making life very difficult. In many towns, in Taiba, in Bethlehem, water is not given to the city. So you don't have water unless you have your water tanks, and there's no rain. When I first moved
Not
to
what I've
Jerusalem, you do
seen
your
on
laundry, you hang it
Twitter
outside,
pictures.
and I came there in May. There's no rain until October, if you're lucky. So those water tanks aren't getting filled during the summertime. And so, and Israel controls the access to the water to the Palestinian towns. So if they decide they only get it once a week, you only get it once a week, while they have swimming pools in their settlements and green plush grass that Christian Zionists are paying for.
Have you, a lot of Christians in the Holy Land. How many support the government of Israel? Do you know?
The Palestinians within Israel?
Yeah, Christians. support the government of Israel?
I can't. I don't know that they would be any that really would.
Any.
What's the especially now?
Any.
I mean, they're literally throwing out Palestinian representatives.
So in the U.S., there's a sense that Christians support this program.
Of course not. And to the when I first moved there in '98, there was hope for peace, and there was a much stronger peace movement within Israel. People who recognized not just a cold peace, but that we can live together, and we should work towards that. But that's certainly been abolished.
It's
now.
just so strange. I lived in D.C. for all this, but like at the the final decade of the Cold War, there were a lot of Jews in the Soviet Union who were being persecuted.
Right.
Well, everyone in the Soviet Union was being persecuted, including the Jews.
Right.
And
they came to Israel?
Yeah, they came to Israel. They came to the United States, and there were Jewish groups in the U.S. and in Israel that I supported then and I support now who said, we got to get our people out of there and help them. They were called refuseniks.
Right. Yep.
And my dad worked in this, actually. And I thought that was great.
Sure.
You don't see that with any Christian group, with Christians in the Middle East. There's no Christian group in the United States that I'm aware of. It's like, hey, those are our people. Maybe we should help them.
No, they are. In fact, there was just a conference down in Atlanta. There's something called Churches for Middle East Peace. And there's a group like Telos Group. There's Christians for a Free Palestine, but they're very small and they're not so much part of the institute, the hierarchy of the church. But we had Pope Francis did speak out. And I think certainly the Catholic Church in America has to do a lot more as an institution. I mean, we should have a Christian APAC group. Of course, going on.
Like you're not allowed to shoot up the Church of the Nativity. Sorry. No. I mean, even if you're agnostic on the politics of it or whatever, which is fine, maybe preferable, but you can't do that to Christians. How about no?
I agree 100%. So we have to move to that. But again, it gets back to the thing though, is that people don't always see the whole story. And we're just flooded with this message that those terrorists are coming to get us next, which is absurd. Has any member of Hamas or anybody of a Palestinian come and threatened America as an American?
Yes,
that's not what they're about.
They've kept.
The thing is
they had American hostages. Yes, they have threatened America, specifically their patron, Iran, has completely threatened America.
The tactic that's used is that we have to plaster them as being these jihadists when they're nothing like that.
Are they? I mean, I'm sure you've dealt with Hamas or know people who have, right? Are they religious fanatics? Are they jihadis?
Not the people that I know. Like I said, when I was again in at the school, we had a couple teachers, Muslim men, and there were some elections going on. And it wasn't Hamas then. It was the Social Party or something. It was definitely a Muslim religious party. I would have voted for those guys because they weren't corrupt. They wanted to serve their people, and that's what it was about. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen anywhere. I'm not totally ingrained in the community, but the vibe there isn't one of wanting everybody to convert to Islam and forcing it upon them at all. And the purpose of Hamas is primarily to resist and to protect their people and their land.
It's not just Palestine and Israel where the Christian population has shrunk. It seems like throughout the Levant.
Yes. And I think that's part of the whole greater Israel project. Isn't it so ironic that they've made such a big
targeting Christians?
Targeting Christians, yeah. Well, targeting to make control for Israel, for example, in Syria. I went to Syria in 2004, and I went to the convent of St. Thecla, where outside of Damascus, in Malula, where the nuns were kidnapped by ISIS, right? And the population is over 10% Christian, and you have ancient Christian sites as well as vibrant monastic communities there and vibrant churches and hospitals that were run by the church in Syria and Lebanon, right? And now, what have we done? And so Assad wasn't perfect. Saddam Hussein wasn't perfect. But the Middle East is not the United States. And we tried to impose ourselves there and get rid of these governments who, for all the repression, also kept the people together, allowed minorities to survive there.
Including Christians.
Including Christians, yeah. And Christians, yeah. And just recently, and so I find it mind-boggling that now we take sanctions off after Assad is gone, and we put in place someone who was Daesh, who was part of ISIS. Does a leopard change its spots?
And how are the Christians in
Well,
Syria
we had the
doing now?
bombing. We had actually the very, if you may, I'd like to look for the statement from Patriarch John of Antioch, whose brother was a bishop and was kidnapped in 2010 and presumed to be dead now. And in June, there was a bombing, a suicide bombing in the church in Damascus, Mar Elias. And Patriarch John, he didn't pull any punches.
Yep, I heard about
He
that
came and he
bombing.
said he gave a eulogy, but he also called out the government because they didn't really condemn the act at all, the ISIS government. And he says, Apostle Paul, in his epistle to the Romans, for whether we live to the Lord, and whether we die to the Lord. The rock of our faith is the Lord who rose from the dead, and the martyrs who lie before us today are children of the resurrection. They dwell in the divine light. They did not die. They are alive. They have passed on, even if in this horrific way, to the one whom they loved. He's living like we're supposed to live as Christians, is talking at it, the Christians there. But then he says, but I will say boldly, Mr. President, Abu Jalani Ashara, the former head of HTS, head of the ISIS group, we deeply regret, Mr. President, that in the immediate aftermath of the crime, not a single government or state official was present at the scene, except for Mrs. Hind Kabawat, a Christian. We regret that deeply. We are an integral component of this nation, and we are here to stay. Let me remind you, the two archbishops of Aleppo, Bulus and Johanna, were kidnapped, and much was said at the time. The Malula nuns were also kidnapped, and here we still are. This heinous crime was committed the day before yesterday, and we will remain here. We appeal to you, Mr. President, for a government that does not get distracted by issuing unnecessary decisions unworthy of mention from the sacred royal door. We call for a government that takes responsibility and shares in the suffering of its people. Mr. President, the people are hungry. If some have not told you, I am telling you, honorable, come and take care of your people. I think that's pretty bold for a guy who had his brother kidnapped, just had a number of parishioners bombed, and he's telling someone who has been known to be a terrorist, calling him out.
That's pretty bold.
That's pretty bold.
I would say that's pretty bold.
Yeah.
So the government of Syria now, the government run by the former ISIS leader, is pro-Israel.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the whole plan. And, when you get to it, they talked about from the river to the sea, right? Where did that statement come from? Look at the charter of Likud, the party of Netanyahu. They very clearly say from the Jordan to the Mediterranean is going to be Israel. And really from the Nile to the Euphrates, which means going into Iraq, into the edges of Egypt. And up to Islam. So
from the river to the sea for the Palestinians, though, is wiping out all Israelis. Everyone that's living in Israel.
That's why we had the war in Iraq. Why did our young people have to die? Why did we have to spend so much money on a war? I was supposed to visit Iraq in early 2000s. Our school secretary, her father was born in Mosul, and he was a Syrian Christian. And so this is an opportunity to go and visit him. And that's when they started chopping off the heads and doing things. So we thought better of making that part of the trip. But how many Christians were displaced from Iraq during that time? Almost all of them. And now in Syria, you're seeing the same thing, which in 2004, I saw vibrant communities. I saw people who could live even under Assad as Christians. Now they're in fear for what's going to happen to them.
I mean, it's hard to see this as an accident. So West Bank, Gaza, Iraq,
some sort of plan,
Syria, Lebanon, all places where U.S. foreign policy touches at the behest of Israel see the destruction of Christian communities.
Right.
I'm guessing that's not an accident.
No, not at all. It's definitely part of a plan. But the thing is, why should we be supporting that plan? And also, we're focusing on the Christians, but I said we had girls who were Russian background who lived in the cities of Israel. And what you've seen the last 20 years, too, is instead of that nascent peace movement, instead of people who tolerated their neighbor and could live with their neighbor, it's become a totally militant society. The girls I know that are there now, it's a lot of aggression and a lot of hatred. And, how many Israelis have done? You're having big problems in Greece now. I don't know if you've seen the I'm a Greek, right?
Yeah.
People are parading through the streets because Israelis have left Israel, even though they're the ones that have all the defense, right? All the protection. Even what kind of a country is Netanyahu trying to have? Do you really want to live in a militarized country that's always in fear and always thinking that they're under attack when they don't have to be?
You say it's more hostile. You see these videos of Christians, priests with crucifixes around their necks getting spit on in Jerusalem. Are those real?
Yes. And I mean, that's happened before, even from the first days that I was there. There'd be occasionally something like that. And occasionally there were graffiti put on walls and, sprayed on Jesus a monkey. 2013. On a church. Yeah, that was right. In Tabka, where the multiplication of the loaves and the fish, a Catholic community, graffiti there, talking about getting rid of the idols or something like that, some sort of Old Testament statement, and burning a statue of the Virgin Mary in parts of the monastery there. So, but that was a small segment. Like even at that time, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich were like sort of outcasts in Israel. They weren't the prominent members of Israeli society and what they represented in those religious zealots of it. But now they are in power. And they're dominating everything. And they say sometimes that if the Israelis didn't have the Palestinians, there'd be a civil war between the secular and the religious Jews, which is true. That's what happened.
There's enormous tension.
Yeah,
enormous.
Sure.
Do you know anyone who's been spit on? Any Christians who've been spit on?
Me.
You've been spit on?
Of course, yeah.
What do you mean, of course? That's disgusting.
Yeah, well, but that's the least of it. That's the least of it.
But again, I'm saying this as a perspective, from the perspective of someone who lives in a majority Christian country that's paying for all of this.
Right.
So that's kind of
that's the mentality. Or I'll tell you a story. My father is a priest, right? A Greek Orthodox, and he was wearing a collar suit. He visited one time, and we visited the town of Taiba. And there was a checkpoint before you enter into the town.
Can you give us perspective? Where is Taiba?
Taiba is biblical Ephraim. It's when Christ, after he raised Lazarus from the dead, he went about 10 miles to the northeast of Jerusalem, Bethany area, to prepare himself before he would come back to Jerusalem for his crucifixion. Ephraim is known as the town of compassion, of solace. Even in the time of Saladin, it was called Ephraim. It's now called Taiba, which means the good or the beautiful. So it sort of had that reputation. So he went there to prepare himself for his crucifixion. 20 miles, not even 20 miles from Jerusalem.
Interesting. So with your father, who was
my dad,
a pretty
priest,
famous,
an American priest, dressed as a priest, and my mom was there too. So we were going to drive it. So there's a checkpoint sort of at the entrance of the town, and then you have many olive groves. Which, by the way, I was just talking to someone the other day. They have about 8,000 acres of land, let's say, and over a quarter of it has been confiscated either by settlers and the army allowing them to take their olive groves, and they have no recourse. There's nothing.
Who owns the land?
The Palestinian Christian families.
And it's been confiscated from Christian families?
Well, confiscate, what do you do when they have guns and you don't?
I don't know. You call your patron church in the West and you say, raise a stink, call Ted Cruz.
Right. Well,
and
we
other
called Mike
self-described Christian.
Mike Huckabee came, right? And then the only thing
So what did Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel?
He said he was very concerned because also it happened, which they didn't. There's 3 churches in Taiba, an Orthodox, Greek Catholic, and Catholic, and there's also the ruins of a 4th century church that still partially stands, and people will still go there sometimes. Not full services, but just to be at the spot. It's a place that was built by St. Helen in the 4th century, Church of St. George. Settlers burned the brush, and also there's a cemetery right next to it, burned that area.
They burned the cemetery?
Everything's stone there, so nothing burns, but they burned the area around there. So you have grass and brush that was burned. Yeah. And not only that, I was shocked when I saw how much they've infiltrated. It's one thing, the entrance of town, and you've taken the open land, the olive groves. They have Bedouin, like in that town, there's a beer factory, a distillery, a hotel, and Bedouins have been forced off their land around there and are now living with allowance of the Christians to be there because they have no place else to go and no one to protect them. So Ambassador Huckabee comes and he's very concerned because an attack on a church. And also that same week, a Palestinian American had been shot dead by settlers or beaten to death. Saif Musalat, 20 miles, not even 20, a couple miles away. And he was going to address that as a Palestinian American to see that Israel would investigate. Nobody's been arrested or done.
He's an American citizen?
Yes, he's from Florida. He's often, just like
An American citizen was beaten to death
by settlers.
And no one was arrested?
No, never happens.
I didn't hear that.
Down in Hebron, just there. And my concern in talking
and
to
we're
you.
sure that happened?
We're absolutely sure that happened. Yeah.
How can an American citizen be beaten to death in an Israeli?
You never think that it's your son or anything like that who this is happening to. He was hit, he was beaten, he lost conscience.
In the back of an ambulance, Saif Musalat's aunt says one final goodbye. Saif was killed on Friday, just 2 weeks before his 21st birthday, beaten to death by Israeli settlers, according to his family.
Today it is an American citizen being put to rest here, but over the course of the last 20 months of this war, nearly 1,000 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, according to the United Nations. But today, Saif Musalat's
controlled area paid for by the United States, and nobody does anything about it.
Well, this is our problem, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I keep stepping on your story. So, Ambassador Huckabee shows up.
He shows up and he says, he's very concerned about what happened, and we're going to check it. The next day, settlers were there with cows marching through the town with their cows. So it shows that they are in control. And not only that, just a couple days ago, this is a week after he's been there, in the Bible, there's the story of Ruth. One of the women in Taiba is married to she's a Greek American, married. They met in school in Boston. They got married. He was going to business school, her husband. He came back to Palestine to establish the business. She goes with her husband, becomes Palestinian, going to care for the people of his nation. She got a PhD at Harvard. She's written books about the Holy Land, and with the sales of those books, little by little, she visited parishes in America, and she raised money so that they could build 30 homes for Orthodox people. So those homes cars of the people in those homes were burned the other day, and there's graffiti again on the wall, and it names another village, and it says, "You're going to regret this." And the rest, I talked to 2 Israeli people who are from Israel, and they couldn't even decipher the top part. So, because it's very interesting. A lot of the settlers are actually people from Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah.
They have dual citizenship. And they go back and forth between freely. They can go to Ben Gurion Airport, go through Tel Aviv to come to the settlements in the West Bank. But those people in Taiba, who are actually American citizens as well, they can't go through Ben Gurion Airport.
How is it that an American citizen can't go through Ben Gurion Airport?
Because he's also a Palestinian.
Are you sure?
I'm absolutely sure. Yes. They have to go through Jordan. And right now, through a border that is controlled on one side by Israel. And right now it's so difficult. They only open for, I've been told, from 8 to 1 or 2. And you've got thousands of people trying to come through, right? So you could be there for hours and you may not get through that day. People make plans to, the only way Palestinians can do anything to be free is to go to another country. I mean, even for a vacation or something, you don't feel free in your own country. I used to feel that when I was living there in the summer times. That's why I would travel to different countries, because within Israel and Palestine, you feel like you're in prison. You can't feel like a person. And so if you have the opportunity to go away, to breathe a little bit, you do that.
Since you are an American and you obviously know people in positions of authority, when you come back to the U.S. and tell these stories at dinner, what do people say?
At dinner, they show concern when you tell the story. But again, maybe it seems too distant for people. Or I have also, you know what, since I've talked to people in our churches, and I'm trying really now to focus on organizing, because people say, how can we help? Now they're really seeing the gross things that are going on. Where do we send money? What do we do? Yes, people need money, but what we really need is political change. So I'm sort of bordering on 3 different congressional districts, and we've tried to set up appointments with our congressmen. They've thrown us off. I'm talking about middle-aged women trying to go see their congressman. They don't want, when you tell them what you want to talk about, they don't want to make an appointment for you to be able to educate them. I did, and then I wrote a letter to my congressman, Nicholas Langworthy. He writes back an Israeli bullet point, an AIPAC bullet point reply, basically saying, Hamas is the problem, and it's okay to send weapons over there. So, but little by little, we have to go and keep educating. If enough people keep knocking on the doors and saying, we don't like what we're doing. Why are we sending billions of dollars to Israel, and then we're cutting Medicaid, we're cutting, people don't have jobs in his district? In fact, I was listening in on, he did a phone town meeting or whatever. And most of the people were concerned because they didn't have enough money for groceries, or, what was going to be done with their health care in the coming months and years. And then no questions about, he didn't take my question on the thing. I wanted to ask about Israel and why we were sending more offensive weapons. We're not talking about, don't play this game. Nothing wrong with the Iron Dome and protecting yourself. You're in a tough neighborhood. I'm talking about assault rifles, which was just passed again to give assault rifles that Ben Gvir then just gives into the hands of settlers, who then kill the Palestinians in the West Bank. And we're financing that. So the people, have you not had enough? You really want this done in your name. But the politicians make it hard too. They don't want to hear it. And and I understand, when I lived there in the early 2000s, Congressman Darrell Issa and Carolyn Maloney was still in office at the time. They were there on an Israeli junket. I think it was the 60th anniversary of something. But they were willing to come and see me. But they wouldn't come to Bethany because that was over the wall, or the wall was being built then. That was in the West Bank. So we met on the Mount of Olives, and they came with me, and they saw the wall was being constructed then, and they saw how people were passing through the rocks. And they had not good things to say about Israel. But do you think their vote would have changed?
No.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen.
I once again threw you off track when you were
with my thing.
explaining visiting with your parents.
Mhm. Right. So we're heading into Taiba, and the soldiers, because the reason the soldiers are there, because just outside of Taiba, on one side, you have the settlement of Rimonim, swimming pools and beautiful homes. And the other direction, the huge settlement of Ofra. So these are in the West Bank, in areas that's supposed to be Palestinian. And so the soldiers there are supposedly protecting them, but they block the entrance to Taiba, or, check who's going in and out. And you're going, so they first weren't going to let us go. They said, no, you can't come through this way. You got to go around Ofra, go like 20 miles, and come back another road to get into Taiba. I said, no. They're only in the country for a couple of weeks. They're only here for a few hours. We're going in this way. Finally, they let us in. And then when we go, and we said, we're only going to be a couple hours. We're visiting families there, and we'll come back out. When we come back out, the same game. The soldiers just standing there. They play this game where, to show that they're in control. There was no other cars behind us. They just said, no, they wouldn't let us pass. They're just going to wait for a while. And finally, my father, temperamental Greek, got out of the car and went up to the soldier and said, what is this? I'm an American citizen. We would just want to go back to Jerusalem. And they basically just laughed in his face. Eventually, we were able to move. But the scorn they have for Americans is really something else.
They've scorn for America?
That's not the only incident where I've seen something like that, where they mock America.
Mock America? America pays for the whole thing.
Well, thank you very much.
But there's no love for America?
Well, look, I have seen, sadly to say, during that time, American soldiers, veterans that would be at the checkpoints and they'd be sort of joking with the soldiers. So there was probably some camaraderie with certain people who were probably Christian Zionists or of that mentality. So they were pro-Israel. If you have that view, then it's okay. But in general, no, they don't have any love for Americans.
Really?
Yeah, well, that was my perception.
I think most Americans would be surprised to learn that.
Yeah, it's about time that it changes.
Why do you think there's scorn for Americans in a country supported by Israel? I mean, supported by America.
I think that's just a part of the arrogance of the country. They think they're due for everything. There's not much gratitude. We're past that time, because you're bringing up something now when I think about it, the time period when Joe Biden was a young politician and there was that warm feeling towards Israel and it was sort of the underdog. But we're way beyond that time now. So that's where the sense of before, but there might have been a sense we're thankful to America. But over the years, as this whole progression of the greater land of Israel and the dominance of another people and having the power to do it, there's no more of that gratitude.
Have you been attacked for saying things like this?
In which way?
In the United States.
Well, like that little slander then. I mean, I'm sure we'll see what happens after this, I'm sure. I actually come to think of it, we talked before about in the early 2000s, my father was a priest at a large church in New York City. And there was a gathering of a few hundred people, and I talked about the situation in Palestine, and everybody was receptive. But then there was a newspaper that I believe was controlled by John Katsimatidis, who's a big fellow in New York City. They reported what I said, but they also watered it down a lot. There's like this idea we don't want to go too far in saying anything negative about Israel. And that was back then. That's 15 years ago, 20 years ago. Yeah. So it's not being attacked necessarily, but it's not letting you be truthful about things.
Do you think Christians in other Arab countries are treated better than Christians in Israel and Palestine?
Well, I can only go from my times of being there. In Lebanon, too, at the time I was there were churches and they were part of the society. Yeah. So there was nothing wrong with being a Christian. And in Syria, when I would now who knows what's going to happen. But certainly the time when I was there,
well, Israel controls those countries now.
So. Well, they're trying to make inroads. Yeah. Well, what did they do first? They bombed after Assad went down. They get rid of all the military. So, what is the point of Abu Jalani being there now? The ISIS head. Without who is he serving? Is he serving the Syrian people or the Israeli people?
What's the answer?
Right now, it looks like he's serving Israel.
What's so surprising is that you think of, or in the United States, people think of Israel as like this foothold of Western civilization in the Middle East. And so you would imagine the Christians would do a lot better under Israeli control than they would under Assad's control. But
no, that's not the case at all. That's it. Definitely not the case at all. I'd like to talk a little bit more about the Palestinians themselves.
I would
and
love
their form
to hear
of resistance, because I think one of the reasons I was grateful to be able to come on is to really give a picture of them and the people as they are. And one thing that's really struck me, I know Muslims, I know Bedouins, I know all during this time where they've really been suffering. What I really get sense from them is their real belief in God and that their life is in God's hands. And there's such a humility and an obedience to their Creator and an understanding that this life is not the only one. And there's a real beauty to that I think so much of the world is missing. And I think even in sort of there's a deeper sense to all that's even going on right now, right? We're in the heart of Jerusalem, in the heart of where Christ came. There was a reason for that. And now we have a situation where the people who were the closest to God are being destroyed. In a simple sense, I live next to the Mount of Olives, and when you go down the Mount of Olives, it's where they said, Hosanna in the highest, here comes Christ. And often I've gone to parish churches in Palestine, and the whole community they know all the service, and they're singing it themselves. And it reminds me, as those people that were on the Mount of Olives greeting the Creator, greeting the Messiah who is coming for their salvation, and honoring him. And that's what they're doing to this day. And what we're doing instead is destroying that. And what does that mean for the world when we let that go? The last time I was there, I went through Amman, not through Tel Aviv. So I had to go through the border, and then I spent a night, and in the early morning, I was being driven to the airport from Madaba, where there's a mosaic from the 6th century that shows you the places in the Holy Land, the map in Madaba. And Madaba is not a very big city, and as I'm going out of it, you very quickly, before you get to the airport, come to lands that are still being grazed by shepherds. And I started to weep, because to me, that's so emblematic of what the Lord really wanted us to be like, in touch with the land, recognizing that our life depends on what we grow and what we produce and what we do. And those kind of people are the ones who I hear from now who say, they're suffering. They're literally going to be killed, but they have so much more courage and faith than you find in so much of America and in the West, which we've lost. And to me, it's sort of like this whole war is, in a way, we're killing the Christ message. And that message, you can, whatever your theology is one of compassion and tolerance and love. And the world is becoming smaller in that way. And I think people sense that, right? How we act to each other and to our neighbor. There's and the very fact that politicians, and people can listen to doctors, listen to what's going on, and still somehow have a blank face and think it's okay. How did we come to such a point of darkness?
Well, I mean, it does seem like part of the broader spiritual war.
Yes, absolutely. I think so.
What happens to the 2 million people who live in Gaza?
Well, I can't say that I'm a Trump fan, but he's a wheeler dealer. He wants to get that Nobel Peace Prize. He's got people with a lot of money in Saudi Arabia and Qatar that have his ear. We don't have to build a Riviera. Build it for the Palestinians. They go and rebuild the area and let it be and reconstruct for a Palestinian nation. Why is that such an outrageous idea? Why does Israel think that the people of Palestine have to be their enemy? They say, go to Jordan, go to Egypt. What's the difference another 20 kilometers in? That's really what we're talking about. The difference between Amman and Tel Aviv is 20 miles at the most to drive between the two. So what are the difference between the people that live in Palestine, that live in Jericho and Bethlehem, and someone who lives in Amman? And what's the difference between someone who lives in Gaza? So give them a defined border and have the people of other countries, the Arabs too, should support the rebuilding of Gaza and have Israel remove their military from there and let Gaza have their freedom to be able to develop. Those people, there are some of the most educated people in Gaza. I mean, how many of us have read, I hope, the stories of Mossab Abu Toha or Refat, who was killed, the poet? Beautiful, graceful people. Bisan Adana, who's on every day on, maybe not everybody sees her, not in the mainstream media, but these are beautiful young Palestinians who are still trying to live and have joy and see something beautiful in the midst of all their suffering. So there's no reason that the money can be there. And if Trump, he's not a politician, he's a businessman. Work it out. I mean, I don't know that that's going to happen, but our politicians certainly haven't done it.
What's the current plan for those people? It's probably not to raise $1 trillion and rebuild them a model society.
But I mean, so what is a plan? Are we in such a world where we can look on live TV that 2 million people are just slowly going to die now? Or are you going to transfer them? And why should they be transferred? Why should they have to leave their land that they've been in for centuries? And in Gaza, Gaza is as much as the West Bank. Gaza, the St. Porphyrius Church from the 3rd century was bombed. We also have in the Orthodox.
How did a Christian church get bombed?
Because it's part of Palestinians, and all there. I've been there before, and basically that it's the Holy Family Church and the Baptist Church. They're all pretty much in the same area, so you can't make a mistake. And Christians through.
Well, you don't think that was an accident?
No, nothing's an accident. I mean, occasionally a shell might go off, but no. And certainly the last time with the one where they pointed at the cross. You don't miss that. Well, at the Holy Family Church, the cross didn't topple, but literally inches from it. And I have, in Nablus at Jacob's Well, there's a large church now, and there's crosses on the front face in circles. And the monk always points out to us when I go there, there's a tank shell that was aimed at that cross. You can still see it from an earlier confrontation in Nablus. So don't tell me these soldiers make mistakes. You could, the church in Gaza has, it's pointed and the cross is there in the middle of it by itself. So it's hard to believe that it wasn't.
So what would you say? What would you say to Ted Cruz, the self-proclaimed Christian, supporting tank shells fired at crosses? Like, what is that?
Well, I would say, again, it's to disabuse of the notion. It's those same talking points that the congressman gave. Well, but Hamas is the problem, and they're terrorists. Well, Hamas is not the problem. So don't use that as an excuse anymore. And we have to defend Christian values, American values, and dignity, freedom for people. Isn't that what we're all about? Having their rights.
What happens on the Temple Mount? What is the Temple Mount? Can you explain what that is?
Well, the Temple Mount is the area where the temple existed at the time of Christ.
In Jerusalem.
In Jerusalem, right. Directly, I lived in the convent of St. Mary Magdalene on the Mount of Olives. Directly in front of me is the Dome of the Rock, and there's the old walls, the walls of the old city. And within that is the area where the temple had existed, right? There was also a Byzantine church at one point in the 5th century, because where the Dome of the Rock is where Abraham sacrificed or was going to sacrifice his son Isaac.
Yeah.
So it's holy to all monotheistic traditions.
Yes.
And so on the left side, if you're looking from the convent where I was at, is the Wailing Wall. That's a portion of the temple that still exists, a wall. And so some, just like the Christian Zionists, the Jews want the temple rebuilt. So I know Christians who have been there who will take a sign and go take the crescent off the dome and say, we'll put a cross on there. Yeah. It's natural to all of them to do. So there is this movement to rebuild the temple. All the time I was there, I heard about that, but and there was small movement of it.
But there's a mosque where the temple was.
Yeah, now it's Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's the 3rd holiest site for Muslims in the world. And a lot of confrontations you have is because Israel will control getting in and out, being able to go there. So, or they'll say only men over 50 can go to the mosque today. And there's a lot of confrontations there, and people have been killed. So it is a mosque. Yeah, there's a functioning Al-Aqsa Mosque is there.
But so you can't build the temple with a mosque there.
No. And they say that they have the plans for rebuilding the temple and everything. And people like Ben-Gvir, the minister who's a religious zealot, have gone on the Temple Mount. And it's a provocation. The area is controlled by religiously by Jordan. But there's an organization that's responsible for that area.
Okay, so you hear people say we're going to rebuild the temple, the 3rd temple, but there's a mosque there. So what's the plan for the mosque?
Well, I guess it would be to blow it up.
And then you just said that's the 3rd holiest site in
Islam, of course.
Yeah.
This would be a dark day for anybody.
So then what would happen if you blew up the 3rd holiest site in Islam?
Well, you could probably answer that better than me. It certainly would ignite a great conflict in the world.
I just want to say this out loud because people sort of blithely talk about it.
What we're really coming to. And I think that's the problem with the Christian Zionists is that what is your end game here?
Well,
their belief tells them that's okay. We want to have this 3rd World War because we're going to be taken away. and we'll be okay, and we'll come back later after all the fighting's done. That's sort of basically what their theology tells them. And in the meantime, all the Jews are supposed to convert to their brand of Christianity or die in the conflagration.
And so I'm asking you this because you're a nun.
Right.
That's not a Christian. It's
not a Christian belief, no, or precept. Yeah.
Huh. Any idea where that came from? That idea?
The rapture?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, originally the idea of having the 1,000-year kingdom is a heresy that was in the early church, but the real push of all that comes from the 1830s. James Darby, Schofield, or John Darby, Schofield. It's it's a new theology that has no basis in the foundations of Christianity. It has nothing to do with it.
How do you think this story ends?
It depends on us. And that's why, maybe I part of me wants to have that message of that we have to do something politically. The Christians have to wake up and tell because it's all in the hands of the United States. It doesn't matter what any other country in the world does. If U.S. protects Israel, this will continue. And we will get to that conclusion of the denouement, which will lead to a third world war or something of that sort, for sure. So, but also in a spiritual sense, then we also have to recognize, what do we want to be as people? Do we want to follow the way of Christ? Or do we want to follow the way of a Christ who leads us to a better world? We live in this world as best we can in order to prepare for the world to come. Christ came and said, my kingdom is not of this world. So if you're truly a believing Christian, you want to do all the things that will put you in good graces with God when it comes to Judgment Day, right? And that doesn't mean rebuilding the temple. It means living like a Christian and trying to build a society that lives by Christian principles, and your government acting as one that acts by Christian principles. And so that doesn't mean slaughtering other people and leading to their cleansing.
I really appreciate you taking this time.
I think that I appreciate you. I hope it does a little bit to open people's eyes. And I just want to end with one thing.
Of course.
I think the only way, there was the writer Ta-Nehisi Coates, who you may have differences opinion on other things, but what really opened his eyes, he went with a writers group to the West Bank and went and saw how the Palestinians were living and what the reality of the occupation was. And that got him to understand we have to make some changes. And there have been changes in the Black church communities, definitely reaching out. I think that we have to have many more people come and see and not go on an AIPAC junket, but really go. And as Christians, tell your communities we want to go, and we want to go and visit our Palestinian Christian communities. And this might be you could decide what you want to do with it. My dream thing would be to have a trip, perhaps have you come on the trip, perhaps have Mel Gibson, Cat Stevens. It's a funny kind of thing, but he's a guy who was born in the Greek church and is now a Muslim. And Zoran and Brad Lander, and try to give the idea, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. The point is, we have to expose what's going on.
I want to go to that dinner.
All right? Not just a dinner. You're going to come visit with my friends in Jenin, okay? And in Bethlehem. And then you're going to go tell the world what's going on there. Because you're all much better communicators than I am, and the world really has. Aren't we horrified by the idea? Aren't you, as a media person, horrified? Why can't reporters go into Gaza? And reporters are not allowed in large portions of the West Bank now. They call them military zones. What kind of press freedom is that? And what are they trying to hide? So the only way that's going to break that is by enough of us saying, enough influencers going over there and saying, I want to see what's going on, and then report back. And I thank you for giving me at least this little opportunity. Hope it moves things in the right direction.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Very much.
Okay.
So it turns out that YouTube is suppressing this show. On one level, that's not surprising. That's what they do. But on another level, it's shocking. With everything that's going on in the world right now, all the change taking place in our economy and our politics, with the wars we're on the cusp of fighting right now, Google has decided you should have less information rather than more. And that is totally wrong. It's immoral. What can you do about it?
Well, we could whine about it. That's a waste of time. We're not in charge of Google. Or we could find a way around it, a way that you could actually get information that is true, not intentionally deceptive. The way to do that on YouTube, we think, is to subscribe to our channel. Subscribe. Hit the little bell icon to be notified when we upload and share this video. That way you'll have a much higher chance of hearing actual news and information. So we hope that you'll do that.
All right, we are live, and this is 20 Questions with Pastor Mike. That's me, and I'm answering your questions today about Jesus, Christianity, the Bible, the Christian worldview, Christian life, secularism, atheism, gummy bears, whatever. So here we go. The first question for today, is going to be from Anonymous, who, I don't know if they're anonymous or if that is their actual first name. So who knows? There's really no way to tell. And the question is, from a biblical and practical standpoint, is there a maximum number of people that can or should make up a local church? Assuming their doctrine is biblical, can a megachurch with multiple satellites or campuses be an effective church? And this is, I've attended, and been part of what you would consider a megachurch many, many years ago. I'm not now, and I'm not like in the past 20 years, I have not been, what you consider part of a megachurch, but you consider like a mid-sized church. But I have heard from especially those who are part of the home church movement, I'm just being honest with you guys, okay? Like animosity towards megachurches. And I've heard many who, church that has like 1,000 or 2,000 or more people, that I've heard real animosity from people towards megachurches with these real blanket statements. Like megachurch becomes a pejorative term. It just is a way of saying this is a compromised church, this is a messed up church, this is a problematic church. And I think that this is primarily symptomatic of some good examples of bad churches combined with general, normal human prejudicial behavior, where I take the examples of some who go wrong and I project that on everybody who has a big church. But I want you to imagine for a second that you're a Christian who, you're a ministry, you're serving in the church, and your church just starts blowing up. People just start getting saved, attending your church, and the numbers grow, and you have to get into a bigger building and then another bigger building, and you're like, what's going on? This is amazing. Let's just service these people as best we can. And then you start getting emails from people talking about how your church is literally evil. And obviously this is not the anonymous question here, but this is the topic that it brings up. You get emails from people and messages that your church is literally evil because a lot of people attend it. That's what I'm going to push back on. I'm going to be like, no, that's weird. So let's just start with scripture here. Acts 2:42 gives us an example of what the early church was like. Actually, I'll back up to 2:41. And here it tells us, so those who received his word were baptized, and there were added to that day about 3,000 souls that day to the church. And this is the church in Jerusalem. And they did become a local group, a communal group of people. In one day, they got 3,000. Shortly thereafter, many thousands more were added. In some ways, okay, not literally, this is not a mega church, because the facilities and the amplification with modern, electricity and all that just didn't exist back then. So this is not a parallel to a mega church, but in some ways it's like the closest overlap we get is Jerusalem, what was going on in the first century, what was going on right after Pentecost. Tons of people were added, and here's what they did. They devoted themselves to the apostles' teaching and the fellowship, to the breaking of bread and prayers. This could imply to many people purely a home church environment. If we're just asking in Acts, what are they doing? Is there anything like mass gatherings? Or perhaps is the early church putting a bar on mass gatherings and like limiting it to say 12 people, 15, 20 people? Well, if they're gathering and breaking bread, this could imply smaller gatherings, but let's keep reading. And awe came upon every soul, and many wonders and signs were being done through the apostles, and all who believed were together and had all things in common. And they were selling their possessions and belongings and distributing the proceeds to all as any had need. And day by day, attending the temple, and listen to this, this is the part I want us to hone in on. We've got the number, over 3,000 the first day. Many, many more were added shortly after. So many thousands. And day by day, attending the temple together and breaking bread in their homes. They received their food with gladness and generous hearts, praising God and having favor with all the people. And the Lord added to their number day by day those who were being saved. They continue to just grow, grow, grow. They're doing two things in the book of Acts here. They have large gatherings in the temple, which would have had potentially very large numbers of people attending because the temple outer courts was a massive area. And then they also would meet in homes and break bread together, meaning that at the very beginning, the church is doing kind of like both. It has these large gatherings that could have been in the temple. We don't want to read too much into the text here. It could be that like they would gather near Solomon's portico. We get from Acts 5:13. I'll just read it to you here. And then I'll talk about what this might have looked like so we don't overstep the evidence, right? It says that none of the rest dare join them, but did I get the right verse? 5:13 or 5:3 was it? No, what's the verse? Oh, here it is. 5:12. And now many signs and wonders were regularly done among the people by the hands of the apostles, and they were all together in Solomon's portico. So this is a real specific kind of statement here that it seems like a very large number of the believers were here, still early church, still Jerusalem, gathered at Solomon's portico. Now in the temple precincts, you've got the actual temple itself, which isn't that big of a building, but it's significant and impressive. It was gold and stuff on it. Then you have outside of that temple area, or just in front of it, you have like the courtyard where the priests could go, and you keep going. Eventually you get to the court of women, and then outside of that you have the court of the Gentiles. Now that's the area all around the temple. It's a very large area. Along one side of that is something called Solomon's portico or Solomon's porch. You could fit lots and lots of people here, not just under the actual porch where the columns were, but you could spill out into the court of Gentiles. So they're all gathered together. We don't know if this was with one speaker who would stand up and shout things so people could hear him, or if they would split up. They got multiple disciples, multiple apostles. Maybe they split up into individual groups, but they're gathered mass gatherings, right, at the temple, and they're gathered in their homes, breaking bread. It's both. Other than that, the scripture doesn't really give us a lot of details here. In the New Testament times, we seem to have people just gathering without clear policies on how many Christians are supposed to gather at a local area. They just did whatever was needed for the crowds at the time. But even when they gathered in large numbers at a temple, they still gathered in their homes because Christianity is a fellowship. And this is something we want to have in place for our congregations. Are we gathering in fellowship with each other, or are we merely gathering to hear teaching? You can have a megachurch that has massive gatherings for teaching, but that's not enough. And most megachurches, I think, realize this. They realize that's not enough for the body of Christ here. Like, these people need to be in fellowship. So often they plan discipleship groups and home studies and fellowships and all this sort of thing to try to create that smaller, intimate, relational thing that's very important for the body of Christ. So to answer your question, Anonymous, your question was, is there a maximum number of people that can or should make up a local church? No. I think the church is made up of whoever happens to be there that's Christian. And assuming their doctrine is biblical, can a megachurch with multiple satellite sites be an effective church? Yes. I don't see why they can't. It just means they're going to have some natural pitfalls. So let me just, before I move on to question 2 for today, here are some potential pitfalls of megachurches. I'm going to follow it up with some potential pitfalls of little churches. I just want us to see that there are pitfalls on both sides, and then it will make us more sober, and we'll recognize we shouldn't discount little churches or discount big ones. We should be aware of the potential pitfalls so we can honor Christ in whatever ministry he's got us. So big churches, mega churches. Probably the biggest potential pitfalls is that crowd size instead of discipleship becomes the goal. Jesus was never like this, for sure, right? He definitely had lots and lots of followers at various times, but it was never his goal to have lots and lots. It was his goal to have genuine followers. And so we read about things like in John 6, where Christ turns to his disciples and he gives them this really hard teaching, which he doesn't even, he gives them the things they need to recognize the real teaching that's in there, but he doesn't mind giving them a hard teaching that causes many of them to fall away and stop following him. Because Jesus is more interested in genuine followers than merely attendance. And in a large church environment, sometimes the gears get shifting and everything starts to get focused on largest number of people here. That doesn't mean it always is the case, but it is a potential pitfall. Crowd size instead of genuine discipleship, it becomes the goal. And if a teacher says something, from the pulpit that causes numbers of people to leave the fellowship or stop donating because maybe they're worldly, maybe they're ungodly, and they don't like that hard teaching from Jesus, right? So they stop. Then the board comes to the pastor and is like, yeah, we'd rather you not talk about those issues. So they start dancing around some of the major issues that people need to hear the most, right? Like homosexuality, right? Like hell, or like the exclusivity of Christ, or false religions, or false teachers that are popular in our times. These are things that we need, the church has to talk about talking about the issues where politics is invading our Christian worldview and faith and trying to sort of hijack it in the name of politics. Like, I think that's a healthy thing to talk about, but it reduces church numbers, numbers, but not followers of Christ. So there can be like a cultural sensitivity that could be healthy. I'm aware of our cultural situation that's going on right now, and I know how to speak to that. That's a healthy thing. But there can also be bowing to culture, right? Which is what we see with like Joel Osteen. I think there's a certain degree of bowing to culture, or we saw with back in the day before everything exploded for him, Carl Lentz, when he was up on Oprah's show. Here's a mega church pastor who's confronted on was it not Oprah's show, was on, he did on Oprah and some other show, but he's confronted with tough issues like on abortion or the exclusivity of Christ, and he just kind of like just turns into a wet noodle, right? And it's because it would hurt the numbers, even though it would help real discipleship to talk about those things. So potential pitfalls of little churches, lower standards. Little churches, often the people serving in ministry are just there because they're the only people available. This person's doing children's ministry because they're literally the only person who's able and willing, and they may not be that good at it. So you often have such a slim selection of potential people to serve that the standards for people serving and their ability to do well in those ministries is lowered. There can also be no drive to evangelize. There can be no drive to evangelize because people just become comfortable. This doesn't mean it happens. It's just a potential pitfall, right? People are comfortable. They have their community that they really enjoy and love, and so the push to bring people to Christ isn't there. And the lowered standards can affect teaching as well. If you have a home church, your entire church is 8 people that gather in your home. You have, among 8 people, you have to pick a teacher. And maybe you rotate. But is your teacher going to be that great with only a potential pool of teachers of 8? Whereas like a church that has hundreds and hundreds might be able to select might be able to afford to send that person to school, to give them more resources and study materials and help them, equip them better so they could bless the people better. So that's a potential pitfall. So there are pitfalls that both of them have. Both mega churches and little churches. Lack of Christian community can actually happen in both sizes of churches. Authoritarian leadership. That happens all the time, right? Jesus warned us against this because he knows it's our tendency to not only lead with authority, but to be authoritarian leaders. That's a real issue where leaders start thinking that loyalty to themselves is the number one thing they want to see in the staff of their church or in the home. And so I've seen plenty of little tyrants, right? People, whether they have a large number or a small number of followers. It becomes a one-man show. It can be that in a little church or a big church. And bad theology is always an issue for any church, potentially. So there's some of my thoughts on that. The numbers thing is just gives us some different potential pitfalls, and the solution is always coming back to the basics of Christianity and trying to mirror what we see in the Bible, the New Testament. And if you think it's your church's job to corporately make you fellowship with other believers, then I think that you're the one dropping the ball. It's not your church, this like faceless organizational thing. You and me as Christians, like, I need to be in fellowship. That's my job. I don't have to have somebody plan it, organize it, and force me to do it. All right, moving forward. Question number 2. Tank McCoy says, if Mary was aware of the Immaculate Conception, visited by an angel, etc., why in Mark 2:20 through 34 does it seem she's surprised about Jesus being the Messiah? Scripture says his family that goes to take charge of him for being out of his mind are his mother and brothers. Why would Mary think he's out of his mind if she'd been visited by an angel? Okay, Mark 2, let's look at the passage. verse 20 through 34. We're going to read it in full, if I can type it properly. All right, Mark 2:20, and then we'll talk about this. Was Mary unaware of the Immaculate Conception based upon this passage? Does it produce an inconsistency where we should think, based on what Mark says here, Mary really didn't know about the you say Immaculate Conception. That's actually a doctrine about Mary. You mean the virgin birth. So, okay. Anyway, we'll talk about the virgin birth here. Tank McCoy. So verse 20. The days will come when the bridegroom is taken away from them. I do have the right passage, don't I? I don't think that this is the verse you wanted. Mark 2. Oh man, where is it? Where they